Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter embraced the power of Slytherin to face a Death Eater. Here is short summary. Harry unlocks his Slytherin potential to outwit and confront a dangerous Death Eater, changing the course of his destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Stand out any more than necessary. Life with the Dursleys had taught him that being noticed often led to trouble. If Hogwarts could be a fresh start, Harry would gladly take it. Professor McGonagall's smile softened further, and she nodded. That's a good attitude to have, Mr. Potter. Now, there are a few things you'll need before school begins. You'll receive a list of required materials, and we'll arrange for someone to accompany you to Diagon Alley to purchase them. Harry glanced quickly at Aunt Petunia, whose expression wavered between forced politeness and disdain. Of course, she said stiffly. We wouldn't want Harry to be unprepared. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by Aunt Petunia's feigned civility. Indeed, he murmured, his tone dripping with skepticism. His gaze flickered back to Harry, and for a moment, there was something unreadable in his expression, curiosity, perhaps, or pity. I trust, he added pointedly, that Mr. Potter will not face any obstacles in preparing for his education. None at all, Aunt Petunia said quickly, her voice sharp as though daring him to suggest otherwise. Harry risked a glance at Dudley, who was sulking now that the attention had shifted from him. He wondered how his cousin would cope at Hogwarts. Would Dudley still be the bully Harry had grown up with, or would the presence of magic change things? Harry wasn't sure, but he resolved to keep his distance as much as possible. Good, McGonagall said briskly, breaking the tense silence. Now, Harry, there's one more thing. Your parents left you something very special, an inheritance of sorts. You'll learn more about it in time, but for now, rest assured that Hogwarts will take care of everything you need. Harry blinked, startled. They left me something. McGonagall's expression softened again. Yes, Harry, your parents cared for you deeply. They made sure you'd be looked after, even if they couldn't be here themselves. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He'd spent so many years believing he was unwanted, a burden to the Dursleys. The idea that someone had cared enough to plan for his future felt strange and foreign. We'll leave you to your evening, McGonagall said, rising from her seat. Harry, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to write to me. An owl will deliver your Hogwarts acceptance letter with further details tomorrow morning. Thank you, ma'am, Harry said quietly. For the first time in years, he felt a flicker of hope. Maybe things could be different. Maybe Hogwarts really would be a new beginning. As the professors prepared to leave, Snape paused at the doorway. He looked down at Harry with a calculating gaze. Potter, he said slowly, we'll see how you fare at Hogwarts. Don't expect favoritism, but you may surprise us yet. Harry wasn't sure if it was meant as encouragement or a challenge, but he nodded all the same. Yes, sir. When the door closed behind them, Aunt Petunia rounded on Harry. You'll behave yourself at that school, do you hear me? She hissed. And don't think for a second that this changes anything. You're still Petunia, Uncle Vernon growled. Enough. For once, Harry was grateful for his uncle's gruff interruption. He retreated to his cupboard. No, his new room, feeling a strange mix of apprehension and excitement. Hogwarts awaited, and with it, the possibility of something he'd never had before, a place where he truly belonged. When the Dursleys took their son and nephew to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies, Harry received everything secondhand while Dudley received the best of everything. The only thing Harry received new was his wand, which Uncle Vernon almost took off him after what Ollivander said. Boy, get down here now, Harry groaned as Uncle Vernon yelled out for him to get downstairs. After the visit from the professors, Uncle Vernon had beaten him almost until he couldn't walk, for being different to the norm even in the wizarding world and for being better than Dudley. As if Harry hadn't learnt that lesson back in primary school when he first dared to bring home grades better than Dudley. As Harry came downstairs, he saw Dudley and Aunt Petunia getting ready to go out. He hoped that Uncle Vernon was going with them. Vernon got braver when there was less witnesses. "Get ready, boy. We have to go get Dudley's school supplies. Since you have to have them to go to school, then I suppose we'll have to buy yours as well." Harry had to hold back a flinch at the angry look in Uncle Vernon's eyes. He was glad that there was only 2 weeks until the start of school. It was the first time he'd be going to boarding school, and it would mean 9 beautiful months without Uncle Vernon and his quick fists. "Yes, Uncle Vernon, should I wear my new clothes, ma'am?" Harry directed the last part of the comment toward Aunt Petunia, wondering if she realized that he couldn't go out in Dudley's hand-me-downs when he was supposedly famous in the wizarding world. "Are you daft, boy? Of course you should wear your new clothes." Aunt Petunia snapped out her answer, looking stressed at the idea of actually mingling with those she'd avoided for so long. Harry took this as his cue to quickly go and get changed, but even with his quickness he still had to sprint to make it to the car before he angered Uncle Vernon further. The drive to London was quiet, though Harry knew that he was going to have bruises from the punch buggy war that Dudley had raged on him. It didn't help that he wasn't allowed to punch back. At least then he'd feel like he'd earned some of the bruises. Once they were actually in the outskirts of London, Dudley stopped being so enthusiastic with the punches, instead turning to bugging his parents for treats while they were in London. Since this was the first time Harry had come to London, he used this reprieve to study his surroundings. He didn't like the closed-in feeling he got from all the tall buildings packed in close together. There were more people here than he'd ever seen, and Harry began to wonder if this was why everyone in Surrey said they hated going to London. Personally, Harry didn't like the way this city reminded him of a really big version of his cupboard, all closed in and kind of hopeless. As they got closer to where Aunt Petunia said the wizarding area of London was, Harry noticed that both Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were getting tense. Harry only hoped that Uncle Vernon didn't get too tense. That meant he'd go out drinking when they got home, and that meant nothing good for Harry. "This is it, Vernon. We have to go through that pub there. The Leaky Cauldron. Then we'll have to ask one of them to open Diagon Alley for us." Aunt Petunia seemed to know a lot about getting into Diagon Alley, though Harry figured that Professors McGonagall and Snape had told her what she needed to know. Harry had written to Professor McGonagall since her visit, asking her questions about the wizarding world and his parents. She had been very helpful, and Harry had already decided that he was going to look forward to a couple of the classes that Professor McGonagall had described. Potions sounded just like cooking, which Harry liked even though he was forced to do it, and transfiguration sounded quite interesting. It really was just a coincidence that they were classes taught by the teachers that had come to visit. "Mummy, look, there's Professor Snape. I wonder what he's doing here." Harry snapped his head around at Dudley's comment, quickly spotting what he hadn't before. There among the crowd was indeed Professor Snape, though he looked quite different from when he'd come to visit them. He was wearing Muggle clothing, dress slacks and a button-down shirt. Harry grinned to himself as he watched the professor reach a hand up to his shirt sleeve and tug. It looked like the professor was as uncomfortable in Muggle clothes as Harry predicted Harry would be in wizard robes. "He's probably here to do some shopping, Dudley darling. Now hurry, sweetie. If we're quick with the shopping we'll be able to have lunch at McDonald's after we finish, how about that?" Harry almost snorted as he realized that Aunt Petunia was trying to head off any temper tantrums from Dudley with promises of a treat after shopping. Lost in his musing, he didn't catch Dudley's answer, but he did catch the threatening glare from Uncle Vernon. He understood it perfectly. He'd better not do anything to draw any attention to himself, otherwise he'd pay for it when they got home. Since he was still sore from the last beating he'd taken, Harry didn't want to stir Uncle Vernon up any more than he could possibly avoid. "Come on, boy, we aren't waiting for you all day." Harry jumped and rushed to follow the Dursleys toward the pub. He noticed that most of the people passing it by didn't seem to look toward the pub. He made a mental note to ask Professor McGonagall about it in his next letter. And so began a day of following the Dursleys around as Dudley received the best of everything that he needed on the list. Harry wasn't surprised when Aunt Petunia managed to find secondhand stuff for him from every store. At last, the only thing left on Dudley's list was a wand. Harry watched impassively as Dudley received his wand, 12 inches, maple, dragon heartstring. He almost laughed at the wandmaker, Ollivander's reaction to Aunt Petunia asking where she could buy second-hand wands. Apparently, it wasn't possible unless it was passed down through a family, and even then, it was better to be given a new wand. Harry watched Uncle Vernon carefully as the process of choosing a wand began. Dudley's choice hadn't been quick, but as Harry started to stretch on, Uncle Vernon seemed to be losing what little patience he had. Harry almost sighed with relief when a wand finally sparked for him and Ollivander said that that was the wand for him. His new wand was 11 inches long, made of holly and had a tail feather of a phoenix in the center. Though it's curious, definitely curious. Harry flinched as Ollivander commented on his wand. What's curious, Mr. Ollivander? Harry felt like shooting Dudley when he decided to ask Ollivander what he was talking about. Well, young Mr. Dursley, what's curious is that this wand should choose Harry. And it's curious because the phoenix that gave me the tail feather for that wand gave me one other feather, which is unusual in itself. And that tail feather is in the wand that gave young Harry Potter his scar. Ollivander said this with the air of someone making a bold declaration. Are you saying that my wand has the same center as Lord Voldemort's? Harry couldn't stop the skeptical comment from just slipping out. He wasn't oblivious to the fact that Ollivander flinched when he said Voldemort. Yes, Mr. Potter, that is exactly what I'm saying. Perhaps that means that you are bound for great and wonderful things, for even though he who must not be named did terrible things, they were indeed great. Terrible but great. Again, Harry had the impression that Ollivander would be better off on stage than selling wands. Well, thank you, but we'd better be on our way now. How much do we owe you for the wands? Harry drifted off into thought as Uncle Vernon abruptly ended the conversation, thinking about what Ollivander had said. As he trailed out of the shop and back towards the pub with the Dursleys, he was surprised to spot Professor Snape also heading out of the apothecary towards the pub. Deciding to think about that later, he ducked his head so that he wouldn't be able to see all the stares that were being sent towards him. He couldn't wait for people to get used to him and stop staring. When Harry Potter met Ron and Hermione on the train, he was hiding from Dudley, who'd already befriended Dean and Seamus. He stayed quiet on the trip, not knowing how to react to their friendship. Harry walked down the corridor on the Hogwarts Express looking for a spare compartment, hoping like hell that Dudley was busy talking to that Malfoy jerk they'd met in Diagon Alley 2 weeks ago. Right now he just wanted to read his latest letter from Professor McGonagall in peace. Excuse me, but have you seen a toad around? Harry spun around at the sound of a snooty girl's voice behind him. He was confronted by a girl of his age with bushy brown hair and buck teeth. He quickly summed her up as a girl who knew too much and used the knowledge to cover up being socially awkward. He'd tried being like that, but he learned that being too smart didn't appeal to Uncle Vernon's good humor. No, but I haven't exactly been looking at the ground. Who's looking for it? Harry spotted a boy behind her who looked as if he'd yet to lose his puppy fat. Neville here has lost his toad. We've been looking up and down the train for it, but we haven't found it yet. The girl looked like she was sick of looking, and Harry could understand that. Having walked up and down the boat the whole trip to avoid Dudley, Harry was starting to actually feel tired. He'd stashed his trunk in a spare compartment, but when he'd gone back later, there had been a red-headed boy sitting there. He hadn't felt like introducing himself at the time, but he was headed back there now. Trevor was a present. He doesn't like staying with me a lot though. I tend to lose him. This comment was said to Harry's feet as Neville flushed with embarrassment. Harry could just see Dudley being one of the first to take this boy's lack of confidence and turn it into a weapon. Luckily, Harry wasn't the type to take advantage of the weaknesses he saw. Have you tried getting him a cage or a container of some sort? Just for trips. Harry thought that he'd give the suggestion he saw as most logical while he scanned the ground around their feet. Oh, that's a great idea, Neville. Once we catch him, you should write your grandmother and ask her about it. Here the girl piped up with her support for the idea. I've never thought about that. I don't really like keeping him contained though. But it would be good for traveling, since I'm always losing him when we go anywhere. Neville looked a little confused that he hadn't thought of that before, but then he didn't strike Harry as someone who was very logical. Oh, by the way, my name's Hermione Granger. What's your name? Now the girl remembered that Harry still hadn't learned her name. Harry Potter. Yes, I know I'm famous. Would you like to keep looking for the toad? Harry gestured on down the train as he spoke. The last thing he wanted was to have these two caught between him and Dudley. Not to mention that Dudley had found some new cronies to replace the loss of peers. There was a black boy who'd briefly identified himself as Dean Thomas and another boy who'd said he was called Seamus Finnegan. Yes, let's. I read about you in books before I came. Didn't you just want to learn about everything wizarding before you came here? I couldn't read enough. Harry almost laughed at her enthusiasm as they moved off down the corridor. Hermione continued in this vein as they approached the compartment where Harry had stashed his trunk. Oh hello, have any of you seen a toad? The lone red-head boy had been joined by two older boys who looked to be his older twin brothers. Yeah, we caught it. Here one twin spoke, cutting his sentence off as the other picked it up and handed it in to the driver. You might want to be more careful with it in the future, if it's likely to get away again. Leave it with the driver until we get to Hogwarts. He'll be given to your new head of house when you're sorted. This speech jumped between the two twins, even confusing Harry for a moment. He wasn't surprised to see that Neville needed a moment to catch up. By the way, we're Fred, here the one on the left spoke. And George Weasley, here the one on the right. At your service. Hermione giggled as they spoke and stood in unison. Hi, that's a good idea about leaving him with the driver. I'm sure he'll be safe. Hermione seemed charmed by the Weasley twins' manner of speech. And who are you? She said while addressing the last unidentified person in the carriage. Ron Weasley. Harry noticed that like Harry himself, Ron and his brothers seemed to be wearing hand-me-downs. He wondered how many kids were in the Weasley family, remembering that he'd seen these three plus another brother on the station with a little girl and a woman who appeared to be their mother. Is your older brother Percy, the prefect? He helped us look for Trevor for a while. Hermione appeared determined to know everything she could about everyone. Harry hoped she didn't start digging into his life, but since she'd already moved on to another topic, Harry realized that she was probably going to rely on what books told her more than what she could find out for herself. Yeah, Percy's our brother. We're sure he's adopted though, since he's such a prat. George joked as he sat down, motioning that everyone else should find a seat as well. As talk moved on to Hermione's parents, both dentists, and Neville's family, Harry settled back and watched them converse. While they had acted friendly enough, Harry was worried what would happen when they realized, like everyone else did, that he was just a freak. Even Aunt Petunia had said that his magic was freaky compared to Dudley's and that Dudley's was normal. When the Sorting Hat put Dudley Dursley in Gryffindor, all Harry could ask of the Sorting Hat was not with Dudley. The Sorting Hat put Harry Potter in Slytherin. Oh, you may not think me pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts Sorting Hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The Sorting Hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true, and unafraid of toil, are yet in wise old Ravenclaw. If you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap. Asterisk. Harry listened as the hat finished its song and watched as those around him who hadn't known about the process either sighed in relief at not having to go through some great trial, or started thinking about what house they wanted to be in. He could see Hermione moving her lips while thinking, and he was fairly sure that she'd either end up in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor, from what Professor McGonagall had told him. Neville was probably going to be a Hufflepuff, though once he'd warmed up to the group he'd been quite bold on the train. Ron was destined for Gryffindor if the hat sorted by families, since all his brothers had been Gryffindors. Harry hadn't yet thought about which house he would be in, choosing to instead leave it up to fate. Professor McGonagall had already begun reading out names, calling them up to the stool with the hat upon it to be sorted. When she reached Dudley, Harry looked up expectantly. He hadn't been able to decide what house he expected Dudley to go into. Slytherin seemed likely, but Harry still had reservations as to whether that was true or not. Gryffindor. Harry froze as the hat announced Dudley's new house. Gryffindor. The house Harry expected to be sorted into because both his parents were Gryffindor. Well, that wasn't going to work. Granger. Hermione. Harry watched, interested, as Hermione seemed to argue with the hat for a moment before. Gryffindor. Neville was next out of their compartment group to be called, finding his way into Gryffindor as well. Harry was pleasantly surprised but was glad to see Neville manage to make his way over to the Weasley twins and Hermione without mishap. Potter. Harry. The room went quiet in shock, and then the whispers began. She said Harry Potter. No way, is he 11 already? Definitely a Gryffindor, what else would he be? Harry walked up to the sorting hat and put it on. Let's see. Plenty of courage, and you like fairness but cunning too. You're good at spotting weaknesses, aren't you, boy? But you don't use them, just make note. Oh, what's that? Not with your cousin. Well, then, I suppose it'd better be. Harry kept up his chant of not with Dudley, not with Dudley. Slytherin. Harry grinned, realizing that he wasn't in the same house as Dudley. He looked up at Professor McGonagall, knowing that this would probably disappoint her as she'd said she'd like him to be in her house. He was relieved to see her smile, and direct him toward the Slytherin table. He walked over and planted himself at a spare place next to Theodore Nott. He'd seen him on the train, working to avoid Draco Malfoy, who had also been sorted into Slytherin. So, a Potter in Slytherin, huh? That's going to keep the owls busy. Theodore spoke from his left. Harry turned to see a thin boy with black hair and dark eyes. Harry liked him on sight, noticing that if he had a weakness, it was well hidden. Have you changed your mind on the company then, Potter? Malfoy sneered in his direction, making both Harry and Theodore look up. Well, in case you hadn't noticed, Malfoy, I didn't exactly choose to sit with you. Harry knew instantly that Malfoy's weaknesses related to his pride in his family and his lack of self-confidence. A laugh on his left bolstered Harry's confidence even while his survival instincts screamed that angering this idiot wasn't a good idea. Malfoy had already seemed to have found two lackeys that resembled cartoon henchmen, and both of them were now glaring at Harry. It's about time someone started putting you in your place, Malfoy. Theodore didn't seem to have any reservations about angering Malfoy. People should do it more often, it might be good for you. At that comment, Malfoy turned away and tried to save face by starting conversation with another girl who had just been sorted. Teddy Nott. I've spent my entire life playing sidekick to Malfoy to appease our parents. It's nice to meet someone who doesn't give in when he gets started. Teddy stuck his hand out, obviously waiting for a handshake. Harry grinned and shook Teddy's hand. I didn't really set out to go up against him. I just kind of rejected him in the antechamber and I think it's going from there. Good. Like I said, Malfoy needs someone to tell him when he's getting his head too far up his ass. Harry knew that he was going to get along with Teddy. It sounded like Teddy had a good sense of humor. While they had been talking, the remaining students had been sorted. Harry was disappointed to see Ron Weasley follow his brothers into Gryffindor. Given how he was overshadowed by the twins, Harry was sure Ron would probably prefer a chance to shine. The last Slytherin to join the first years in their huddle was Blaise Zabini, a sophisticated boy who instantly joined in Malfoy's conversation. Harry sneered in his direction in return to his sidelong look. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to comment because Dumbledore began talking. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. Asterisk. Harry heard many people laughing as Dumbledore sat down. Unlike them, Harry just decided that the headmaster was insane and got over it. His attention was better taken by the appearance of a feast like one he'd never seen before. As everyone ate, Harry listened into the conversations. Mostly the conversations were about whether the first years were purebloods or not. Harry kept quiet, not caring about the implications of being a pureblood or a mudblood, whatever that was. When Dumbledore made the announcements before sending them off to the dormitories, Harry was surprised to notice that his new head of house was glaring at him. So much for treating him like any other student. It seemed like Professor Snape had already decided to hate him. When Harry Potter was sorted into Slytherin, Professor Severus Snape curled his lip in displeasure and glared at the little brat who dared to not be exactly like his father. "Better be, Slytherin." Professor Severus Snape froze in shock. In his head he'd finished the sentence with Gryffindor, but apparently the brat had hidden depths. He'd of course noticed Harry's attention to detail when he went with Minerva to visit the Dursley residence, but he hadn't once thought that it might be enough to make him Slytherin material. He was almost too shocked to note that Potter instantly looked up at Minerva for her approval of his sorting. He was surprised to see Minerva smile at the boy, considering that she had mentioned wanting him in her house. That was likely to lead to interesting conversations in the staff room. "Congratulations, Severus. I hope Harry will be happy in your house. He seems quieter than I thought he'd be. But no matter, I'm sure he'll come out of his shell with time." Dumbledore's approval of the boy's sorting made Severus suspicious. After all, wasn't Potter meant to be a hero? Surely the self-preservation he'd learn in Slytherin wouldn't be conducive to that. Well, of course, Headmaster. He is, after all, just another Potter. Severus was happy to see the hopeful look in the headmaster's eyes die. He didn't want the headmaster thinking he was all of a sudden going to change his opinion of the boy and become a mentor or anything similar. The Potter boy was likely to be just like his father, always showing off and followed around by a group of fans. And of course, that's what you learnt from spending 3 hours at his residence last month. There was an almost scathing edge to the headmaster's voice which Severus had learnt to respect as a sign of the headmaster's raising temper. Perhaps, I am being quick to judge, however, even in his own home the boy was arrogant and aloof. He barely said more than 2 sentences and he looked almost disgusted every time his aunt touched him. Even if the boy has not been raised a celebrity, he had obviously been raised a brat. Severus remembered the way the boy had kept silent during most of the conversation, only talking when directly addressed by one of the teachers or his aunt had addressed him. Or perhaps the boy is shy, and you said yourself that the boy had seemed to have just come in from outside. Maybe he was self-conscious of being sweaty. Severus briefly considered the other reasons for Harry's reluctance to be touched. He knew, from plenty of previous experience, that abused children were usually jumpy. But Potter wasn't abused, he couldn't possibly be. Damn the boy for making him think. But Potter's cousin didn't display any of the signs. In fact, he was almost spoiled beyond belief if his girth was any indication. And Petunia had obviously made a decent house for herself. Yet, Severus had a flash of memory, depicting a horse-faced girl and her younger sister. Freak. Petunia had called him that many a time, but it was in their second year that Lily had earned the title as well. Petunia had hated them for having magic when she didn't, and if Severus remembered correctly, she had never reconciled with her sister. If that was how she treated Lily, who had given as good as she had received, then how would she treat a helpless child who had been recently orphaned? And she obviously hadn't told Potter anything about Lily or his father. The boy had been clueless about his past. Severus almost groaned as he realized that he hadn't seen any photos of Lily Potter in the house, and now that he thought about it, there hadn't been any of Harry either. At least 100 of Dudley, but none of the boy now in his care. Severus felt a feeling of dread as he realized that he would have to investigate this further. His musings were interrupted halfway through dinner by Minerva's congratulations on the boy's sorting. Minerva was considering the Dursley boy that had been sorted into her house. "He seemed so brash when we met him. I don't know why I almost pegged him for a Hufflepuff." "Perhaps because he hardly seems to be the brightest of children, Minerva." Severus replied softly, not wishing for Professor Sprout to overhear his slight against her beloved house. A snort from Minerva brought a smirk to his lips. "Severus, must I remind you to play nice? We aren't even 3 hours into the new school year and already you're tempting fate. Don't forget Hufflepuffs are the loyal house of the school. Well, I'll need some entertainment now that I'll be chasing after Potter night and day." Minerva glared at him, rebuking him without a word. Severus just raised his eyebrow and turned to survey his new first years. He wasn't surprised to see his godson Draco Malfoy in his house. The boy had been raised to be exactly like his father, and that meant being a perfect little manipulator. Theodore Nott wasn't surprising, though he appeared to have decided to ignore the expectations that he would join the gang forming around Draco. Blaise Zabini, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle were also not surprising, though he was disappointed to see that they had all seemed to gravitate to Draco's side. A gang hanging off his every word would be a good, and unneeded, boost to Draco's ego. Then, again, at least they wouldn't be hanging off of Potter. As he had this thought, he looked at Potter, glaring when he realized that Potter was looking at him and that Potter's plate was empty, and always had been. If the boy wasn't going to eat, then he'd never grow out this scrawny stage he was going through. When Harry Potter listened to Professor Snape's speech welcoming them to Slytherin and telling them that they were expected to present a united front, Harry understood. He wasn't meant to tell anyone that Draco Malfoy had laughed at his second-hand gear or that Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle had put his trunk on top of the wardrobe where he couldn't reach it. After the feast, Prefect Flint, who'd introduced himself at the end, led them down to the Slytherin dormitories. Harry was sure he'd get lost more than once coming down here, and the fact that the door blended in the wall wouldn't help. So, plotting where to sleep at night when we can't find the dormitory. Harry snorted at Teddy's comment. Yeah, those stones over there look pretty comfy. I wonder how many times we'll get lost before Professor Snape gives us a map. Harry didn't mention that he was used to sleeping on hard surfaces and wouldn't notice the difference. You get 2 chances, Mr. Potter. Then I collect you from wherever you were and escort you to your beds 2 hours before curfew. So, I wouldn't get lost, gentlemen, or you'll be getting far more sleep than your peers. Harry jumped, not expecting anyone behind him. He turned, glaring, before realizing that the voice behind him belonged to Professor Snape. He quickly schooled his expression, but he knew that Professor Snape had spotted his gaffe. Oh, that's interesting. So you don't trust us to read maps then, Professor? Teddy didn't seem to notice the warning in Professor Snape's raised eyebrow. No, Mr. Nott, I don't expect 11-year-olds to have much sense of direction or time. Which is why for the first 2 weeks of term you will be escorted at all times by a prefect. If you are seen without the prefect responsible for you, you had better have a good excuse. Of course, all this will be explained in my welcoming speech when we reach the common room. At this, Professor Snape quickened his strides, passing the boys and reaching the head of the group traveling to the common room. The Slytherin common room was decorated in all shades of green, though it was mostly a combination of dark brown woods and forest greens. There were several comfy armchairs, spread out around the room in miniature groups, radiating from around a large fireplace. Along the edge of the room there were tables that were obviously for studying, as well as large bookcases that seemed to contain a collection to rival any library. There were also hallways leading off on either side of the fireplace, which appeared to lead off to the dormitories. This was where the upper years headed, obviously already knowing where to go. The first years milled in the common room, unsure. Find seats in front of the fireplace, please. Though it was said quietly, the Slytherins rushed to obey their head of house. Welcome to Slytherin House. The first thing you need to know is that while most of you have already been appraised of the rules at Hogwarts, I'd like to add my own warning to the one you received. If points are taken from you or detentions assigned, you will answer to me. That means that if I deem it necessary, you will serve extra detentions with me. I don't tolerate disobedience or disrespect from anyone in Slytherin, even against other houses. Harry didn't like his head of house's tone. It sounded eerily like what Uncle Vernon sounded like when he was promising a particular painful fate. Slytherin is a proud house. I expect nothing but your best behavior from every single person in this room. I am well aware that you will not always have the best relationships with each other, but I expect that any issues you have with each other are conducted inside the common room or the dorms. This is the closest thing you will have to family until Christmas, and after that, until the summer. The people in your house should and could be surrogate brothers and sisters, if you decide to let them. And since every family has its own issues, I do not expect smooth sailing at all times. However, to the rest of the school, we present a united front. We take care of each other and we take care of our house's reputation. It will be a hard fight for all of you. Slytherin house has the worst reputation of all the houses. Because of this, we must also present the best manners we can. I understand that many of you have families that believe in pure blood supremacy. However, the first time I hear the word mudblood from any of you will be the last time. I do not tolerate, above all else, bad language or that word. As for common room, most of the first years will have noticed the tables in the common room. Each of you will be assigned a study group, and anyone found shirking their study responsibilities will find yourself at my mercy. Each week you will have a dorm inspection, to ensure that your rooms are kept neat. House elves will clean. However, here you are expected to keep your own rooms tidy. For the first 2 weeks, many first years experience problems with finding their way to class, or keeping track of class times. As such, I will be assigning a prefect from either 5th or 6th year to escort you around the school for the first 2 weeks. Please understand that this prefect is giving up their free time to assist you, and be grateful. You may notice students from other houses will become lost or be late to class. This is because they do not have the help you will have. Therefore, the excuse that you were lost or that you didn't remember what time class started is not a viable excuse for any Slytherin. Upper years who find themselves unable to make it to class on time will be assigned a partner in their own year who will keep their schedule for them. Also, each fortnight you will have a meeting with me, where I will check on your progress in class and your general well-being. If you miss these meetings, I will track you down and make sure you come to the next one. As my last point, all first years will be expected to attend a medical check by the end of this week. I will meet with you all on Friday afternoon, and if you have not attended a meeting by then, I will take you there that afternoon. I would prefer not to have to drag you. It was a long speech, but it was said in a way that held the first year's attention. Harry almost panicked when Professor Snape said that they had to have medical checks. He still had injuries from Vernon's last beating that the nurse would see when she checked him. Thinking about it though, he realized that if he waited the week the injuries wouldn't look so bad, and then he could easily pass them off as roughhousing with Dudley. He did get the main idea of the speech though. Slytherins were tough, and they didn't snitch on each other. He just hoped that Malfoy wasn't going to be a pain. He'd seem to have been making plots at dinner. If you'll follow me, dormitories are along these corridors. Girls may go with Prefect Parkinson and she will show you to your dorm. In your dorm is a sheet of paper with your meeting timetable and study group on it. Please take note of this before leaving your dorm tomorrow morning. Boys, follow me. Harry walked next to Teddy, hoping that he wouldn't have to sleep next to Malfoy. He wasn't naive enough to think that he'd survive the night unpranked if that was the case. The bathrooms are off of your dorms and these should also be kept neat. If I receive any complaints from the house elves about your dorms, their services will be cancelled for a period of a week and you will have to clean your dorms on your own. Curfew is at 10 o'clock for first years and you are expected to be in your dorms, if not asleep, by then. For the early risers among you, no one should be out of bed until 6:30 a.m. After that, breakfast is at 8, classes start at 9 and dinner is at 6. Snacks are served in the Great Hall during breaks and fresh fruit will be available at all times. Professor Snape's low voice betrayed no hint of impatience, yet Harry could tell from his quick, smooth strides that the professor was in a hurry. When the professor reached a large door with an ornamental 1 engraved on it, he reached into a pocket of his robes and withdrew a set of keys. After selecting the right one and unlocking the door, he swung it open away from him and directed the first years to move into the dormitory before him. The dormitory was decorated in a similar way to the common room, and had 6 large 4-poster beds along the length of the room. The door into the bathrooms was in the end wall, leaving some floor space for the boys to use however they wished. If you would all choose a bed, I will levitate your trunks to the foot of your bed. You may use the wardrobes along the wall or live out of your trunks if you so choose. The sneer that accompanied that comment told Harry exactly what he needed to know of Professor Snape about living out of their trunks. Teddy tugged on his arm, dragging Harry over to the 2 beds closest to the bathroom. Zabini, Crabbe, Goyle and Malfoy chose the remaining beds with Zabini closest to Teddy and Malfoy in between Crabbe and Goyle. Professor Snape's eyes followed their movements, wandering over the way the boys had separated themselves. Harry wasn't surprised that Teddy had given him the bed furthest from the other boys, given that they had degenerated into pettiness during dinner. He was surprised that Professor Snape's eyes seemed to glitter with suppressed anger at the way Malfoy was basically in the center of attention. "These will be your beds for the year. If you decide that this setup does not work, you are welcome to change beds when you move into the second-year dorms next year." As he said this, he withdrew his wand from his sleeve and brandished it at the trunks in the corner of the dorm. As he did so, Harry's lifted off the floor and, following Professor Snape's wand movements, moved to settle at the end of the bed Harry had selected. He repeated this action with the other trunks until each boy had a trunk at the bottom of their bed. "You have an hour until curfew and I expect you all to be ready to retire at that time. I will send Prefect Flint in to check on you at curfew. Good night, gentlemen." With these last words he swept from the room, making Harry wonder how he got his robes to flap out like that. "Now I know why the Weasley twins were calling him a bat on the train," Harry commented as he knelt down to his trunk. "Ha, yeah, I almost wish I'd been sorted into Hufflepuff, at least they seemed a bit more laid back." Teddy grinned at the incredulous looks from the other boys in the room. "What, Snape just seems to have a lot of expectations, is all." "Careful, Teddy, you wouldn't want Professor Snape to hear you say that. House pride, remember." Harry couldn't resist taunting Malfoy and Zabini for all their pro-Slytherin comments over dinner. Teddy's laughter followed him into the bathroom where he slipped into one of the cubicles for a shower. He was glad that there were mirrors in the cubicles, this way he wouldn't have to risk the other boys spotting his scars or current sores. When he returned from the bathroom he noticed immediately that his trunk was missing from its assigned spot. He also noticed Malfoy's smug smirk and the fact that Crabbe and Goyle seemed to be puffing. A quick inspection of the room told him where his trunk had gone. There were tall cupboards along the unoccupied wall and on top of the one closest to Harry's bed was Harry's trunk. Harry sighed and put his bathroom kit on his bedside table. Personally, he wasn't interested in giving Malfoy the satisfaction of seeing him upset about the prank and well, hadn't Professor Snape said in his own speech that he didn't want them to be snitching on each other? He guessed he'd just leave it where it was and ask Teddy to help him get it down in the morning. "What are you wearing, Potter?" Malfoy's scornful voice rang across the boys' dorm and Harry almost ducked his head in shame. He was so used to wearing Dudley's hand-me-downs that he'd forgotten the other boys were all from rich families and would therefore be able to tell just how run down his clothes were. "Their clothes, Malfoy, or can't you see either?" Teddy's voice behind him was a lifesaver, because Harry was too afraid that his cheeks would turn red to shut Malfoy up. "Well, of course I can see, Theodore. But they're not clothes. My house elves wear better rags than that," Malfoy sneered. "Does it matter to you, Malfoy? Or do you just need someone to mock to make yourself feel better because Daddy doesn't love you unless you're perfect?" Teddy snarled his answer back, now standing at Harry's side. "Well, at least he loves me sometimes, Theodore. By the looks of it, Potter's family doesn't love him at all." Zabini, Crabbe and Goyle sniggered in the background. "Oh, hush up, Malfoy, you arsehole. Not all of us are prissy and spoilt like you, and even if Harry's family isn't well off, I still think he'll be a better friend than you ever would." Teddy's bold announcement reassured Harry, but he still felt the prickling behind his eyes that told him he was close to tears. The mockery he could stand, but the fact that Malfoy had come so close to the truth hurt. It was true, the Dursleys didn't love him, but it was worse too, he was a burden, unwanted as well as unloved. "Suit yourself not. But don't come crying to me when you figure out you'd rather have wealth and political power on your side." Malfoy turned away, disgusted. "Come on, Harry, let's get some sleep. We'll need all our wits to put up with those idiots tomorrow." Teddy again latched onto Harry's overlarge sleeve and dragged him over to their beds. When Theodore not noticed Harry's trunk on the wardrobe, he understood the real meaning of Professor Snape's speech and told Prefect Flint. Prefect Flint levitated the trunk down and told Potter to be stronger. "Slytherins don't take crap from anybody." Theodore, Teddy, not had been raised a Death Eater's child. But he was different to the others. He was sick of watching the cruelty that his year mates had dished out their entire childhood, and he was sick of it being encouraged. He'd been hardened by Professor Snape's overbearing welcome speech, which basically translated to a warning that Professor Snape would know everything they did almost before they did. And he'd noticed that Professor Snape hadn't seemed too happy with either Harry or Draco, meaning he'd keep a close eye on them when they were apart and a really close eye on them when they were together. He'd hoped this was going to prevent any altercations between them, but he hadn't reasoned with how impoverished Harry looked. When the scrawny boy that had been identified as Harry Potter had walked up to Slytherin table, Teddy had realized that the boy had two problems. 1. He obviously knew nothing about the wizarding world beyond what you could learn in a summer. And 2. He can't have known about his parents' vault. He was dressed in second-hand robes and he was still gazing around the room as if he'd never seen this many people. He needed someone to teach him everything he'd need to know to survive Hogwarts and someone to watch over him while he did. Then when Harry had been dressed in such a ratty nightshirt, Teddy had almost decided it wasn't worth it. How was he supposed to fend off Draco without hurting Harry in the process? Surely he would be touchy about being so poor. Around him he could hear the other boys getting ready for bed. Harry had curled up facing the wall and Teddy let him be. He heard the door open and he looked up as Prefect Flint walked in. "Everybody should be in your beds by now. Any problems during the night, you can find me in the 5th year's dorm just down the corridor. Now, go to sleep and be quick about it, you don't want to be tired tomorrow." He turned to leave just as Teddy remembered that he spotted Harry's trunk on top of the wardrobes. "Prefect Flint," he spoke quickly, drawing attention to himself. I don't know how it happened, but Harry's trunk is on top of the wardrobe. Could you get it down for us?" Teddy didn't directly implicate anyone, but he'd spent a lot of time with Marcus Flint during his childhood and knew how to communicate silently with him. He swept his eyes over to Draco, Crabbe and Goyle to show Prefect Flint that he thought it had been them to pull the prank. "Potter, how'd your trunk get on top of the wardrobe?" Prefect Flint snapped at Harry, who had sat up when Teddy had mentioned his trunk. "I don't know, Prefect Flint. I was in the shower." Harry spoke to his knees under the blanket and therefore missed Prefect Flint rolling his eyes at his submissive manner. "Next time, name someone who you think did it. If they aren't doing you any favors now, they still won't be doing you any favors after you turn them in." Teddy recognized Prefect Flint's mentoring tone, but Harry seemed to take it as a rebuke instead of advice. Teddy wondered if there was any reason Harry was so nervous around other people, then dismissed it as Harry's trunk levitated down into its proper spot. "Or Potter, you could always hex them next time. I've just put a safety spell on your trunk. If anyone but you tries to tamper with it, they'll get a nasty shock." The feral grin on Prefect Flint's face was enough to make Draco shudder. Teddy smiled back, thanking his surrogate older brother for the favor. "Thank you, Prefect Flint." Harry's quiet response could barely be heard over the sound of Prefect Flint leaving the room. "Well, Potter, seems like you have some worth after all. Oh, and don't worry. There'll definitely be a next time." The laughter that accompanied this comment from Draco made Teddy's hackles rise. "Oh, shut up, Malfoy. After all, you don't want to get on the wrong side of Prefect Flint. Our families have known each other for years, and when somebody gets on the wrong side of Flint, it never ends well for them." Teddy retorted when it seemed that Harry was too drained to try. "You know what I think is sad? The boy who lived, the supposed great hero, has done nothing but hide behind other people since he got here." "Some hero?" Malfoy's scathing tone rang with insincerity. "Oh, shut up, Malfoy." Teddy turned in surprise as Harry spoke. "I don't say anything because honestly, what's going to help? It won't shut you up anyway, and it'll just look pathetic." Harry lay back down and turned his back to the room. "So can you just let me get some sleep?" Teddy felt stirrings of pity for Harry but pushed it down, knowing that Harry wouldn't like being pitied. Of course, that didn't mean that Teddy didn't pity him for what was going on. Because Teddy was putting it together in his mind as he climbed into the bed he'd picked. Harry had rags for clothes, and from brushing up against him Teddy knew he was the skinniest person he'd ever met. Harry wasn't getting the care he should from his relatives, and Teddy knew this because he'd seen the boy that everyone said was Harry's cousin. Dudley Dursley was robust to the point of overweight and dressed in wizarding's finest. Teddy decided to talk to someone about his suspicions soon, and since he had a meeting with Professor Snape next Wednesday, he thought that might be the place to start. The next morning Prefect Flint escorted the first years up to breakfast in the Great Hall. He walked next to Harry and chatted with Teddy over Harry's head. It was then that Teddy noticed how small Harry was compared to even his classmates, let alone the upper years. What Teddy didn't notice was Prefect Flint also noticing how far he had to look down to address Harry. Can't live with them, definitely don't want to do class with them. A comment from Malfoy drifted toward them. Talking about Muggle-borns again, I bet. Teddy directed this comment toward Harry. Malfoy had practically woken up protesting the fact that there was going to be Muggle-borns in his classes. A soft laugh from Harry told Teddy that while Harry was still feeling awkward around Prefect Flint, he was relaxing enough to joke. Has he been like that all morning? Prefect Flint questioned when he deduced the reason for the joke. The two overenthusiastic nods from both first-year boys drew a snort from Prefect Flint. He'd better hope that Professor Snape doesn't hear him. If there's one thing Professor Snape hates more than idiocy, it's hating Muggle-borns. Though that's kind of weird considering his loyalties in the First War. The last was mumbled and Teddy remembered suddenly that Professor Snape had been arrested for being a Death Eater during the First War. Headmaster Dumbledore had vouched for the fact that Professor Snape was acting as a spy, but given his continued correspondence with the Malfoy family, and the fact that he wasn't dead, it seemed that maybe Professor Snape was a good enough actor to fool Dumbledore. What loyalties? Teddy looked over at Harry, wondering how he couldn't know. Professor Snape was a Death Eater. Everyone knows that. Teddy watched Harry's brow furrow as if he was attempting to understand what that meant. Do you know what a Death Eater is, Harry? Teddy was interested in the confusion on Harry's face. Apparently, no one had bothered to tell Harry who public enemy number 1 was. No, should I know? Harry asked this question as they entered the Great Hall, detouring around Professors Snape and McGonagall. Well, yeah, but Flint was cut off by Professor McGonagall. Harry, may I have a word please? Harry turned away from the group of first years to stand in front of Professor McGonagall. Teddy paused, debating his welcome before deciding that Harry looked jittery enough this morning. He didn't need the extra pressure of having to face the head of Gryffindor alone. Yes, ma'am. Teddy was surprised to see Harry relax fractionally when he started talking to Professor McGonagall. How was your trip up to the school? By the way, congratulations on your sorting, Harry, and you too, Theodore. I'm sure both of you will do well under Professor Snape's guidance. Professor McGonagall said this while looking down at them over the glasses she wore. Thank you for your faith in me, Professor. I find it so encouraging that you trust me to do my job after all these years. Teddy almost laughed as he realized that even though Professor Snape appeared angry, he was actually joking with the Transfiguration Professor. You're welcome, Professor Snape. Her head whipped around at a commotion from the Gryffindor table. And speaking of doing jobs, looks like I'm needed at my house's table. Harry, I will see you in Transfiguration, but I would like to talk to you separately. I will owl you a time. With that she walked away, leaving the two boys standing in front of their head of house. Mr. Potter, Mr. Knott, I heard there was a disturbance in your dorm last night. Prefect Flint reported that your trunk found its way onto the top of the wardrobes, Mr. Potter. He said you didn't know who had decided to prank you on the first night. Professor Snape was disbelieving of that story, Teddy could tell. Perhaps you could elaborate on your, it suddenly appeared, story. While spoken softly and carefully, both boys noticed the obvious sarcasm. Sir, I really didn't see who put my trunk on the wardrobe. I was in the shower. Harry's tone of voice was insistent, but Teddy thought that Harry was hiding nervousness. It was understandable to be nervous around Professor McGonagall, but around your own head of house. It just didn't make sense. Your head of house was the one person in all of Hogwarts who was always going to be on your side, even if he sometimes had to punish you. All the same, Mr. Potter, you should have been the one to ask Prefect Flint for assistance. Mr. Knott will not always be there to cover for you. On top of the protection Prefect Flint has already placed on your trunk, I will also be going to your dorm after breakfast and sticking all your trunks to the floor. This will prevent either of you from retaliating after your first charms class. I believe the first spell you learn will be the levitation charm. There was a glint in his eyes as he said this. Of course not, sir. We would never prank a fellow Slytherin. Professor Snape's lip twitched on one side, the closest Professor Snape ever came to a smile. Teddy was happy to joke with the professor, but, in any case, we had better get a move on if we want to eat this morning. Can't have Harry getting any skinnier than he already is. With that, Teddy latched onto Harry's arm and tugged him over to Slytherin table for breakfast. When Harry Potter entered his first potions class to find that Ron didn't want to talk to another slimy Slytherin, he already knew it was going to be a bad class. He couldn't answer any of Professor Snape's questions, and while Dudley could, Harry stopped looking forward to potions, even if it did sound just like cooking. The first week for Harry was an adventure. Even with prefects showing them around the castle, it was still far too easy to get overwhelmed. They had had all their subjects except potions by now, and everybody had decided on their favorite teachers. Professor Quirrell was a stuttering idiot who had been written off by everyone in Slytherin including Professor Snape, if you listen to the rumors. Professor Binns had bored the socks off of them before Teddy remembered that, at breakfast, Professor Snape had announced that there would be a quiz in their history class. Harry almost respected the tactic, which ensured that no first-year Slytherin was going to sleep through the lesson like the Gryffindors claimed they had. Harry had been looking forward to Transfiguration since Professor McGonagall had written him letters about the classes, and he wasn't disappointed. His first class with her had been enjoyable, however he had noticed that Professor McGonagall did not seem to like any of the other Slytherin students. Thanks to Malfoy being an arrogant idiot, they had lost their first 5 points in Transfiguration. In Charms with Professor Flitwick, they earned the 5 points back when Malfoy managed the levitation charm perfectly. His smug smirk in Harry's direction pushed Harry to stop pretending that he couldn't do the spell. He was the next person to accomplish the spell. Harry almost regretted this, as he was sure that Dudley hadn't accomplished the spell, but Professor Flitwick's proud smile and awarding of points soothed his anxiety. Now it was Friday morning, and the Slytherins were looking forward to their first lesson with their head of house. Harry also had his meeting with Professor McGonagall that afternoon. So we've survived Charms, History of Magic, Herbology, Astronomy, Transfiguration, History and Defense. Now we've just got to cruise through potions and we're home free. Teddy had been looking forward to potions all week and Harry was cautiously optimistic. According to Malfoy, who'd had tutoring from their head of house over the summer, Professor Snape accepted nothing less than the best from his students. But Harry hadn't been able to do his best in any class that week because he was too afraid that Dudley wasn't going to have good grades. If Dudley didn't have good grades, then Uncle Vernon wouldn't be happy with Harry for having better grades than Dudley. I hope Professor Snape doesn't pick on me for answers again. Harry had struggled on Wednesday when Professor Snape had quizzed them all on history. Harry's nervousness around their head had not diminished. Combined with his own bad penmanship, he had barely been able to stutter out an answer in front of their head of house and his housemates. It annoyed Harry that he had finally found a weakness other than his flinching. He didn't want to be afraid of their head of house, yet he couldn't stop himself from fearing the intimidating professor. Of course, it didn't help him that Malfoy had delighted in his stutter while Professor Snape had become increasingly agitated before finally asking Blaise the proper answer. Harry almost flushed with embarrassment just thinking about it. That won't happen in class. House pride, remember. Even if Snape doesn't like you, he wouldn't embarrass you in front of the Gryffindors. Teddy had shown himself to have a happy-go-lucky attitude that was coupled with a fierce protective streak. I think I'm the exception, Teddy. Remember yesterday? Harry cringed, remembering the way Professor Snape had stormed up to him outside the Great Hall, demanding to know why he hadn't presented himself for his medical examination. Harry was waiting for the bruises to lose their color before he went, but then he noticed that the bruising around his ribs was probably because they were fractured again, which the nurse would probably find. He couldn't think of a reason they might have gone untreated, and he could hardly tell her that the reason he didn't notice them for 2 weeks was because he was too used to that kind of pain. He was just concerned. He looks after his snakes, and you're making his job hard. Why are you avoiding going to the infirmary anyway? Everyone has to go, and if you don't, Snape will just drag you there, and that'll be as embarrassing and as uncomfortable as he can make it. Are you scared of the nurse or something? Teddy was genuinely concerned, Harry could tell. He wished he could just tell Teddy why he didn't want to go, but he knew that if he did tell, Teddy would want him to tell Professor Snape or McGonagall. Teddy had asked Harry why he liked the strict head of Gryffindor earlier in the week, and seemed satisfied with Harry's answer. At least, satisfied enough that he realized Harry would rather go to her than Professor Snape with his problems. As the boy hero scared of a nurse. How pathetic. Malfoy's mocking tone sounded from across the table, where he was sitting with his fan club. At least 4 girls and 3 boys in their first year sat with him at all times. Harry and Teddy were disgusted by it. Harry really couldn't see the attraction. Considering, Mr. Malfoy, that you almost had to be dragged to your own medical, I would not be making unproven accusations of fear. Harry jerked at the sound of Professor Snape's voice behind him. I'm not scared, sir. I just don't usually go to the doctor when I'm not sick. Harry decided to protect his pride, but he was well aware that he had good reason to be cautious of going to the nurse's office. He really didn't want anyone to find out about Uncle Vernon. Perhaps not, Mr. Potter, but you have still ignored my request that you receive a medical examination. It does not matter whether you thought it useless or not, you will still act on my request. As both you and I have class right now, I will be escorting you to your meeting immediately after your potions lesson. Professor Snape seemed even less happy with Harry than usual, and Harry almost cringed at the thought that he now had Professor Snape as a teacher. Yes, sir. Harry has a meeting with Professor McGonagall this afternoon, sir. Harry wondered how Teddy had got into Slytherin. He was far better suited to Hufflepuff. Mr. Potter will still have time to attend the meeting after he goes to the infirmary. I will make his excuses to Professor McGonagall if he is late. With that, Professor Snape stalked away, snapping at some Ravenclaws who didn't move out of the way quickly enough. I wonder what's eating him this morning. Teddy seemed a little off-put by the professor's attitude. He's actually in a bad mood. Usually he's not really in such a bad mood. He just snaps because he doesn't want anyone to think he actually likes us. I suppose he might be in a bad mood because he has to teach Gryffindors. Teddy shrugged and stood up from his bench. Come on, Harry, or we'll be late. Harry knew that Teddy probably didn't know for sure about Professor Snape's mood, but he had to ask. How do you know that he's in a worse mood than usual? He seems the same as every other day. At least to everyone else, that is. I'm not surprised he's angry at me today, all things considering. Harry glanced over and saw Teddy tense at the question Harry was asking. I'm just really good at guessing people's emotions. Mother asked Dumbledore about it a few years ago, and he told me that I have to learn occlumency to help block it out. Professor Snape's meant to be helping me this year. Teddy was being careful about what he said, Harry could tell. What's occlumency? Harry asked, curious. It's the art of protecting your mind against unwanted outside intrusion. At least that's how Professor Snape describes it. Teddy had a lilt to his voice as he imitated their head of house's aristocratic tone. It does help, but it's really difficult being in school. Because there's so many people and kids aren't really very good at controlling their emotions. That's why I had to have my check-up straight away. I needed more headache remedies. Teddy shrugged as if this was a fact of life. That's kind of cool. But how can people intrude on your mind? Harry looked over at Teddy as they followed some Gryffindors downstairs into the dungeons. Harry realized that it was Hermione, Ron and Neville, who he hadn't seen since their sorting. I'm not allowed to know until I'm old enough to use it responsibly. Teddy actually looked like he wasn't that interested. That beeps. Hey, I think those Gryffindors are lost. Should we show them the way? Harry pointed to the Gryffindors. Yeah, I suppose. Teddy hadn't been enthusiastic about Harry's stories of spending time with the Gryffindors on the train. Oi, lions, potions classroom is this way. Teddy beckoned toward the corridor leading to the dungeon classroom. Hi Harry, how's your first week been? Hermione looked happy to see him and Harry thought that perhaps she had been a little marginalized by her house. She was too smart to fit in easily with the reckless, thoughtless Gryffindors. Great, how's yours been? Harry noticed that Ron was sending glares at Harry and Teddy's Slytherin crests. Well, the classes have been so interesting. I loved Transfiguration and Charms. History was so interesting, and defense seems to be a lot of theory. Neville liked herbology. Here Hermione looked over at Neville, prompting him to join the conversation. Yeah, Professor Sprout's really nice. And I've always liked plants. Neville was confident enough around Harry that he only talked to the floor instead of stuttering his way through the sentence. We liked herbology. I think defense was a joke though. Teddy offered an olive branch to the Gryffindors in the form of conversation. Defense is the best subject we've got. Just because it's not taught by your precious head of house, or another Slytherin. Ron jumped to the defense of Professor Quirrell, bristling with anger. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that he's not even teaching us first-year materials. It's just random things that he supposedly learnt on his travels. Teddy was insulted by Ron's accusation and his insult to Slytherins. And as for only liking Slytherin teachers, I happen to think McGonagall is quite a good teacher, and she certainly isn't a Slytherin, now is she? Teddy swept angrily past the Gryffindors and entered the potions classroom as Professor Snape opened the door. Nice, Ron, Hermione snapped, as she followed Teddy into the classroom. Thanks, Ron. I spent all week trying to convince him Gryffindors were a good sort. Now he'll write you all off like everyone else in Slytherin. Harry allowed himself to feel angry at Ron's petty hate of everything Slytherin. That's just fine with me. I don't want to be friends with sneaky snakes anyway. Everyone knows that snakes will just stab you in the back. Ron growled at Harry. Yeah, because at 11, one stupid hat can really tell you who you're going to be in 7 years. Harry couldn't believe Ron's stupidity. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, if you would please get a move on. Unless you are so arrogant that you wish the whole class to wait for you. Harry flinched at the venom in Professor Snape's voice. No sir. Sorry sir. Harry had learnt that apologizing usually calmed angry adults down and he didn't want Professor Snape too angry. He slipped past Professor Snape and sat down next to Teddy in the second row back. Professor Snape followed them in and shut the door. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, Professor Snape began. His voice was soft, but everyone quieted down to hear him. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Asterisk. Professor Snape finished with a sneer, locking his eyes on Harry, then on the Gryffindors. Harry was yet to find out why Professor Snape hated him, but he was sure that being lumped in with the Gryffindors was evidence that he did indeed hate him with a passion. Teddy stiffened next to Harry, making Harry sympathetic. If Harry was having trouble with the tense atmosphere, then Teddy was probably dying. Professor Snape began to read out the roll, checking off names as they answered. He paused at Harry's name. Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. He spoke softly and slowly, enunciating every word. Here, sir. Harry gave the most neutral response he could manage while trying not to be upset by Professor Snape's vendetta. He'd certainly not asked to be a celebrity. In fact, judging from the ugly look on Dudley's face, he'd love it if the professor would ignore it completely. Malfoy's snickers in the row behind him added to his rising resentment. The most annoying thing was that Harry actually thought he'd be good at potions. All his cooking for the Dursleys could easily lend itself to a good grasp of potions, and would suit as an excuse for being better than Dudley. Now it looked as if Professor Snape was going to make this class far too difficult to be enjoyable. Harry tuned into Professor Snape's instructions as he finished reading the roll. Potter, said Professor Snape, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? His eyes glinted as he asked Harry this. Harry froze, panicked. Even if he'd looked forward to potions, they hadn't been able to find a second-hand book, so he hadn't had a chance to read ahead in potions like Professor Snape had obviously expected them to. I don't know, sir. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow, obviously skeptical. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? Asterisk. Harry ducked his head and stared at the desk in shame. Hermione was straining her hand toward the ceiling with her eagerness to give the answer. I don't know, sir. Did you even crack a book before you entered this room, boy? Harry barely resisted sinking down in his chair. Last try. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? Asterisk. At this Harry looked pleading at the professor. He merely raised the same eyebrow, as before. Well, Potter. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't know. Harry felt the Slytherins around him tense. It was common knowledge that Professor Snape's snakes had a reputation to live up to, and Harry had just blown that out of the water. Professor Snape's lips curled into a snarl. For your information, Potter, Asphodel and Wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which goes by the name of aconite. These are 3 facts that you will encounter during this year. That is, of course, if you care to open a book at all. Harry literally flinched at the snarled comment. Snape turned to the board and began to instruct them in the potion they were making today. Harry, where's your book? Snape'll kill you if you don't have it out now. Teddy whispered to Harry, keeping an eye on Snape. There wasn't any at the second-hand bookstore. I was going to ask Professor Snape for one during class. Teddy stared at him in open amazement. You came to class without a book. Are you insane? You could have just asked him earlier this week. Teddy had taken his eye off of Snape, and when his head snapped up toward the suddenly quiet teacher, Harry could barely contain his feeling of dread. Mr. Potter and Mr. Knott, are you aware that this is a class, not a common room? If you two have gossip to share, then save it until after class is over. A point from Slytherin for talking out of turn. Harry dropped his head to the desk with a quiet thud. He was well and truly done for now. Snape never took points from Slytherin. All the upper years said so. And Mr. Potter, where is your book? Snape's voice had gone even quieter, and Harry could guess by Teddy's fearful expression that the quieter Snape's voice got, the angrier he was. I don't have one, sir. I was going to ask you for one during class. Harry resisted the urge to address the desk, remembering that Snape had lectured them on eye contact being a sign of respect, and to always give it to teachers. He had already disobeyed that once this lesson. Detention, Mr. Potter. Next time you are without supplies, direct your concerns to either me, as your head of house, or a prefect before the relevant class. Snape accentuated his title with a raised voice, and almost the entire class shrank back. Even Malfoy was blissfully silent, waiting with bated breath to see just how angry Potter could make his godfather. Yes, sir. Even in the silence, Harry's reply was almost inaudible. The rest of you, get to work. If you do not know how to chop ingredients, find a partner who does. Snape swept over to a cabinet behind his desk, and after bending to retrieve something, stalked over to Harry. He deposited a battered copy of the first-year potions text on Harry's desk with a bang. Tell me, Mr. Potter, why does your cousin, who lives at the same residence as you, have a brand new book, while you do not have a copy? Harry shot his eyes upwards, staring straight into Snape's eyes for the first time. The black eyes bore into his, making him squirm. Or perhaps it was the thought of Snape of all people finding out about the Dursleys. The man had enough ammunition to make his life miserable for quite a while for just being his head of house, let alone knowing that he was abused. Being Harry, he didn't miss the slight widening of Snape's eyes, but he was too caught up in his fear of Snape to do more than acknowledge it. My aunt and uncle didn't realize that Dudley and I wouldn't be in the same house, Professor. They thought that we would be able to share. Harry quickly made up a lie, experienced in covering up the Dursleys' unusual, abusive behavior. Does that mean, Mr. Potter, Mr. Knott, get on with your potion, Potter will help you in a moment? Harry caught the exasperation in Snape's tone, and decided that Teddy's more Hufflepuff tendencies could probably get annoying to their overly Slytherin teacher. That you do not have a book for any of your classes. Snape finished his sentence where he had left off, and Harry missed his chance to answer promptly while he was sorting out what had been said. Mr. Potter, I am not a patient man, and you are wearing on my last nerve. The growl from his professor set him straight. The potions book was too expensive to buy too, sir, and Aunt Petunia remembered that my mum had said that she always had a partner in potions. They thought we could share. Harry was glad that he'd suppressed the hurt in his voice at having to talk about his mother, but he knew from Snape's visit to Surrey that mentions of Lily Potter tended to throw him off track. As you have already said, Mr. Potter, repeating yourself conveys a lack of conviction. Either believe what you are saying or do not say it. In other words, do not lie to me. Harry flinched back when Snape brought his hands down on the desk in front of him and leaned in. We will finish this conversation another time. Until then, help Mr. Knott with his potion. As quickly as he had walked up he was away, prowling around the classroom, watching for mistakes. You were really in for it, Harry. You just can't help getting on his nerves, can you? Teddy seemed to be half joking and half warning, and Harry managed a weak grin in response. Yeah, because that's my goal for this year. See how long it takes Snape to break down and kill me. If this lesson's anything to go by, I'm not going to see my second week at Hogwarts. Teddy snorted, then turned serious. Harry, I know Snape's a bit harsh to you. Here he paused as Harry snorted. But he's a good bloke and Merlin help you if you hurt one of his snakes. And as much as he doesn't seem too fond of the idea of you being a snake, he can't change that and he will honor that. And if he's really scaring you, go to McGonagall. Rumor has it that she's the only one apart from Dumbledore that will stand up to Snape about anything, and she likes you. Harry was stunned, knowing that for a Slytherin like Teddy, to suggest going to the head of Gryffindor for anything was a big deal. Does he hate me that much? Harry glanced around to where he had seen Snape before and realized that the professor had moved on. If I have to tell either one of you to concentrate on class instead of chatter again, both of you will regret it. Am I clear? This time when Harry flinched, he almost knocked into Teddy. Professor Snape had appeared at his side and reached around him to doctor their potion while he had been otherwise occupied. Yes, sir. The boys answered in chorus, and sharing a look, decided to get down to work. Class didn't exactly pass quietly, but Harry was lucky to not need to go to infirmary when Neville destroyed his potion. Neville himself looked like he might faint when Snape had hissed his order. Teddy seemed to be concerned more for the professor than Neville, but their potion was too important to stuff up for them to worry about Neville for more than a few minutes. When Harry Potter came to Hogwarts, he didn't expect the teachers to care about how many injuries he'd received in his life, or how much he weighed. He certainly didn't expect his teachers to notice how ratty he looked, or how much he wanted to have new things like the other students. He almost certainly didn't expect to be able to ask questions about his parents, when the Dursleys had been so against questions of any sort. Potter, stay behind. Harry nodded at Snape as the bell rang. He'd been so focused on the potion that Teddy and he were making, he hadn't even noticed the time going by. Mr. Knott, please stop displaying your Gryffindor tendencies and believe that Mr. Potter will be completely safe in my hands. Unless you think he isn't. Teddy grinned sheepishly as Professor Snape commented on his reluctance to leave Harry alone. I believe you'll find their Hufflepuff tendencies, sir. But please don't tell my mum I said that. With that last cheeky comment, Teddy darted out into the corridor, waving a goodbye at Harry. Mr. Potter, I believe I promised you an end to our previous conversation. Now, without lying, this warning, he growled, showing his impatience. Tell me why all your possessions are secondhand while your cousin has brand new possessions. Considering I know that the Potters left you a large inheritance and the headmaster has been providing the Dursleys with a stipend for your care, I know money was not the issue. Harry made the stupid mistake of meeting Snape's eyes in surprise when he heard this. Harry cut himself off before he finished that sentence. He had money. That was news to him. You weren't aware of this, Mr. Potter. Snape seemed to be looking even more closely at Harry. This has been happening ever since you were placed with the Dursleys. In fact, you should not want for anything until you are out of school, even just living off of your parents' money. No, sir, I didn't know. I don't know why they said they didn't have the money. Harry could feel a pressure building up inside him, much like the one that always happened before he did accidental magic. The Dursleys had always told him that he was too much trouble, and that he cost too much, and yet they'd been receiving money for his care since he was placed with them. That meant, no, Harry wasn't going to think about that. Not in front of Snape. Obviously, Mr. Potter, they have decided to use the money for their own gain rather than for your comfort as it was intended. As your head of house, I can inquire at Gringotts about your finances on your behalf, if you would like me to." Harry heard the careful, quiet tone that Professor Snape was using and realized that it was his way of being kind. "Thank you, Professor. I would appreciate that." Harry had resumed his habit of looking at his feet, waiting for Snape to go back to the angry frame of mind he'd held for the last week. "As for your conversation with Mr. Nott during class, I don't hate any Slytherin with one exception, which I will not mention here. There are some I don't particularly like, however, at the moment, you hardly feature on that list. Rest assured that Mr. Nott is correct. There are very few people stupid enough to mess with any of my Slytherins. And I meant what I said at the opening speech. I want my house to be as close as any family. Which means that if you're hiding something, I need to know about it." Snape said this while leaning back onto his desk, and regarding Harry with a serious eye. "Why do you not want to submit to a medical exam, Mr. Potter?" Harry knew that it was a tactic, declaring his intent to protect him so that he relaxed, but Harry was somewhat glad of the reminder that Snape wasn't just scary to him. A lot of other people had reason to fear his head of house. That wouldn't stop him from lying though. Snape was scary but Uncle Vernon was scarier. "I was playing around at the end of the holidays and I hurt my ribs. I didn't want Uncle Vernon to know that I'd been at the park because I was grounded and I knew that you'd have to tell him if I was injured." "Sir." Harry hoped that this was conveyed with more belief than his last lie to Snape. At the sight of Snape's eyebrow rising, Harry tried not to show any outward signs of guilt. It wasn't like he liked lying to people, but he had to. A teacher getting involved with the Dursleys usually ended with Harry getting really well acquainted with his cupboard. He didn't want to go back to that. "Mr. Potter." Snape started to growl, then seemed to think about what he was going to say. He continued much more calmly, "Since you insist on lying to me, perhaps I will make you a deal. My mouthwash is famous among those Slytherins who chose to swear in my presence. It is quite an effective deterrent. So every time I find you lying to me, or another teacher, you will have your mouth washed for 1 minute, same as if you'd sworn. Now, for the last time, why do you not want to see the nurse?" Harry swallowed nervously. He had indeed heard the stories of Snape's mouthwash, especially from Prefect Flint. He had no desire to find out what the fuss was all about. So he wasn't allowed to lie, he'd just not answer. He lifted his head and looked just below Snape's eyes. He didn't want to tell Snape what really happened and he couldn't lie, so he couldn't say anything. "Very well, Mr. Potter." Snape seemed to concede after a few moments. "You owe me a check-up with Madame Pomfrey. Grab your things and come with me." He swept over to the door and held it open while Harry grabbed his book bag and quickly darted past him. He started as he felt Snape's hand clamp down on his shoulder. Obviously Snape expected, correctly, that Harry would be looking for a chance to run. He felt himself be propelled forward and couldn't resist the urge to hang his head in shame. He just hoped that Snape didn't stay during the exam because then he could lie to the nurse without repercussions. They moved through the school quickly, but not fast enough that Dudley didn't notice his predicament. "Ha, already in trouble are you, Scarhead? Wonder if you'll get expelled." Dudley's delighted tone made Harry clench his fists, ashamed that Dudley would start something in front of the strict potions professor. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Dursley. Move along if you don't want to make it more. Snape barely let them pause while he reprimanded the obese boy. "You seem to have such loving family, Mr. Potter." Snape sneered quietly behind him. "Why exactly are you protecting them?" Harry stopped and spun around, shaking off the professor's hand. "I'm not protecting them, sir. I fell off the monkey bars, and hurt my ribs. Dudley and I have never got along, probably because he's an idiot and I'm a nerd. I'm not lying." Harry said all this with his head up and staring straight ahead, even if that meant his gaze was only level with Snape's chest. "You owe me a minute for that lie, Mr. Potter." Professor Snape grabbed his shoulder and turned him around, pushing him to make him continue towards the hospital wing. "Perhaps I spoke too soon. It just seems suspicious when 2 children turn up to the same school from the same house, looking as if they belong to dramatically different social demographics." Harry screwed up his face, attempting to decipher the words he hadn't heard before. "You look poor, Potter, while your cousin looks rich." Harry acknowledged the explanation of the terms by nodding his head. Sir, no offense, but what does it matter? As long as I have the books I need and clothes to wear, does it matter what they look like? Harry knew this was a bold statement towards a person who had just declared himself interested in Harry's welfare, but he couldn't find it in him to care. Do you like being the laughing stock of your year, Mr. Potter? Harry deflated at the mention of the mockery that had been making its way toward him since the other Slytherins had discovered the state of his possessions. Do you enjoy Draco Malfoy lording it over you because you don't have good clothes or good supplies? You can't possibly wish to spend the next 8 months defending your lack of well-made possessions. Snape seemed genuinely interested in Harry's answer. It wouldn't be that different from usual, Harry muttered under his breath as they entered the hospital wing. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but my hearing can't be as good as it used to be. Harry knew that was a lie, since Snape could hear an insult from across the common room. Repeat what you said, clearer and louder this time. Snape pulled him to a stop and turned him around, his eyes glimmering. Mr. Potter, at last, I assume. Saved by the bell, Harry looked up to see a matronly-looking woman walking toward him. Snape's eyes snapped up to her and he curled his lip in obvious displeasure at being interrupted. Yes, Poppy, see that he gets a full checkup please. And I want a copy of your results. Mr. Potter, I will leave you in Madame Pomfrey's very capable hands. Report to my office at 7 for your detention. Don't be late. He left the infirmary quickly, leading Harry to recall the saying, like a bat out of hell. All right, Mr. Potter, up on the bed with you. Since you're muggle-raised, you're probably used to a lot more fuss than a wizarding examination. She paused while he hopped up onto the hospital bed. All you have to do is sit still while I scan you with my wand, then I will transfer your medical history to this parchment. Here she pointed to the pieces of parchment sitting on a stand next to the bed. How can it tell my whole medical history? Wouldn't it just tell you what's wrong with me at the moment? Harry was about to decide that maybe deceiving the nurse wasn't going to be so easy after all. Your body remembers every injury that it receives but not what caused the injury. Therefore, when I use this spell it records the history and from that I can guess the reason. As she spoke she waved her wand over Harry. She tapped her wand onto the top of the parchment stack. It began to fill rapidly and Harry realized that she was probably going to need more parchment. Sure enough, a small chime sounded and Madame Pomfrey frowned. She used her wand to summon more parchment and added it to the top of the pile. It automatically began filling up with writing. While we wait for that to fill up, we'll weigh and measure you. Hop onto the scale please, Harry. Harry jumped off the bed and walked over to the scale. After he'd stepped onto the scale, Madame Pomfrey reached above his head and pulled a flat disc down to touch the top of his head. 4 feet, 2 inches and 28 kilograms. You're small for your age, Mr. Potter. I think I'm going to ask Professor Snape for a nutrient potion for you that I want you to take every day until I tell you not to, okay? Madame Pomfrey said this in a way that made Harry think about what she was saying, not take offense at the comment about his height, which had always been an issue. What will it do? Harry couldn't stop himself from being curious. Even if potions class was going to be a misery for the rest of the year, he still wanted to learn all he could. Hopefully it'll put some weight on you and it might assist when you get your next growth spurt. You should catch up to other boys your age. The nurse bustled over to the stack of parchment and while Harry watched, duplicated the stack. She read the first sheet, and then glanced up at Harry in shock. Mr. Potter, do you realize that have a fractured rib? Harry opened his mouth to lie when Snape walked back through the infirmary door. I fell over, ma'am. Harry decided that it wasn't really a lie because he had fallen over, it was just that he fell over after Uncle Vernon had knocked him down. Well, we'll have to do something about that. Severus, Mr. Potter is going to have to miss his detention. I need him to take it easy if I dose him with Skelegro, which is what this rib needs. While she talked, Madame Pomfrey was already moving over to a supply cupboard by the window. Of course, Poppy, I didn't expect Mr. Potter to serve his detention scrubbing cauldrons anyway. I need to talk to him without distractions, therefore that will be his detention. Snape said all this while staring at Harry. Harry suddenly realized that that glimmer in Snape's eyes was the same one he'd had when Harry had lied to him. Snape was pissed, and furthermore, he knew Harry had been hiding an injury. Harry decided to indulge his more juvenile side and flopped backwards onto the nearest bed and closed his eyes. He couldn't resist hissing as his rib twinged, but it was worth it. "Mr. Potter, aren't you in pain?" Madame Pomfrey's voice cut across the infirmary, and Harry thought about sitting back up to answer her. However, he could still feel Snape's anger, even from across the room, so he decided against that. "No ma'am, I've had worse." Harry told himself he wasn't giving up. He was just making his own life easier by appeasing his head of house. "As I can see, Mr. Potter." When Snape's voice sounded from next to Harry's head, Harry snapped his eyes open as he shot upward with a startled yelp. "Stop doing that." In his fear, Harry forgot himself for the first time in years and cried out. "Mr. Potter, I realize that you are surprised, but I will have respect for teachers in this infirmary. Now, drink this, and then you're free to go." Harry almost laughed at how fast Madame Pomfrey got back to business, but he was too busy glaring at Snape to care. So much so, that he wasn't expecting the foul taste of the potion, and he almost spat it out. Only Snape's hand shooting out and covering his mouth stopped him from spitting the dreadful thing out. "Swallow, Mr. Potter. The sooner you do, the sooner you can get the taste out of your mouth." Snape sounded almost bored with Harry's distress. "And as for your previous comment, what exactly would you like me to stop?" Here he raised an eyebrow, giving Harry the impression that he wasn't going to change what he did even if Harry did offer an answer. "You keep sneaking up on me. Seriously, sir, no offense, but you need a cat bell or something." Harry didn't look at Snape as he delivered this line, but he heard Madame Pomfrey snort from where she was standing off to the side. He looked up and offered her a small smile. "Perhaps, Mr. Potter, I will take that into account." Harry whipped his head around to meet Snape's eyes and noticed that his eyes were glinting. Could that mean that when Snape's eyes glinted, he was laughing inside? "Well, good." Harry replied cautiously, just in case he'd misjudged Snape's reaction. "If we are done here, Mr. Potter, then you should perhaps head to your meeting with Professor McGonagall. She will provide you with some lunch as well. You're too skinny to miss meals. Now get going. I need to talk to Madame Pomfrey. And take it easy." Harry didn't wait for Snape or Pomfrey to change their minds. He darted out of the infirmary. He had been looking forward to this meeting all week, and now he was finally free of Snape. Harry was happy to sit down with Professor McGonagall after the up-down morning he'd had. He had managed to make the meeting on time, even if he was just a little out of breath. "You didn't have to run, Mr. Potter. Professor Snape came to see me to tell me that you had a meeting with Madame Pomfrey. Is everything all right?" Professor McGonagall seemed openly concerned, and Harry almost breathed a sigh of relief. Professor McGonagall was too much a Gryffindor to be subtle, which meant it was easy for Harry to talk to her. He didn't feel like he had to be on guard like he did with Snape. "Yes, ma'am. Professor Snape wanted all the first years to have a checkup, and I forgot, so I had to be reminded this morning." Harry lied easily, forgetting that McGonagall had also gone to his house. "And yesterday morning? I know Professor Snape talked to you then as well." Harry wondered if McGonagall had learnt that raised eyebrow from Snape, or if that was where Snape had learnt it. He resisted the urge to blush. "I don't like going to the nurse for no reason, ma'am. It seems like a waste of time and money. All the same, Mr. Potter, it is a good practice for a head of house to enforce. Slytherin especially tends to attract children who have unhappy childhoods, and Professor Snape caters to those students whom this affects. I'm sure you learned from experience that the sooner he knows about problems at home, the sooner he can do something about it." Professor McGonagall tapped her wand on a plate on the desk in front of her, and sandwiches appeared. Harry had learned not to startle at food magically appearing, but he still couldn't get over his amazement. "Eat, Harry. You are far too skinny compared to your cousin." "I think I'm just naturally skinny, Professor. I've always been skinnier than Dudley," Harry said while reaching for a sandwich. "You weren't a skinny baby though." McGonagall tapped her tea set with her wand to bring it to a boil. "Would you like some tea, Harry?" "Yes, please. You knew me as a baby." "Oh yes. Your mother and I were good friends after she left school. In fact, I was there when you walked for the first time. James was so proud of you, he loved you to pieces. Your mother adored you." Every other sentence was Harry this, Harry that. It was quite endearing. Harry was content to sit back and listen to McGonagall paint a perfect picture of his life as a young child, dismissing any dark thoughts before they occurred. When Professor Snape had both the Dursley brat and the Potter menace in his class, he expected them to act as brothers. Instead, he noticed the differences: one fat, one dangerously thin, one large for his age, one small for his age, one having at least looked at his books, one not even bothering, one loud and arrogant, one shy and quiet. Professor Snape didn't want to see the similarities between another child and a Potter, but he did. And this time, it was Potter being ridiculed, looking scrawny and neglected. Severus watched Potter talk with his friends over breakfast and wondered if he was due for an eye check. It wasn't possible that Potter, who hadn't eaten dinner last night, was not going to eat any of the food he had placed on his plate this morning. Damn it, he was. The boy was already too skinny. His lack of appetite was making Severus worry. Severus didn't want to worry over a boy who was quite likely going to be more trouble than he was worth. Yet, Severus couldn't help but think about his revelations during the feast and what he had observed in the week since. He had been angry to hear about the prank pulled in the first-year dorm on the first night, immediately believing that it had been Potter pulling the prank. To find out that it had been his godson, and Potter had been the victim of the prank, was disturbing. He didn't want to feel pity for the boy, and he especially didn't want to be reminded of his own first night at Hogwarts, as the poor little half-blood in a room full of rich pure bloods. And yet, when he'd confronted Potter about it, he had been insistent that he didn't know who had perpetrated the prank, as if he was afraid of telling the truth. To top off an interesting conversation, Theodore Nott had managed to remind him of his duty as a head of house by making that glib comment about Potter's weight. Not that he was attempting to shirk his duty, he just didn't want to spend more time on Potter than he would any other student. And then there were the reports from his teachers. Minerva had reported that he had showed interest in the subject, but when quizzed on the content, had appeared to have been sleeping through the entire lesson. He had yet to achieve his first transfiguration, though Phileas had mentioned that when goaded by Draco, Harry had displayed Lily's aptitude for charms. Quirinus hadn't noticed anything extraordinary about the boy, though it had taken Severus about 5 minutes to get past the stutter and get that out of him. Pomona had said that Potter rivaled some of her third years in proficiency in the garden, and only Longbottom was going to be of the same level. How did a boy with parents who found intelligence natural, for even though it hurt to admit it, Severus knew James Potter had been smart, end up being unremarkable in all his classes? He should have been the first to conquer the levitation charm rather than the second, considering Draco had had trouble with the beginning charms exercises Severus had shown him. And as for history, well, it was obvious that Potter knew the content, once you got past his nervousness and embarrassment. Wednesday night had been the night when Severus had stopped thinking of Potter as arrogant and attention-seeking. Standing in front of his head of house and his peers, the safest audience for public speaking at Hogwarts, Harry had stuttered and mumbled his way through his notes, becoming more frustrated by the minute until Severus had decided to put him out of his misery. It wasn't until the next day, when he had begun marking the Ravenclaw first year's work, that he realized Potter had probably been having trouble reading what he had written. In a group of either pure-blood or wizard-raised children, he was going to be the only child among the Slytherin first years that had trouble adjusting to writing with a quill. Yet another thing Severus had to talk to him about. The other issue that Severus needed to bring up with the boy at his meeting, which was set for next Friday, was the appalling state of all his possessions. His robes were obviously secondhand and definitely did not earn the title well-loved. The boy was hiding something, Severus could tell. He just didn't know what it was that he was hiding, and whether it was as bad as Severus expected. "Severus, have you reminded Harry Potter about his meeting with me yet?" Poppy spoke from Severus' right, and he stiffened. Potter hadn't gone to his bloody meeting with the nurse. Why did that boy insist on making life difficult? "Yes, Poppy. I reminded him after breakfast yesterday. Since he has obviously ignored me, I will see to it that he makes his way to the infirmary after class today. I will be able to take him straight from class." Receiving an acknowledging nod, he stood and walked around the head table to the Slytherin side of the Great Hall. He walked slowly down the aisle, giving the other Slytherins a chance to call on him if he was needed, and giving the first years a chance to notice his approach. He watched as Nott and Potter talked quietly, and approached just in time to hear Draco taunt Potter. "Is the boy hero scared of a nurse? How pathetic." Severus didn't have to guess what they were talking about. He had heard that Draco had decided to torment Potter from their class teachers, and he knew that he needed to nip that in the bud immediately. Considering, Mr. Malfoy, that you almost had to be dragged to your own medical, I would not be making unproven accusations of fear. Severus watched Potter closely, knowing that his habit of walking up behind him often made the boy jump. He assumed this time that he'd given the boy plenty of time to spot him, but apparently not. Potter had jerked when he'd made his presence known in a way that was reminiscent of him being unable to flinch in any direction. Potter's indignant comment that he was not scared made Severus wonder. Had the boy been to the doctor lately? If he had seen a doctor and there were suspicious findings, certainly they would have been reported. He decided to start there, but in the meantime, perhaps not, Mr. Potter, but you have still ignored my request that you receive a medical examination. No matter whether you thought it useless or not, you will still act on my requests. As both you and I have class right now, I will be escorting you to your meeting immediately after your potions lesson. Severus disliked having to order Potter to the infirmary. If he was going to find out what was really going on with the boy, playing the bad guy would only hinder the information. Really, if the boy wasn't so jumpy, he'd just come out and ask if he was abused. It wasn't like he didn't show all the classical signs. Severus was prepared to leave after getting an affirmative answer from Potter until not piped up. It seemed that Minerva had followed Severus' suggestion and decided to take Potter under her wing. Mr. Potter will still have time to attend the meeting, but only because Minerva would kill him if he didn't. After he goes to the infirmary, I will make his excuses to Professor McGonagall if he is late. Just to top off an already annoying day, he now had to talk to the Queen of Lions. It wouldn't hurt to inform her of his suspicions, but he wanted to be sure there was something to say before he mentioned it to his colleagues. He turned and headed off towards the dungeon, intent on preparing his classroom for the lesson. He would worry about Potter after the lesson with the notoriously difficult Gryffindors. As he walked out of the hall, he spotted Dudley Dursley out of the corner of his eye. The brat was holding court with all the Gryffindor boys except Longbottom around him, and he appeared to exclaiming over a gift that he had received in the mail. Severus glanced back at his table, trying to see if Potter had also received a present. There was no owl making its way to Harry Potter. In fact, Potter hadn't received a single owl all week. Perhaps the Dursley boy had merely forgotten something. Severus shook his head, reminding himself he had a class to focus on. It wouldn't do to wonder about this now. Then he saw both boys across the entrance hall from each other. Dursley was wearing what appeared to be Madame Malkin's finest, while Potter had been wearing clothes that were close to rags all week. How could he have not noticed this earlier? Ah, Severus, I was wondering if I could ask you to come up for tea this afternoon. Dumbledore appeared behind him and he scowled. He knew that Dumbledore wanted to talk to him about Potter, and he didn't want to go to Dumbledore with no information. There was something going on in the Dursley household, he just didn't know whether it was sinister or merely just favoritism. Of course, Headmaster, I have to see to Mr. Potter's meeting with Madame Pomfrey, then I will be free to meet with you. Around 3 o'clock, Severus looked at Dumbledore and noticed that he too was watching the two boys from the Dursley residence as they moved toward the dungeons. 3 o'clock will be fine, Severus my boy. Until then, Dumbledore left, eyes duller than normal. Severus was sorry to say that he almost missed the twinkle that had been present up until Harry Potter had entered the school so scrawny and neglected. He headed toward a secret passage he knew would take him to his classroom before any of the students arrived, cursing the Potter boy again. The last time Dumbledore's twinkle had disappeared had been when he'd told Severus of Lily's death, and it brought back unwelcome memories. Not to mention that he'd most likely be spending the next 7 years looking at those emerald green eyes and remembering what could have been. He took 5 minutes organizing the classroom and with a last look around, opened the door. He was surprised to have not entered his classroom in what looked like his first bad mood, and when the bushy-haired Gryffindor girl also snapped at her companions he realized that the Weasley boy, for who else could he be, with that red hair, had obviously insulted Slytherins. As the other students filed into the classroom he listened to Potter berate Weasley for destroying what little goodwill he'd attempted to build. He had noticed Potter's anti-Gryffindor campaign, but had not expected it to have much success. He tensed as Weasley threw generalized insults back at Potter, then almost stiffened with shock when Potter made his point about the hat. While Severus agreed, he was surprised that Potter was mature enough to understand the stupidity of sorting based on personality at 11. Even so, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, if you would please get a move on. Unless you are so arrogant that you wish the whole class to wait for you. He noticed Potter's instinctive reaction to his anger and almost retracted the statement. Potter had proven to be shy rather than arrogant, tripping over himself when he had to speak to teachers and keeping to Nott's company in the corner of the common room. Severus had watched with interest as Potter had grown smaller and smaller on the first morning when the gossiping and pointing had started. Perhaps the boy did not like being suddenly famous. He began his opening speech, unimpressed with the inattention the Gryffindors showed. He could see Potter's eyes light up, and he realized that Potter might actually have an interest in potions. It would be good to cultivate that, perhaps using it as a reason to spend time with the boy and gain his trust. He looked pointedly at Potter and the Gryffindors, trying to convey different messages to them. He knew that Potter would have to work hard, yet he could definitely achieve the results, and he also knew that he was going to have an interesting time teaching the Gryffindors. Longbottom had shown himself to be unconfident and clumsy, while the other Gryffindor boys were just plain lazy. The only girl who showed promise was the bushy-haired Granger, who Severus had been told was excelling in all her classes. Potter looked cowed, and Severus realized that with not filling Harry in on his frustrated mood, Potter wouldn't be looking for the subtle differences in his expression that he had seemed so adept at picking up on. Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. Severus couldn't resist the dig at Harry's fame and wasn't surprised to see Potter struggle to contain his upset over the title. He was unimpressed to hear Draco snigger in an undignified way, but he was surprised to see the murderous look on both Nott's and Dursley's faces. However, though Nott's was directed at him, Dursley seemed to be focusing on his cousin. Again, Severus was struck by the fact that Dursley looked to have brand new clothes while Potter's were almost decrepit. He finished the roll, taking note of each child. Since he was going to have to teach them for at least 5 years, he wanted to know what their names were quickly, without any of those embarrassing memory blanks. Since Potter looked so eager, Severus decided to grant him the quiz he gave to the most promising student in first year every year. He started with an easy question, one whose answer could be found on the first page of the textbook. Potter was sure to know this. I don't know, sir. His thoughts came to a standstill when he realized that Potter didn't know, and he raised his eyebrow in skepticism. How could someone who wanted to learn potions have not read the textbook? Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Potter's bowed head told him everything. The boy had not read the book, nor did he even want to take a guess at this question. He glared at Granger, wanting her to put her hand down as Potter once again answered in the negative. He couldn't resist the scathing comment that came next. The boy seemed to resist slumping down in his chair. Good, his Slytherins had composure, even if they were wrong. He would have to train Potter out of the habit of looking down. As it was, he didn't want to have to bother with his slouch. When Potter looked at him pleadingly after his last question, he almost lost control of his temper. The boy actually thought that he would go easy on him after he was embarrassing his whole house like this. Everyone knew Slytherins were the best at potions. He barely heard Potter's apology, but he did notice the Slytherins in the room all shrink away from Potter as if he was a leper. He curled his lips and began reciting the answers that Potter should have given. He finished with an angry remark, hoping that Potter would realize that he was furious. Perhaps it would keep the boy from angering him further this lesson. Severus refused to listen to the voice in his head that said he was being irrational, and if he hadn't picked on the boy in the first place, he wouldn't be in this situation. He hadn't even finished his instructions when he heard muffled whispers coming from Nott and Potter's table. Mr. Potter and Mr. Nott, are you aware that this is a class, not a common room? If you have gossip, save it until after class. He didn't want to do it, but he had given Potter enough chances. A point from Slytherin for talking out of turn. You could have heard a pin drop in the silence following that statement, and Severus definitely heard the thud as Potter smacked his head on the table. It was the hollowness of that sound that alerted him to the next issue. Merlin help him, the boy hadn't even bought a book to class. He was surprised that Potter met his eyes, but he knew it wouldn't last. He would have to give the brat detention. There was no way the boy would have been stupid enough to not come see him about the book before class. Detention, Mr. Potter. Next time you are without supplies, direct your concerns to me, as your head of house, or a prefect before the relevant class. He couldn't believe the boy hadn't brought this to him sooner. He wasn't surprised that the room had become even quieter. He was surprised to hear Potter answer, "Yes, sir." He sent the rest of the class to work, then went to retrieve a book for Potter. He was glad that there were a few first-year potions books in the supply cupboard, otherwise he would have had to go fetch his own from his private quarters. He dropped it in front of Potter as loudly as he could. He gazed over the room to make sure that the first years were following his instructions and saw something that made him extremely suspicious. Dudley Dursley had a potions book. In fact, he had a brand new book. So why did Potter not have any book at all? He stared straight at Potter, trying to use legitimacy as he asked him straight out. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, why does your cousin, who lives at the same residence as you, have a brand new book, while you do not have a copy?" Finally, the emerald eyes snapped up to meet his own. Instantly he was bombarded with images, the most prominent being that Potter was hiding something about the Dursleys. He probed a little harder. There, he dropped into a memory of Potter cowering on the ground while his uncle stood over him. Freak, burden, worthless, each word was accompanied by a lash of a belt. The Potter in the memory couldn't have been older than 8, perhaps younger due to his small size. Severus wrenched out of the memory, horrified. Yes, he had considered the idea that Potter, no Harry, had been abused, but he had never considered that it might have been physical. He focused back on the conversation, promising himself he would think later, just in time to hear Harry defend his treatment by the Dursleys. Keeping up the persona he had put forward all class so as not to alarm the boy, he decided to ask the obvious question. "Does that mean, Mr. Potter, damn that not boy and his sense of emotions?" He was peering between them like they were a puzzle, and the last thing that boy needed was to find out that his friend was abused. "Mr. Knott, get on with your potion. Potter will help you in a moment." Satisfied that Knott was doing as he was told, he continued to address Harry, "That you do not have a book for any of your classes." If that was the case, Severus was going to have to look into the Orphans Fund and try to provide for Harry out of that. He would fund the boy's education himself. However, given the current political climate, he would also need to be careful about how much support he gave the scrap of the boy hero. Harry did not answer, and Severus was afraid that he had realized what Severus had done. He barked at him and wasn't surprised when Harry jumped straight into an answer without planning it first. Severus knew it was a lie. Petunia had hated Lily and everything to do with Hogwarts. Why was the boy protecting them? As you have already said, Mr. Potter, repeating yourself conveys a lack of conviction. Either believe what you are saying or do not say it. In other words, do not lie to me. Severus brought his hands down on the desk on either side of the boy as he said the word "not," and leaned in to emphasize his point. Harry's fearful reaction took the remains of his temper, and he decided to leave it at that. He would get nothing out of scaring the boy. He walked off to another table and corrected and critiqued their potion. Granger and Pottle had made a flawless potion, though he was sure that was because of Granger. The rest of the Gryffindors had made dismal attempts, and he almost groaned at the thought of teaching them for 5 years. Thank God for owls. He walked slowly over to the Slytherin side of the room, assessing potential there. Does he hate me that much? Severus didn't need mind reading to know who they were talking about. He had heard it from many students over the years, and each time it hurt the same. He wasn't the person they should fear. Yes, he made them perform to perfection by intimidating them and challenging them, but they shouldn't fear him. The real monster was still out there. Severus could feel it. He would just have to make it clear to the boy that he didn't hate him. In fact, Severus could no longer describe what he felt about Harry James Potter. His rebuke and correction of their potion gained him a massive flinch from Harry, and he realized that thanks to his temper, he had a lot of work in front of him if he wanted to gain his trust. He was about to comment on Harry's fear when Longbottom's cauldron began to hiss angrily. He spun, intending to divert the splashes of potion but was too slow. He sighed, realizing that Longbottom had probably added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire. He had written "he" warning in capital letters and pointed it out before they began, but there was always one student who would miss the warning. Anyone who was splashed, go to the hospital wing. Granger, make sure they get there. He sent the most competent Gryffindor with the 2 boys who had been splashed, knowing that she would have the sense to ask for directions if she couldn't find it. He was surprised to see Dursley smiling smugly at the boy's plight. "You, Dursley, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's a detention for you as well, Mr. Dursley." After all, every good Slytherin knew to have a backup plan, and if Harry didn't talk, perhaps Dursley would. When Severus Snape made sure that Harry received his medical check, he expected scars from at least one beating. He expected the parchment stack to be thick. He didn't expect to find the boy had injuries, nor did he expect to find that Poppy hadn't seen such a bad case of neglect since he himself had been in school. "Potter, stay behind." He wasn't surprised to see Harry nod. He was surprised to see Nott glance between him and Harry before seeming to debate leaving. He made a comment comparing Nott to a Gryffindor, hoping to get rid of him without having to bodily haul him out of the room. The boy had displayed very overprotective tendencies all week around Harry, and it was about time that he was reminded that that was Severus' job, not his. He had to resist a smirk at the boy's cheeky comeback. It was surely going to be an interesting year if his first years already felt safe enough to joke around with him. However, he had to get back to the problem at hand, making Harry Potter believe that all he wanted was Harry to be happy and safe, when the only emotion the boy had ever experienced from adult men was hate and rage. "Mr. Potter, I believe I promised you an end to our previous conversation." Now, without lying, he couldn't resist growling this, as he hated lying above all else, especially when it was used to protect unworthy bastards. "Tell me why all your possessions are secondhand while your cousin has brand new possessions. Considering I know that the Potters left you a large inheritance and the headmaster has been providing the Dursleys with a stipend for your care, I know that was not the issue." He watched Harry's eyes widen in surprise and caught them as they swung up in astonishment. Behind those eyes he could feel surprise, hurt, embarrassment, anger. The anger was only faint, but perhaps if Severus played on it, Harry would forget that he was meant to be keeping the abuse a secret. Then again, the last thing he wanted to do was turn Harry bitter, and from there to the dark side. Harry stuttered an answer and he decided to explain the circumstances to the boy. What he chose to do with that information would dictate how Severus approached the subject later. "This has been happening ever since you were placed with the Dursleys. In fact, you should not want for anything until you are out of school, even just living off of your parents' money." There, flickering behind the acceptance was the anger Severus had noticed. It was quickly replaced by hurt and, if Severus was not mistaken, turmoil that in any other 11-year-old probably would have resulted in a lot of shattered glassware. Instead, Severus watched Harry visibly rein his impulse in and return his attention to his teacher. He took pity on the boy, quietening his tone and softening his body language ever so slightly. He wasn't surprised that the boy remained tense, expecting his personality to revert while he thanked Severus for his offer to check his finances. If those foul Dursleys had touched the boy's vault, he was going to make sure every sickle was repaid. He also remembered the need to reassure Harry that while he was not a nice man, and in fact would probably never be, he did not hate any of the Slytherins. "As for your conversation with Mr. Nott during class, I don't hate any Slytherin, with one exception, that I will not mention here." He didn't want the boy to know about the Dark Lord and his loyalties just yet, especially since that while he was an exceptionally mature 11-year-old, Harry was still a child who saw things in black and white. Shades of gray would just confuse him. "There are some I don't particularly like. Malfoy SNR, Phineas Nigellus Black, James Potter, Sirius Black and any of the more sadistic Death Eaters. However, at the moment, you hardly feature on that list." Rest assured that Mr. Nott is correct. There are very few people stupid enough to mess with any of my Slytherins. That idiot Fenrir was the last to try and he still twitched sometimes. Perhaps Severus had gone a little overboard on the torture, but he would not have children falling victim to a creature like that when they were under his protection. And I meant what I said at the opening speech, I want my house to be as close as any family. Which means that if you're hiding something, I need to know about it. Severus had said all this as quietly and softly as he would a lecture, and had leant back onto his desk to give the boy the illusion that he had space to think, perhaps to run if he wanted to. His wand was sitting up his sleeve, just above his hand, so if the next question startled the boy, he'd have it in an instant. Why do you not want to submit to a medical exam, Mr. Potter? He was blunt, hoping that his relaxed posture would ease the boy into answering him honestly, but unfortunately, that was not to be. Harry tensed again as his question registered. Harry looked him almost in the eye and delivered a lie that in other circumstances he might have even believed. However, given that Harry had been the only first year not to avoid their strict instructions all this week, maybe he wouldn't have believed that Harry was worried because he had supposedly broken a rule. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that the boy was not going to fall into any traps, and would most likely avoid them through sheer will. He also realized that those victims who covered for their abusers had most likely either been threatened into silence or had tried to tell before and been ignored. Frustrated with the situation, he started to growl out a rebuke before stopping and realizing that perhaps he just needed to convince Harry that lying to him was a bad idea. Since you insist on lying to me, perhaps I will make you a deal. My mouthwash is famous among those Slytherins who chose to swear in my presence. It is quite an effective deterrent. So every time I find you lying to me, or another teacher, you will have your mouth washed for 1 minute, same as if you had sworn. Now, for the last time, why do you not want to see the nurse? He watched, satisfied, as Harry swallowed nervously. He knew that Flint had been regaling the first years with tales of his punishments 2 nights ago, and his mouthwash would definitely have been mentioned by the Quidditch captain, who he'd had to reprimand for bad language quite often. He had devised a mouthwash recipe that, while foul-tasting, was not likely to poison the idiot children. It combined Marmite, chili powder and black coffee, and he'd never had a student that had resisted the taste. His mother had used a similar recipe on him, and he'd never sworn in the presence of others since. He was surprised when Harry mulishly raised his eyes and stared just below his. So the boy was quick enough to figure out that Severus couldn't punish him for not talking as long as he wasn't lying. Fine, he'd just take him straight to Poppy and let her do a medical history. It wouldn't be hard to figure out the details from that. Very well, Mr. Potter. You owe me a check-up with Madame Pomfrey. Grab your things and come with me. He held the door open and almost smirked at the comical sight of Harry scrambling for his things. As the boy darted past him, he realized that out in the hallway, Harry could very likely decide to run from his head of house. He set his hand on the boy's shoulder, just in case. As other students usually did, Harry hung his head as they walked toward the hospital wing, looking for all the world like a chastised child. It was as they were moving through the second-floor corridor that they encountered Dudley Dursley. As if he hadn't seen enough of the idiot during class. A mocking laugh from Dursley's direction drew his attention as Potter tensed. Already in trouble are you, Scarhead? Wonder if you'll get expelled. Severus drew his eyebrows together in consternation. Why on earth did that idea seem to appeal to the youngest Dursley? If his suspicions were correct and Harry was abused, then surely the Dursley boy was at least scarred by the encounters. Unless, no, it wasn't possible that the boy himself was one of the abusers. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Dursley. Move along if you don't want to make it more. No matter the family situation, no Gryffindor should be stupid enough to start attacking a Slytherin in front of their head of house. He noticed the other Gryffindor boys around Dursley seemed to decide to pull him away from the professor and his captive, knowing that he didn't really need a reason to take more points. You seem to have such a loving family, Mr. Potter. He decided to see if he could provoke a reaction from the boy. Why exactly are you protecting them? He was surprised but not angry when Harry defiantly turned around and addressed him with his head up. He had to resist a smirk at the fact that he was only tall enough to address his chest without looking up though. I'm not protecting them, sir. I fell off the monkey bars, and hurt my ribs. Dudley and I have never got along, probably because he's an idiot and I'm a nerd. I'm not lying. The boy had injuries at the moment. Damn it all, why couldn't he have just been normal and got them treated? They were close enough to the hospital wing that he would let it slide, since Poppy would probably be able to handle the injuries more calmly than he would anyway. However, Harry was obviously lying, tense and flicking his eyes everywhere but in front of him. You owe me a minute for that lie, Mr. Potter. He had made a deal, and he planned on sticking to it. He reached for Harry's shoulder again, ignoring the way Harry's eyes followed his hand until it was impossible to do so without turning his head. He used that hand to turn him around while informing Harry how unlikely his story was. He wasn't surprised to see Harry's eyes cloud in confusion at the technical words he used, but he was surprised with Harry's answer. Sir, no offense. Severus made a note that he must teach Harry not to use that phrase if his next comment was likely to offend, but what does it matter? As long as I have the books I need, which you don't, and clothes to wear, you call them clothes, boy. Does it matter what they look like? He couldn't believe that Harry would have such low self-esteem to not care that he looked like a pauper. How could the Dursleys possibly have reduced the boy to being so grateful for anything he didn't care about the state of what he did have? It seemed the only way he was going to get through to the boy was to use sharpness. Do you like being the laughing stock of your year, Mr. Potter? He wasn't proud to see the boy shrink at the sound of his harsh tone, but it needed to be said. Do you enjoy Draco Malfoy lording it over you because you don't have good clothes or good supplies? You can't possibly wish to spend the next 8 months defending your lack of well-made possession. He watched the boy intently, knowing that if he expressed no desire to avoid ridicule, then Severus would have to recommend a mind healer or Muggle psychologist. He was able to deal with most problems himself, but he had not studied mind healing and did not want Harry to suffer due to his ineptitude. He caught a mutter from Harry that sounded like, "It wouldn't be that different from usual," and he felt something in his chest constrict. How dare a family of Muggles that had no idea about this boy's destiny and past reduce the prized son of Lily and James Potter to the state where he expected mistreatment? He snapped out a reprimand of the boy's muttering and waited for him to repeat himself louder. Unfortunately, they were interrupted by Poppy approaching and introducing herself to Harry. He curled his lip in displeasure, then reminded Poppy that he wished to see a full workup and results. With a last direction to Harry, he left the infirmary abruptly. His first stop was to the kitchens, to talk to his house elf. After accepting the sandwich she had prepared for him, he asked her to keep a careful watch on how much Harry was eating and to report to him at the end of every day whether Harry had eaten a decent amount. If he hadn't, Severus was just going to have to drag him down to the kitchens for a decent meal until he gained more weight. After receiving her swift acquiescence, he left the kitchens in search of Minerva. She would need to know his suspicions about Dursley. He was distracted, however, by the buzz of an alarm in his pocket. It was one which Poppy had given all the heads, so that she would be able to alert them to an injury in their house without having to physically contact them. He turned away from the Transfiguration corridor, heading back to the infirmary. When he arrived, he noticed the large stack of parchment and the troubled expression on Poppy's face. He also heard Harry repeat the lie he'd been given earlier. When Poppy informed him that Harry would need to take it easy that afternoon, it gave him the perfect excuse to turn Harry's detention into a meeting. He pinned Harry with a glare at the mention of Skele-Gro, promising himself that he would inform Harry of the consequences of hiding injuries from him. He rolled his eyes as the boy flopped back onto the infirmary bed, hissing as he felt pain from the maneuver. The boy was obviously trying to avoid eye contact with his head of house, for all the good it would do him. "No ma'am, I've had worse." Severus, anger instantly deflated at that comment. He had walked silently across to next to Harry, and the stack of parchment was filled with cramped handwriting, each line detailing a different injury. Most recently was a fractured rib, multiple welts, and enough bruises that the boy should have been covered head to toe. His weight and height were dangerously low, putting him below the 5th percentile. "As I can see, Mr. Potter." His comment made the boy shoot upwards into sitting position, forcing a pained yelp out of him as the sharp movement pained his rib. "Stop doing that." Severus quirked an eyebrow at the blatant disrespect, before realizing that he had probably pushed the boy's reflexes a little too far to have approached him while he was lying down. When the boy glared at him while receiving the potion from Poppy, he was quick to realize that Harry wasn't going to be prepared for the taste. He shot his hand out and clamped it over the small boy's mouth before he could spit out any of the potion and addressed him in a bored tone. "Swallow, Mr. Potter. The sooner you do, the sooner you can get the taste out of your mouth." He knew that would probably be significant motivation for swallowing the potion and so moved on. "And as for your previous comment, what exactly would you like me to stop?" He raised his eyebrow, hoping that the child still had the bravery to address him frankly. The boy did reply, though he stared at his feet to do it. The comment about the cat collar brought a smirk to his lips, as it was one Minerva made quite often. Poppy's snort seemed to put the boy at ease, and Harry even managed a bit of smile. When he decided that humoring the boy would work in his benefit and said as much, he was glad to see that Harry seemed to realize he was joking. The boy was certainly quick to pick up tells of emotion, Severus would give him that. Catching Poppy's eye, he realized that she would want to talk to him about her findings, and so he let the boy go with a warning to take it easy, and a reminder to meet him in his office at 7. He hoped that letting the boy leave while conversation was relaxed would encourage the boy to believe that the meeting would go as well. "Who looks after that boy, Severus? Whoever it is needs to be arrested." Poppy was outraged, and reading down the list of injuries Harry had suffered, he wasn't surprised. Poppy was the champion of all abused children, and Harry was pitiful enough even without family problems. His relatives are the Dursleys of Surrey. Their son Dudley was sorted into Gryffindor. He seems to be overweight and very spoilt, while Potter is the picture of neglect and abuse. He sighed the last sentence, thinking back to the welcoming feast and his instant negative reaction. If only he'd looked past that to the reason for Harry's flinches, the boy might not have spent the entire week with a bruised rib that he obviously hadn't told anyone else about. "And what do you plan on doing about this? That poor boy doesn't have a single injury that I would dismiss as a usual childhood occurrence." Poppy was scanning her copy of the list, shaking her head as she scanned the sheets. Severus flipped to the bottom of the stack, intending to see when Harry's oldest injury occurred. Poppy's gasp told him that she had already read the date he'd just found. January 1, 1983. The boy had been 3 years old the first time he'd developed a suspicious bruise. He swore, cursing the day Vernon Dursley was born. "I plan, Poppy, on reporting this to Dumbledore, then paying Mr. and Mrs. Dursley a visit. But first, I have to talk to Minerva about whether Dudley Dursley shows any signs of being a victim as well. I also have to see to Potter's detention this evening." He stumbled over the boy's name, too used to calling him Harry as his head and too shocked by the ity of it to remember that he wasn't meant to show any favoritism. "If you think I'm going to begrudge you calling Mr. Potter Harry, then you can't know me very well, Severus. As for reporting it to Albus, ask him whether he checked on the boy at all during the years." This should have been obvious to anyone checking on the boy, especially with the other child being so obviously spoilt. "And tell McGonagall that if she doesn't approach the Dursley boy, then I will. He needs to be on weight loss potions and on an exercise program." Severus nodded sharply, gathering up his copy of the record and turning sharply on his heel. If he wanted to talk to Dumbledore, now would be the best time. He was almost to Dumbledore's office when he encountered the man in the corridor. "Ah, Severus, I've received an urgent message from the ministry and I have to leave for London immediately. Perhaps we can postpone our meeting." Severus scowled, and then nodded. After all, it seemed that Poppy had suspicions about Dumbledore's previous knowledge of Harry's care, and if so, he wanted to have a plan of action that didn't include Dumbledore if he didn't support removing Harry. "Very well, Headmaster. I am free next Friday. I plan on rescheduling Potter's meeting to straight after class on Friday afternoon. However, I can attend a meeting with you after that." Severus gave a neutral answer before turning away. Now all he had to do was find Minerva and he could spend the rest of the afternoon brewing potions, which would give him time to think. He was outside Minerva's door when he remembered that Harry had a meeting with her. He heard childish laughter from inside and realized that Minerva was probably busy regaling the boy with stories from his parents' school days. He turned toward the dungeon, wondering why thinking of James Potter didn't make his blood boil anymore. Perhaps it was the cautiously happy expression in Harry's eyes when he joked with him in the infirmary, or maybe seeing how young the boy looked in the oversized rags the boy used as pajamas when he'd done a bed check last night. Somehow it was hard to hate the man who had died to keep this child alive. James Potter had cared for Harry, and now it was time for Severus to see to caring for Harry, since the guardians he'd had could only be classed as criminally negligent. But how he was going to help the child, he didn't know. Yet, when Harry Potter heard the horror stories from Prefect Flint about Snape's detentions, he realized that Snape was going easy on him. All Snape expected him to do was to talk. That couldn't be that hard, could it? "How did your meeting with McGonagall go, Harry?" Teddy asked as Harry entered the Slytherin common room before dinner. "Great. She wanted to tell me about my parents because my relatives don't tell me much." Harry dropped into an armchair next to Teddy where he was sitting with Flint and Flint's friends. Harry swung his legs around so he was sitting across his chair sideways and looked at Teddy upside down. "Your relatives didn't tell you about your parents?" "Why the hell not?" Teddy sounded outraged on Harry's behalf. "That's almost criminal. How can they not tell an orphan about his dead parents?" "Teddy, what has your mother told you about insulting people you don't know?" Flint's mocking tone sounded from where he sat, twirling his wand around his fingers. "Not to do it out loud when I'm in respectable people's hearing, but since I don't consider you respectable, that doesn't really apply here, does it?" Teddy shot back. Harry snorted, amazed at Teddy's daring. Flint laughed and threw a cushion at Teddy. "That's rich coming from you, Theodore not." Harry watched as Teddy debated about throwing the cushion back or not. "Don't even think about it, brat. I'm bigger and stronger than you, plus I know a hex that'll make that cushion chase you around all night." Flint seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Teddy stuck his tongue out in Flint's direction. "Anyway, Harry, that's wrong of your relatives. You have a right to know your parents." "My relatives are a little wary of magic, Teddy. They didn't really want to acknowledge the existence of magic. So they didn't tell me about magic until I got my Hogwarts letter." Harry spoke quietly, hoping that Teddy would not overreact. "They what?" Teddy shouted. Harry and Flint both hissed at him to pipe down. "How can they not like magic when your aunt comes from a magic family and has 2 magic children?" Teddy finished his outburst quieter, but what he said was just as scandalized. "They didn't know that Dudley was going to be magic." Harry tried to justify why the Dursleys had avoided mentioning magic until forced to. "Dudley always blamed his accidental magic on me. Why would he do that? Magic's something to be proud of. He should have been proud of his gift." Harry recognized Teddy's tone. It almost sounded like when Malfoy was complaining about Muggle-borns. "The Dursleys are just afraid of what they don't understand. After McGonagall and Snape came and explained everything, they stopped being so against it, for Dudley at least. I'm sure there are a lot of Muggle families that have the same problem." Harry watched Teddy mull this over, then seemed to concede the point. "All right, next question. Why does your cousin act as if money grows on trees while you have, well, even you have to admit that your clothes don't look that good?" Harry winced, wishing again that the Dursleys had told him the vault. "Potter, may I remind you that you are in a room full of Slytherins?" There is no good answer for this question. Flint spoke up and Harry realized that he wasn't as distracted as he seemed. "In fact, let's move this little conversation into the prefect's study for some privacy." Here the prefect stood and walked toward the boys' corridor. Teddy brushed himself off and stood as well, waiting for Harry. Harry swung his legs across and over to the ground. Harry walked with Teddy through to the entrance to the prefect's study. "Right, Potter, I'm going to ask once and once only. Are you abused by your relatives?" Flint sent a locking charm at the door behind Harry. Even if Harry had wanted to run away, he'd have been too shocked by the question. "What? No, I mean, of course not." Harry stuttered his way through a shocked denial. "Oh, so you aren't skinny enough to be considered anorexic, and you don't have clothes that even house elves would burn them. And you didn't have bruises when you got here. Oh, and you don't stop yourself from being better than your cousin, I'm betting because your relatives want him to look better than you, even if you have to dumb yourself down. And enough, Teddy." Flint interrupted Teddy's rant and Harry was glad for the momentary respite. "As you heard, Potter, there's too much evidence that you're abused for us to ignore. So either you go to Snape or we do. And if I have to go to Snape, Rest assured I'll present it as shockingly as possible. Snape doesn't let anyone hurt his Slytherins, including themselves. And by not fessing up, you're hurting yourself. Flint actually seemed concerned, and he had perched on the corner of one of the desks, across the room from Harry. Teddy was standing between them, still breathing hard and glaring at Harry. I can't tell. If I tell, then he'll go to the Dursleys and they'll just tell him that I'm a nasty little liar and that I've told that lie before. And he'll believe them. Harry was cut off by a scoff from Flint. The day Snape believes Muggles over one of his snakes is the day he gives up his job. Haven't you heard of legilimency or veritaserum? Snape's not some Muggle school teacher who doesn't know how to get information out of people. He will know if they're lying to him, and he'll know if you're lying to him. Which you aren't. Flint seemed to truly believe what he was saying, and Harry almost considered telling Snape everything. But what if he was wrong? What if Snape ignored him just because he was disobedient? Or what if Snape sent him to an orphanage? Logically, Harry knew that anything was better than the Dursleys, but he had been told so many horror stories about orphanages that he couldn't face the thought of maybe having to live in one. Harry, I know you don't believe us, and probably won't until Snape proves it to you, but he's really worried about you right now. In class today, something happened between you two, didn't it? Something where it felt like he saw into your mind, right? Well, that's what legilimency is, and I think Snape was using it on you. I think he saw something that you were trying to hide, and he changed his opinion on you. Yes, he didn't like you, but now, he's really concerned for you. And that means that you have to trust him to do things in your best interest. Like stopping your relatives from abusing you. Teddy was quiet, which Harry appreciated. He didn't like being at odds with his new friends, even if he was starting to trust their opinion of Snape. But everyone the Dursleys knew had a good opinion of them, and they were still evil. So Harry wasn't going to trust Snape until he knew he could, preferably after Snape had done something more than try to humiliate him during class and threaten him with a mouth soaping. So am I going to Snape after dinner, or are you, Potter? Flint stood up after the boys heard the bell for dinner. I've got detention with him anyway, Flint. He's already said he wants to talk to me instead of put me to work, so I'll tell him then, Harry said as he followed the other boys out of the prefect's study. You better, Harry, if you haven't told him, and trust me, I'll know. I'm going to tell him in my meeting next week. Teddy had calmed down, but he still wasn't completely satisfied. You're going to tell me what in your meeting next week, Mr. Knott? Harry didn't want to admit that Snape appearing behind them was a blessing, but he knew that it would stop Teddy and Flint from mentioning anything, since they said they'd give him a chance to do so first. Something that Harry would have probably told you anyway, Professor. Harry ducked his head away from Snape's piercing look, trying not to look like he was keeping a secret. Is that so, Mr. Knott? I'll be interested in finding out whether Mr. Potter has indeed told me what you were both talking about. Prefect Flint, could you please deliver this missive to Mr. Dursley of Gryffindor? He will be serving his detention with Mr. Filch. Flint nodded and took the piece of parchment from the professor. Why don't you just use an owl, sir? Flint apparently knew Snape well enough to question him without consequence, though Harry couldn't imagine ever being that brave. In his experience, adults hated it when you questioned them. Because, Prefect Flint, I want you to introduce yourself to Mr. Dursley. He has seen fit to make himself a nuisance to certain first years, and I wish for him to be reminded that in Slytherin the upper years take care of our house. Snape smiled grimly, and Harry shivered at the nasty smile Flint gave in return. Of course, Professor Snape. May I ask which firstee is having problems with this Dursley boy? Flint sent a suspicious look Harry's way. I believe I will keep that to myself for now. Perhaps you can ask the 2 first years you've befriended. By now they had reached the stairs leading to the entrance hall, and Snape slowed so that the boys could pass in front of him. Harry jumped as Snape's hand came down on his shoulder. Harry turned to face him. Mr. Potter, I expect you to actually eat this meal, if you please. The house elves become distressed when you leave food on your plate. I think they consider it an insult. Harry's eyes widened as he realized that Snape had been watching him eat. Even Teddy, who was sitting right next to him, hadn't noticed that he dished food onto his plate but didn't eat much of it. He just couldn't fit that much food in, what with not eating much at all at the Dursleys. I'm sorry, sir. I just don't have much of an appetite. Snape nodded and presented him with a potions vial. This is a stomach-expanding potion that is often used with patients who have been starved. It will allow you to eat more than you usually do. You should take 1 spoonful in a glass of pumpkin juice with every meal. Drink the juice while you eat, whenever you start to feel too full. A scuffle behind them made Snape turn. Preston, Hawking, stop that immediately. Snape walked toward the 2 boys, leaving Harry alone. Come on, Harry, or are stairs too challenging for you all of a sudden? Harry laughed as Teddy's voice sounded down the stairs. I think you're looking in the mirror again, Teddy. Or am I mistaken when I remember you getting trapped in that trick stair on Wednesday? Harry asked as he ran up the stairs. Potter, what part of Take It Easy was too hard for you to understand? Snape's voice bellowed behind him. Sorry, sir. Forgot, I guess. Harry turned and offered his head of house a shy smile before Teddy latched onto him and pulled him past a group of Gryffindors into the Great Hall for dinner. After dinner, Harry made his way towards Snape's office at a leisurely pace. He still had 15 minutes until his detention, but he really didn't want to be late. As he walked, he thought about all that had happened that day. He couldn't believe that it was just that morning when no one had known about the Dursleys. Now Snape, Teddy and Flint all knew that something wasn't right at his home. And Madame Pomfrey probably knew as well. As for Dudley, well, he hadn't exactly had a good day either. After he'd been awarded a detention in potions, Harry had had the privilege of watching McGonagall dressing him down when he'd come to complain about Snape. Harry was saving that memory for a rainy day to have a good laugh over. Then at dinner, well, let's just say that Harry was never going to get on Flint's bad side. He could be scary, and he'd turned all of that on Dudley at dinner. Harry almost thought about telling Flint he was the boy being bullied by Dudley. Flint and Teddy both seemed to have taken the idea of house pride to the extreme. Even with Slytherins they didn't like very much, such as Malfoy, Teddy was protective to the extreme. When the Ravenclaws had avoided sitting next to them in history, and told Harry that they wouldn't sit next to backstabbers, Teddy had ripped them a new one, even if he believed that the houses would never get along. By now Harry had reached Snape's office door. He still had 5 minutes before his detention, but he figured that early was better than on time. He knocked quietly on the door, hoping the professor was in. In the classroom, Potter. Come in and be quiet until 7. Professor Snape's voice sounded from the open door down the corridor, and Harry walked in the room to find Snape bottling a potion. He took a seat across the aisle from Snape's station, perching on a stool and leaning his head on the table. He wasn't tired, per se, but the emotional turmoil of trying to decide what to tell people when they asked about the Dursleys was starting to drag on him. Tired, Mr. Potter? Snape spoke without looking at him, and Harry found that it was less intimidating than when he pinned him with those black eyes. No, sir. He had barely finished saying this when he yawned. Or maybe I am, he admitted sheepishly. The Skele-Gro potion that you consumed earlier saps quite a lot of your energy to help you heal. I am not surprised that you're feeling the effects. In a usual detention I would expect you to be here until 10 o'clock, however, tonight I will be letting you go at 9. Snape turned away from the potion as he finished sealing the bottles and studied Harry. Apart from your punishment for lying earlier, I have not set a particular task for this detention. According to Mr. Knott, you have something you wish to tell me, and there are a few things I wish to discuss with you anyway. As they are of a somewhat pressing urgency, they cannot wait until your meeting with me next Friday. Harry gulped at the reminder of his appointment with Snape's mouthwash. He almost regretted eating dinner. Snape walked across to the supply cupboard and reached a bottle down. Stand over by the sink, Mr. Potter. Harry walked over to the sink, knowing that he had to accept any punishment given as stoically as possible. Snape measured a spoonful of the mixture out onto a spoon. Open up. Harry opened his mouth and let Snape place the mixture on his tongue. Instantly he was overwhelmed by the foul taste. It was bitter and spicy at the same time, and he felt his eyes start to water. 1 minute. All Harry could think was yuck, 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 and he didn't notice that he bobbed up and down on the balls of his feet in agitation. He did notice Snape place his hand on his shoulder, keeping him still. Snape's other hand came to rest under Harry's chin, supporting his chin. Harry knew that if he tried to spit the mixture out, Snape would stop him. 30 seconds. The minute stretched out and Harry wondered if it was ever going to end. Harry knew that he was never, ever going to lie to Snape again. All right, you can spit it out now. Snape's hand spun him around toward the sink and Harry spat the mixture out. He thought about reaching for the tap but wasn't sure if it was allowed. Rinse, Mr. Potter. I'm sure you're learnt your lesson. Harry barely resisted diving for the tap, rinsing his mouth much slower than he wanted to. He rinsed for about a minute when Snape stopped him. That's enough. I trust I won't have to do that again. No sir. Nah, not ever. Harry didn't notice when his speech slipped from his usual politeness. Very well, Mr. Potter. We'll go through to my office now. Snape gestured towards the door connecting his office to his classroom and Harry started to walk over to it. What did Mr. Nott seem so insistent you tell me? Harry glanced back over his shoulder, wondering if he could lie and get away with it. Flint's warning about being surrounded by Slytherins rang in his memory. No, another lie right after a punishment would be a bad idea. Teddy wanted me to tell you about the Dursleys. He thinks that they aren't treating me right, Harry said as he walked through the door into Snape's office. He paused, curious about the jars on the walls. Then he realized that they contained little animals. He made a disgusted face and looked back at Snape. Take a seat, Mr. Potter. As for Mr. Nott's suspicions, are they true? Harry sat in the chair that Snape indicated and had to resist a noise of surprise when Snape gripped the other chair on the same side of the desk and positioned it facing him. Maybe. He didn't really offer any suspicions. Harry picked at a thread on his sleeve. Mostly just evidence. Like the fact that you are severely underweight and appear to be suffering the effects of malnutrition. Snape leaned back in his chair and Harry felt the black gaze fall on him. Well, yeah, why is that? I hardly doubt it's because of a lack of food, given the size of your cousin. Harry looked around the room rather than answer Snape. No answer, Harry. Very well, I'll tell you what I think. I think that your relatives denied you food just like they denied you access to proper supplies. And I think they physically abuse you, probably your uncle, from the severity of injuries you've received. Harry snapped his head up and glared at Snape, only just avoiding eye contact. If you already know, why bother asking? Because, Harry, if you don't tell me yourself, I can't tell anyone else and get the Dursleys punished. Harry spared a second's shock to the fact that Snape was calling him by his first name before reacting. You can't tell anyone. If you tell someone, then they'll tell the Dursleys, and I'm not an idiot. They told me not to tell, and personally, Uncle Vernon can be one hell of a scary guy. Harry leapt to his feet, almost crashing into Snape. Stop. Snape reached out and steadied Harry, releasing him when he jerked back. Harry, calm down. Snape sighed and pulled out his wand. Harry watched him warily, but he only used it to summon a potions vial. I won't tell anyone yet. If I can resolve the issue without Dumbledore or the authorities, then it will go no farther than this room. If not, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Snape had leaned forward and gripped Harry's wrist, tugging him toward the chair. Sit. Harry sat, watching Snape. Snape almost seemed to regret alarming him. But Harry couldn't tell him if he was going to make a fuss. He couldn't. No offense, sir, but the last time someone tried to resolve the issue, I didn't exactly come out of it well. Harry almost managed a sneer, but it was ruined by his pained gasp. What's wrong? Snape's eyes scanned him and Harry silently pointed to his previously fractured rib. Silly boy, you've probably knocked it in all this fuss. Did I or did I not tell you to take it easy? Harry glared, trying to silently remind Snape that if he hadn't got Harry so worked up, he wouldn't have had such a reaction. Would you rather go to Madame Pomfrey or let me take a look at it? We won't be able to dose you with Skelligro with one dose already in your system. It'll have to be taped. Harry panicked as he realized that if he went to the nurse, she would see the scars on his back. You, sir. All right, off with your shirt then. Mind you, Potter, this might hurt, since I'm not allowed to hand out pain medication without Madame Pomfrey's consent. Snape stood, and walked toward his supply cabinet, obviously giving Harry some privacy. Harry quickly attempted to pull his jumper off over his head, but was stopped by the twinge in his ribs. He gritted his teeth in preparation for doing it quickly when Snape turned around and spotted his dilemma. Don't even think about it. That's why your rib hadn't started healing yet. Pull your arms out one at a time, then take it off. When Harry struggled with that, Snape swept over to him. Here, you silly boy, let me help. Harry froze dumbly in shock as Snape began to help him with his jumper, but a growl of impatience had him following Snape's directions. It still hurt a little bit, but not nearly as much as removing his jumper the usual way would have. Now, are you able to undress unassisted from here? Snape smirked at this comment, and Harry was sure that he was mocking him for his inability to remove his jumper without help. Yes, sir. Harry quickly removed his school shirt, avoiding looking at Professor Snape. How much did Madame Pomfrey say you weighed? Snape sounded angry, and Harry noticed that his eyes were glittering. 28 kilos, sir. Why? Harry looked up curiously, wary of the way Snape looked. Because I have a feeling that the majority of that is muscle, and you are much more undernourished than we first believed. Tell me, and this time I will demand an answer, how much do you eat on an average day at your relatives'? The glitter in Snape's eyes increased as Harry hesitated, unsure of how to answer. Well, I usually eat some bread, maybe some cheese. I'm a really fussy eater, sir. Do you want another mouth-washing, Mr. Potter? Lies of omit are as bad as outright lies and usually just as obvious. Now, on an average day, how much do you eat? Snape's voice was clipped with impatience. Usually a couple of slices of bread, and a hunk of cheese, sir. If I'm good, I sometimes get leftover bacon from breakfast. Some of the closest vials rattled ominously, and Harry watched, fascinated as Snape visibly reined in his anger. And if you're bad, I didn't get anything. Harry flinched as Snape's eyes flashed. They fed you nothing. And what exactly did you have to do to be considered bad? Snape picked some bandages up off of the desk and indicated that Harry should turn around. Harry hesitated, unsure of turning his back on Snape when he was so angry. Turn, Mr. Potter, I have to examine your rib. Harry looked up at Snape, trying to judge his temper. Mr. Potter, while I am perhaps a little angry at your treatment, it is not you that I am angry at. I would never take my temper out on you unless you had done something to deserve my ire, and it would never be physically. And trust me when I say that you have done nothing wrong here. Now, turn around. Harry turned around slowly, flinching when Snape hissed angrily. Harry felt Snape push gently on his injured rib and wondered at the fact that while it hurt, Snape was being as gentle as possible. He felt a finger trace one of his scars, the really bad one that he'd gotten on Dudley's 9th birthday, and tensed even further. The finger withdrew and Snape's hand returned to probing his ribs. That was the scar from the time Uncle Vernon had been so angry he'd hit Harry with the buckle of the belt, leaving a welt that had become infected. Harry was glad that he always seemed to heal from the impossible without too much fuss. He had no idea what would have happened if he'd been any sicker than he was. Is there anything you'd like to ask of me, Mr. Potter? I realize that the questions I'm going to ask will be difficult for you, and perhaps we can work on a reward system. For every question you answer me honestly and completely, I will answer one of yours. Snape spoke quietly while beginning to bandage his ribs. How come you know how to strap ribs, sir? Harry began with the obvious, wondering if he would be allowed to ask 3 questions, since Snape had already asked 3. I went through a period of time when I was receiving quite a few injuries. I learned to doctor myself rather than spend inordinate amounts of time with Madame Pomfrey. Harry was surprised at the level of disclosure Snape gave, and he realized that Snape really was going to answer any questions he asked. My next question, Mr. Potter, is how many times did your uncle use a belt or another object to hit you? How do you know it was my uncle? Harry asked quickly. Answer the question and then I'll answer yours. Once or twice a year. It was only after I did accidental magic. Harry watched Snape over his shoulder, noting the care Snape was taking to bandage it perfectly. I knew it was your uncle because the injuries you have are too severe to have been inflicted by a female. Also, women tend to favor passive-aggressive assaults, like starvation or neglect of basic needs. Here Snape raised his eyebrow at Harry, and Harry bristled at the implication that Snape believed his aunt had done that. Not that she hadn't starved and neglected him, but he didn't know why Snape had to ask if he already knew. And what about at other times? I doubt your uncle just one day decided to use a belt on you. Harry looked at Snape, who was now in front of him. The onyx eyes traveled upward to meet his and held his gaze. Unlike earlier that morning, Harry didn't feel like he was being read. Snape merely held his gaze for a moment and then returned his attention to the bandage. He hit me the first time when I was 3. That was when I made Dudley's toys float to amuse him. He didn't use the belt until I was 5. Harry spoke quietly, perturbed by Snape's quietness. For a man who usually always looked angry, this seemed like him being kind. Snape nodded, and finished with his bandage. Your question, Harry. Why were you in Diagon Alley over the holidays? On my birthday. Harry suddenly remembered seeing the professor when they'd gone to get their school supplies. Dumbledore had some business that he wished for me to complete for him at Gringotts, and I also had business in Muggle London. Snape gestured to Harry's shirt and he reached for it. What did you expect to be your most enjoyable subject when you came to Hogwarts? Snape sat back down in the chair he had taken earlier, still avoiding putting the desk between them. Potions or transfiguration, sir. That was until Snape had humiliated him so thoroughly. Ah, then I suppose you no longer think you'll enjoy potions. Snape seemed genuinely interested as Harry finished redoing his tie and sat down. Well, Harry didn't know how to phrase his next sentence. Honesty, Harry, is more highly valued than tact. In truth, I didn't mean for you to struggle with those questions. I assumed that since Professor McGonagall had told me that you were looking forward to my class, you would have studied ahead. She also told me that you had done so for her class. Snape clicked his fingers and a house elf appeared at his side. Tea for 2, please. The house elf nodded and disappeared. I did want to study, sir, but I couldn't ask Teddy for his book or he would have wanted to know where mine was. Harry trailed off, hoping the professor would catch his drift. And I'm sure he'd already noticed the state of your other possessions. Snape finished his thought for him. Yes, sir. What was your favorite subject at school, sir? Potions and defense against the dark arts. I went on to acquire a mastery in potions which pleased my teacher no end. Snape answered his question easily as the tea set popped into existence. How are your relationships with your fellow Slytherins developing? Well, apart from Malfoy being a prat, sorry sir, I know you like him. Harry tensed when he remembered that Malfoy had boasted that Snape was his godfather. I am aware that Draco can be quite hard to deal with. Snape's lips had curled up into a smirk. Harry grinned, and took his cup from Snape. If he's not careful, Flint's probably going to dunk him in a toilet. He's annoying the upper years. They don't like how, arrogant he is. I am aware of that. Flint has been warned that any problems are to be brought to me before they become issues. Snape took his tea with cream but no sugar, Harry noticed. The Gryffindors all seem to hate us straight off. None of them except for Neville and Hermione want to talk to us. Why do they not like our house? Harry thought that Snape might be the best to answer this question, since when he'd asked McGonagall the same one she had brushed him off. The other houses perceive our house as one that produces dark wizards and people of low morals. As such, they train their children to believe the same things. Then when those children are sorted into other houses they already have prejudice against Slytherin. Snape explained this in a level tone of voice. However, Harry could see that Snape's eyes were glittering with outrage again. That's stupid. They can't say we're all dark wizards when some of us are only 11. We don't even know any hexes yet, Harry said. I know, Harry, but prejudice is rarely rational. Snape drained his cup of tea and stood. He waited for Harry to copy him then walked away, motioning for Harry to follow him. I believe that we will finish tonight by making a few potions that I imagine will interest you. Harry nodded and perched back on his stool in the classroom. We will be making a burn heal and a bruise bomb tonight. The instructions are on the table. Harry picked up the papers that Snape had indicated. Oh, and Mr. Potter, I will be making a trip to your residence to talk to your uncle. Your circumstances cannot be allowed to continue. Harry sighed and didn't bother looking up. Maybe Teddy was right and Snape was trustworthy, but even if he wasn't, Harry had the feeling he would be too stubborn to deter anyway. As for this detention, Harry didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Snape had been, well, nice. As nice as he was ever going to be. Did that mean that he was going to continue being nice? Or should Harry be waiting for the other shoe to drop? He shook his head in confusion, hearing the professor snort. Mr. Potter, while I am sure this potion appears complicated, it is hardly difficult enough to warrant such confusion. May I ask why you are suddenly distracted? Harry began chopping his ingredients while thinking how best to answer the question. If you do not wish to answer, I will respect that. As for one issue I haven't cleared with you, I realize now that I did not make clear enough terms on our deal concerning lying. Harry tensed, thinking that he was sure to get the short end of the stick. You may have noticed that I allowed you to ignore my question before our trip to the hospital wing earlier. Here the professor paused, obviously waiting for an answer. Yes, sir, I'm sorry, but I didn't want to lie, and I didn't. His teacher held up a hand, silencing him instantly. I created this deal so that you could be forewarned. Every Slytherin is under the same terms. If I catch you lying to my face, I will wash your mouth out. However, if you chose to exercise some cunning and evade answering, I cannot punish you for a trait that is encouraged in this house. The only time I will demand an answer is if the question regards your personal safety. At that time, I will punish you for lying if you do so, but I will also not relent until I receive a satisfactory answer. If you deliberately put yourself in danger, then I will be having words with you. Above all else, Slytherins are taught to be survivors. You can't survive by hurting yourself, Harry. Here Snape put a hand over his, stopping him from cutting. Harry looked up, meeting the coal-black eyes unwillingly, scared that Snape would delve into his mind again. You are also quite safe meeting my eyes when you are calm, Harry. What happened in potions is rare, and will not happen again. I did not deliberately attempt to legitimize you, merely attempting to gauge your emotions. You were simply subconsciously trying to show me what I saw. Your own mind sent the images out to me and I did not have my mental barriers high enough to stop it. Harry felt his eyes widen in shock. How did I send those images out, sir? You were panicking about them, were you not? Snape moved off again, letting Harry continue work. Harry nodded silently, then realized that Snape wasn't looking at him. Yes, sir. You sounded like you already knew the answer, and well, I've told you that I don't want Uncle Vernon to know that anyone else knows. Harry felt a tremor of fear go through him as he realized that Uncle Vernon was going to know. He was going to get him. He'd stop him from coming back to Hogwarts. Potter, breathe, damn it, that's right, in, out, just breathe. Harry felt fuzzy and realized that he'd probably passed out. He felt a glass being pressed to his lips and struggled weakly. Steady, Harry, it's just a calming draft, it'll make you feel better. Snape's voice was calm and reassuring, making Harry feel a little silly for freaking out. He swallowed the potion as Snape tipped the vial up, making sure he drank it all. Harry felt his eyelids growing heavy and began to struggle anew. Yes, he trusted Snape now, but that didn't mean he wanted to fall asleep in front of him. Hush, Potter, I don't doubt you're going to fall asleep, so sleep. I'll make sure you find your way back to your dorm. Harry almost missed the end of the sentence as he drifted off to sleep. What he didn't stay conscious to see was Professor Snape run a hand through his hair in frustration after lowering the boy to the ground. He had hoped that if Potter did decide to break down, it was with anger. That he knew how to deal with. Panic so strong the boy passed out from a panic attack was not his forte. Rising from his crouched position on the ground, he froze all the potions, then levitated the boy upward. He used a secret entrance into the dorms to put the boy to bed, feeling glad when there were no other first years around to witness Harry being brought back unconscious. He left the boy a note explaining what had happened and telling him to see Madame Pomfrey if he felt another panic attack coming on, then left. He wasn't surprised to see Flint and not standing outside the door waiting for him. He's fine, just overtired and stressed. Leave him be and act normal tomorrow. He'll probably be a bit embarrassed. With that, Severus exited the dorms, scolding a few first years who were late in making their way back to the dorms. What was he going to do with that boy? When Professor McGonagall complained in the staff room about Harry's reluctance to study, Professor Snape didn't expect to want to be able to defend the scrap of a boy in his care. But he did. It just doesn't make sense. Severus snapped his head up in shock at the loud outburst from Minerva. She had been using one of the tables in the staff room to mark first year's work and had been quiet since she had entered straight after classes. "What, pray tell, do you not understand, Minerva?" Severus drawled from his seat in an armchair nearby. He had been perusing a potions journal before dinner. He had a meeting with Theodore not after dinner and he was attempting to remember whether the Knots had declared their loyalties after the death of Knot SNR. If they had decided to continue to follow the Dark Lord, then Severus had his work cut out for him. Everyone who had some semblance of sense knew that there was going to be another war, that the Dark Lord wasn't truly gone. As such, Severus planned on preventing any of his Slytherins from falling into his trap. None of his Slytherins would become Death Eaters if he could help it. "I don't understand why a bright boy like Harry has such horrible scores on his assessments. I've quizzed them twice since the start of term and both times Harry's received miserable scores. But in class, he's the first one to put his hand up with an answer and he's usually right. He's even better if he doesn't have to answer me with all eyes on him. Why on earth don't his tests reflect that?" A house elf appeared next to her and passed her a cup of her favorite tea. She accepted it, stood, and walked over to the chair next to Severus. She sunk into it with a groan. "I have had similar reports from other teachers. Apparently the boy does not perform well under pressure." Severus thought back to the complaints he'd received from Phileas and Pomona, as well as his own experience with the boy. Once he'd been given his potions book, the boy had spent hours on Saturday reading it until Severus had banished him outside for some sun. The next day Severus had seen him reading his Transfiguration book at dinner, and he had obviously spent some time doing so. Why then would his scores be so low? He certainly studies a lot. In fact, he came to me today asking if there were any supplementary readings for Transfiguration. He's read the textbook cover to cover, Minerva. He should be doing fine. Well, he isn't. The only other first year I have who is performing this badly is Dudley Dursley. And I know that's lack of trying. The boy hasn't lifted a book since he arrived. Severus had already heard complaints about Dudley Dursley from Minerva and the other teachers. Apparently the boy had shown no inclination to learn and had even been caught bullying other boys into doing his homework. Perhaps Potter doesn't wish to outshine his cousin. Severus had a flash of suspicion as he made this comment. Harry had mentioned not wanting to anger his uncle, and it was obvious that Petunia and her vile husband favored their son over their nephew. Could it be possible? "Severus, are you listening to me?" Minerva broke into his thoughts and he met her eyes sheepishly. "You looked like you were trying to put something together. Minerva, have you noticed anything suspicious about the Dursley boy?" Severus questioned, instead of answering a potentially difficult question. "Well, it depends on what you mean, Severus. Have I noticed that the boy is lazy and rude compared to his overpolite cousin? Yes. Have I noticed that Poppy wants me to put him on weight loss potions while she is helping you bulk Harry up? Yes. Oh, and have I noticed that he is naturally a bully and seems to enjoy taunting his cousin the most? Well, of course I have eyes." Minerva's tone was disparaging, and she had obviously taken insult to his question. She sighed when Severus didn't answer. "Oh, I'm sorry, Severus, I've just had a frustrating day. The Weasley twins are determined to discover if there's anything interesting under Quirinus Turban and the first years are still trying to work out hierarchy. I have the Weasley boy and Dursley both competing for attention and I've never had to take points from my own first years this early in the year. I don't want there to be any mystery around Harry but I've no doubt there is. They were the worst type of muggles when we left him there and I doubt much has changed." Here she looked pleadingly at Severus. "Tell me I'm wrong, please. Tell me that Harry has had a perfectly fine childhood and he's just diabetic or something. Tell me that that sweet boy isn't one of your abuse cases, Severus. He's already been through too much." He shook his head as he answered. "And yet life is never fair, is it, Minerva? Yes, Potter shows signs of having suffered from child abuse. The only things wrong with him are because his relatives are cruel bigots. He's too small by half and anemic to boot. Luckily for the Dursleys, that's easily corrected with potions, but I really would like to talk to the Dursleys about proper nutrition, such as exactly how much to feed children. Severus let his lip curl in disgust as he realized that neither Dursley child was receiving proper nutrition. Minerva snorted. We definitely have to do a home visit in that case. I want to see those muggles cringe when you draw your wand on them. Who said I was going to curse them? Maybe I was just going to forewarn them that I will not tolerate Potter being harmed. Severus smiled evilly, watching Minerva grin back. She sobered quickly. Did they really hurt him? His first injury at their hands was when he was 3. He's shown sign of malnutrition since he was 5. Severus let his eyes wander over the other staff in the road. No one was paying attention to their conversation, but this wasn't where he wanted to hold this particular conversation. Perhaps we should take this conversation outside, so we aren't overheard. Severus indicated the rest of the room with his head. Of course. Actually, I'm on lake duty in 10 minutes. Minerva stood and pointed her wand at her pile of marking. It collected neatly and floated slowly over to her. She grasped the pile and turned toward the door. Severus stood smoothly and crossed the room, holding the door for Minerva. Thank you. I noticed that your Slytherins are rather bookish this year. Yes, they are quite studious. In fact, I think Phileas has been cheated out of a few ravens. Your Granger is quite smart when she isn't trying to impress. And Potter has already read all of his textbooks. Except his potions book, of course. Severus commented with a wry smile. Minerva barked out a laugh. Hermione has very successful parents, so I'm not surprised she wants to succeed. And why is it obvious that Harry hasn't read the potions book? He was so eager to have that class, I'm surprised that he didn't finish it on the train. Minerva glanced at Severus as they walked across the entrance hall. Apparently the Dursleys didn't see fit to provide Mr. Potter with a potions textbook. Severus, lip curled, and one of the Hufflepuffs sitting on the steps of the castle gasped. They what? How can they have not bought him a book? It was in the letter that he must have everything on the list. Minerva sent a stinging hex toward a boy and girl who were keying on the steps. A little subtlety, please, Michaels, Green. They yelped and walked quickly away from the stern deputy headmistress. Everything he has is secondhand, Minerva. They apparently were using the stipend for spoiling Dudley. I am in the process of checking his fault to make sure they haven't tampered with it. Severus wasn't surprised to see Minerva's calculating expression. It'd be easier to process if I could get my hands on his key. Well, I have it. I hold all the orphans' keys for Albus. I'll get it to you by Friday. Severus nodded his thanks. By this time they were approaching the lake and Severus could see a large group of first-year boys. That looks like trouble. As Severus pointed, a boy's yelp rang out. Severus drew his wand, noticing Minerva ready hers in the corner of his eye. They picked up their pace and moved toward the group. Severus spotted a mixture of snakes and lions and assumed they were fighting based on house. Therefore he was surprised to see Harry curled on the ground as Draco and Dursley both trained their wands on him. He had a blood nose and was rolling away from a stinging hex as Severus clamped his hand down on Draco's shoulder. Hey, oh, hello Professor. Draco tried to cover what he had just been doing and Severus raised an eyebrow at him. We were just playing around, sir. I'm sure, Mr. Malfoy. 20 points from Slytherin for attacking a fellow student. Minerva had come up behind the Dursley boy and grabbed his shoulder as well. By silent agreement they decided to let each other deal with their own house. 5 points from every Gryffindor present, so you, Mr. Dursley and Mr. Weasley, Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Brooks. Shame on you for such cowardly actions. Minerva turned her tight-lipped displeasure on Dursley's ear, taking a tight grip that almost made Severus wince in sympathy. He lost that feeling as Harry stood. The boy winced as he rose from the ground, blood covering the lower half of his face from his blood nose. Mr. Malfoy, report to my office for a detention at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Come prepared to write lines. The rest of my Slytherins, Zabini, Crabbe, Goyle, go to your dorms and stay there. You are now grounded until the weekend. If you can't make the right choice in sensible pastimes, then I'll take the choice from you. The boys scrambled to obey, though Draco knew well enough to not leave yet. You are grounded for a week and a half, Draco. Do not disappoint me again. Draco flushed in embarrassment, obviously hating himself for getting caught. Yes, sir, he said as he walked away. Severus turned his attention to Harry, retrieving his handkerchief from his pocket and passing it to the boy. "Hold it to your nose and tilt your head forward, Mr. Potter." Harry had a wary look on his face, and Severus realized that Harry was probably waiting to be punished. If the Dursleys truly did favor their son, he doubted that Harry would come out of any confrontations without punishment. Minerva came up behind the boy after finishing with Dursley, and Harry tensed. A detention for the bullies and points from the observers should suffice, should it not, Professor Snape? Minerva spoke softly, eyes on Harry. Severus had no doubt that she had probably noticed Harry's extreme reactions to people. "It will do, Professor McGonagall. I believe that Mr. Potter will not require a visit to the hospital wing, so I can take this from here, thank you." Severus tried not to sound clipped, but he knew his voice was a little too harsh when Harry raised his head. "Head down, Mr. Potter." "Of course, Severus. I don't want to miss the rest of our conversation, however, since now is not a good time, perhaps after dinner." Minerva put her hand on Harry's head to make him drop his eyes as she spoke. "I have meetings with my snakes after dinner, Minerva. Before breakfast tomorrow would be a better time." Severus sent a warming charm at Harry as he shivered, well aware that the boy was only in his school shirt. "Tomorrow then, Severus." He didn't miss the witch's smirk as she walked off when she had realized what he'd done. "Mr. Potter, is there a reason you are out so late without your school jumper or robes?" Severus decided to start with the easiest first. "'Cause I wasn't gonna be out here long. I was trying to find Teddy." Harry's voice was stuffy from his nose but still as clear as he could make it. "I believe Mr. Knott is in the Great Hall, with Prefect Flint and the other Slytherins you have befriended. As I don't believe you were lying, Mr. Potter, I won't question your source of information." "You perhaps should, however." Harry looked up and Severus was struck by how pitiful the boy looked. His tie was loose, shirt disheveled, and with the blood all over his face, he looked very much like a boy who had taken one too many punches. "Yeah, well, when Ron turned up to watch Malfoy and Dudley beat me up, I kind of figured that out myself, thank you, sir." Harry blushed as he finished his bitter comment, and Severus decided that his nose had stopped bleeding because his voice had begun to become clearer. "Good. Now don't let Mr. Weasley get the better of you again. Look up, Mr. Potter, I'm going to clean your face with a spell." Harry met his eyes and he resisted insulting the Gryffindor bravado that made the boy do it. "Scourgify." With a muttered word, all the blood on Harry disappeared, leaving him with the beginning of a suspicious-shaped bruise. "They kicked me." Dud couldn't be bothered using his fists, Harry said as he noticed where Snape's eyes rested. "Indeed. Did they also kick you in the ribs, Mr. Potter?" Severus had a sinking suspicion that Harry was still breathing so shallowly because his rib had been re-injured. The damn thing had only just healed to Severus' satisfaction the day before. "Yes, sir. But it wasn't the rib that was hurt before." Severus tried not to grow angry at the thought that the boy actually believed that just because they hadn't kicked him in the sore rib, it was okay that they kicked him. Though he was glad that he didn't have to heal the same rib again because that would cause problems, this only showed how low the boy's self-esteem really was. "Mr. Potter, even if it wasn't the same rib, acts of violence like that against a fellow student are unacceptable. Has this happened before?" Severus was afraid that he already knew the answer, given Harry's long list of injuries and Dursley's seeming persecution of him. "Here or outside of school, sir." Harry didn't seem to realize that this was enough of an answer. However, as much as it happening at all was hardship for the boy, Severus would be damned if he was going to let some 11-year-old convince all of the other first years to support his attacks on one of his Slytherins. "Here, Mr. Potter, while your cousin's behavior is reprehensible anywhere, I will not tolerate it if he seeks to make your education here at Hogwarts a misery." Harry's brow furrowed at the large word, but as Severus watched he seemed to decide it wasn't worth trying to figure out. "Not this badly, sir. He's been bugging me, you knew that, because you set Flint on him. He just pushes me around and says things I don't want here. But I've been busier dealing with Malfoy. It'll get worse though, especially if he and Malfoy team up." Harry was still looking at the ground and Severus reached out a hand, making sure the boy saw it, before tilting his head up to look at him. "Right now, Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy is bound for very interesting conversation with me about house loyalty and proper behavior outside of that. He will not be bothering you again, or he will be answering to me. And if that doesn't scare him into behaving, I know for a fact that his father would not be impressed by young Draco's behavior. As for you, we are about to take another trip to Madame Pomfrey's domain. That rib needs to be looked at, and I cannot keep mending your hurts myself. They have to go on your formal record. He added the last when he saw Harry's hopeful look. Harry's shoulder slumped, obviously disappointed. Madame Pomfrey will not punish you for fighting Mr. Potter, and I don't plan on doing so. It was obvious that you were ambushed and overpowered. However, I am suggesting that you and Teddy learn some defense spells such as shield charms. Where is your wand, Mr. Potter? Severus crooked a finger, gesturing for Harry to follow him as he moved off. Here, sir. Harry pulled his wand out from his pocket and Severus resisted the urge to cuff the boy over the back of his head for stupidity. If Harry had been disarmed, Severus would have understood not being able to try defending himself. But with his wand at easy reach, why had the boy not drawn his wand? Even outnumbered, if he had pulled out his wand, the other first years would have had a harder time making him such a complete victim. The next time you are cornered by someone, Harry, pull your wand and act like you know how to use it. 9 times out of 10 a bully will back off if you fight back. Severus knew this wasn't always the case, and he might be dealing with the 1 time out 10 that a bully wouldn't back off in Dursley's case, but Draco was taught to be smart not smug. He would recognize a challenge and decide rightfully whether he would stand a chance. I don't think that'll stop Dudley, Professor. He isn't really smart enough to realize when he's going to lose. Harry shrugged, wincing as he hurt his bruises. Not that he loses all that often. As I said, Mr. Potter, be sure to study some defensive tactics. They might help you in the future. Though I'm determined that it not happen again. Together they climbed the stairs into the castle, and Severus wasn't surprised to see Theodore not exit the Great Hall and, catching sight of them, rush over. Harry, they're saying in the hall that you, here not paused and looked up uncertainly at Severus. Severus raised an eyebrow, waiting for Nott to finish his sentence in typical 11-year-old style. Well, they're saying that the Pratt and the Whale managed to gang up on you. I never thought I'd see the Pratt working with someone who wasn't a pureblood, or a Gryffindor, for that matter. Severus noticed the capitalization of the names, and realized that the 2 boys had already begun to assign nicknames to the boys they didn't like. Yeah. Professor Snape and McGonagall broke it up. Harry once again ducked his head, and Severus had to resist the urge to growl. It was obvious that the boy liked Nott, but seemingly didn't have the confidence to look him in the eye. Well, yeah, that's how we heard. McGonagall came in and caught Dudley being an idiot. I actually thought she was going to hex him. Nott had a smile on his face, obviously savoring the memory of an angry McGonagall not bearing down on him. Mr. Potter needs to be seen to by Madame Pomfrey, Mr. Nott. However, as long as he agrees, you are welcome to accompany him. Severus put a hand on Harry's shoulder and steered him toward the stairs up to the infirmary. Of course. Why are you going to the infirmary? Everyone said that Dudley only got 3 kicks in. Severus was interested to hear that the witnesses had reported exactly how much Dudley had done to the boy. And why would witnesses, who are already in trouble for being there, tell you that much detail, Mr. Nott? Severus decided to teach the boy a bit about being slightly more Slytherin around his teachers. Because, sir, the witnesses you caught weren't the only ones. Some of the second years saw it and came in and told us about it. I take it one of those kicks did some damage. Nott slid a sideways look at Severus, obviously catching his hint. I've got a bruised rib. Dudley tried to break my nose, but he didn't kick hard enough. I don't know why, he's done it before. Nott stopped still at the implication that Dudley had been beating Harry up before. Mr. Potter, I believe you owe me another conversation, explaining that comment. Perhaps at your meeting on Friday afternoon. Severus noticed the face that Harry made at this and smirked when Nott laughed. The way you're going, Harry, you should have been in Gryffindor. You need to be more closed-mouthed. Nott had a valid point. Harry was too genuine to be a convincing Slytherin. It made Severus wonder if it was just because Harry was abused that he'd ended up in Slytherin. I only say that stuff because I trust you. I don't usually just spit this stuff out. Harry sounded sheepish and slightly nervous. That's good to know, Mr. Potter. However, even if you do trust us, be sure to remember that not everyone is as they seem. Harry nodded his head and Severus was sure that he got his warning. The hospital wing was within sight and Severus was pleased to realize that Harry wasn't tensing up as he'd expected him to. Perhaps Poppy had made good impression when Harry had visited last week, for all that he'd been forced to attend the meeting. I'll leave you both here. Mr. Knott, please make sure that Mr. Potter does indeed see Madame Pomfrey. Severus looked pointedly at Harry, raising his eyebrow when the boy looked indignant. You must admit, you don't exactly have a good track record of going to the infirmary when you are told to. Harry grinned sheepishly at him and Knott laughed. See, I told you that you wouldn't be able to live that down, Harry. Severus smirked and walked past them down the corridor. He had a meeting with one of his fifth years in 10 minutes, and considering this particular fifth year, he couldn't be late. The saddest fact about Slytherin House was the amount of abuse cases that he had to deal with. 2 out of 5 Slytherin first years came to him from abusive households or developed emotional issues. He and Madame Pomfrey had appealed to the castle to create a special room that Severus used for students who were considered risks to their own personal health. At least tonight his meetings were all with well-adjusted first years, which had shown no signs of needing special interest. Apart from the 2 Death Eater's children, his next 4 meetings this evening were set to be hardly remarkable. His meeting with Theodore Knott would be interesting, considering the boy had completely defied expectations and decided to become friends with Harry Potter. Draco's interview was going to be interesting, especially considering today's display. Severus had been looking forward to having tea with his godson, discussing his first week and a half. Now, however, he was going to have to spend the meeting reminding Draco of what they spoken of before school started. Knowing the way that Draco lorded it over everyone his parents introduced him to, Severus had forewarned the 11-year-old that his princely ways were not going to be tolerated by many teachers at Hogwarts, him included. His musings on how to influence Draco into behaving slightly less like a prince had taken him to his office door. He wasn't surprised to see his Slytherin waiting for him. The girl was slightly shorter than your average fifth year, with blonde hair and brown eyes that created a stunning contrast. In a few years she would be gorgeous, however, at the moment her body showed the signs of too long spent following anorexic regimes. She had developed anorexia in 3rd year, too overwhelmed with her life, and needing control over something in her world. Being a Muggle born among Slytherin purebloods had left her victimized, and when her father had died in a car accident, she lost all control of her life. To take it back, she had begun not eating, and unfortunately, her grieving mother had not caught it in her 2-month summer. When Severus and Madame Pomfrey had kept her on a strict regime to make sure she ate, she had switched to cutting, trying to blackmail them into letting her starve herself. Now though, Rachel Brighton was recovering, standing strongly against the temptations of her disorders. "Good afternoon, Miss Brighton. Have you had a pleasant afternoon?" Severus let the girl in and gestured for her to take her usual seat. She dropped into the chair his students knew was for them during meetings. He sat down in his usual seat on the same side of his desk. He tried not to intimidate his students unless they were in trouble, but he still tried to keep some formality between them. A house elf appeared, in tune with his routine, and placed a tea set on his desk. "Is Master Snape wanting anything else, Master?" The elf spoke in the usual house elf speech, something which frustrated Severus no end. "No, Trixie, I shouldn't need anything else, thank you." She bowed and popped out of the room. "They're funny little things, aren't they? Even after 5 years I can't get over how weird they are." Severus smirked at Rachel's comment, well aware that she was wary of anything that reeked of magic, especially after 5 years studying what magic could do. "Yes, but they are so useful," Severus drawled, drawing a laugh from Rachel. "Sometimes I wonder if you deliberately like shocking people, or if it's just that no one appreciates your humor. Though I'm sure Draco Malfoy is going to learn just how to appreciate your ill humor. Of all the things to do, sir, attacking a fellow Slytherin would have to be one of the dumbest. Not only has he drawn your ire, but every Slytherin in 2nd year and above are clamoring for his blood. Just how dumb is this kid?" Rachel was a realist, upfront and blunt even with her teachers. "Mr. Malfoy is not dumb, Miss Brighton." Severus spat. "He is a jealous little boy who has spent far too much time next to his father's knee and not enough time over it." He ended with a sigh, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees. Lucius Malfoy trained his son to be a prince. He merely forgot that there will be times when that attitude will require self-discipline as well. Like when a fellow Slytherin is the target of a bully from another house. "I don't know, sir, it certainly seems stupid to be provoking your head of house as well as your godfather. And attacking Harry Potter. He's got fan clubs that would probably gladly kill for him." Severus smirked, glad for the reprieve from the dramas of the week. Rachel was up front, not using subtlety as her weapon of choice but rather shock factor. "Yes, but none of them are allowed on Hogwarts grounds." Severus relaxed into the banter he knew was probably going to start, knowing that Rachel used these sessions as an outlet for her frustrations. "Then how did you get a job here, sir? Anybody with eyes knows you've placed Harry under your protection. And sir, I know you've threatened people who've hurt your Slytherins, so no lying." Rachel wagged a finger at him, but Severus could hear the undercurrent. "Rachel, the only people who have to have any worry about the reason people think I'm dangerous is the ones who do something to deserve it. I swore when I took this job that no child under my care will suffer. Whether it's at the hand of a dangerous addiction," here he indicated Rachel with his head, "or at the hands of fellow students, none of my Slytherins are going to be harmed if I can prevent it." Rachel nodded, and Severus made sure to keep his stance as unthreatening as possible. "So is Harry Potter under your protection? Because I think he's going to need it. In this first week alone, I've seen 5 separate occasions where Teddy's quick thinking has managed to get them out of a sticky situation involving Dursley or Malfoy. The boy is a trouble magnet, and I hope he doesn't start attracting the adult kind. Though speaking of dangerous addiction, is he starting on the path I was on? Because you know what, I decided over the summer that that's not a good path. And I really don't want to walk it anymore. Or see anyone else on it." Severus only just resisted giving her an all-out grin. He had been waiting to hear that for 2 years now, and it was a huge step for Rachel. Good. In Harry's case, he didn't choose to reduce himself to that weight, and he's on a fast-track program to gaining weight right now. Madame Pomfrey and I are both involved. If you want to add yourself to the fan club that has formed around him, however, be my guest." Severus made an attempt to return the light mood that Rachel usually had, knowing that once she made a decision she didn't usually like to dwell on it. "Didn't you hear, Professor? We're designing shirts that say, 'We sold our souls to the angel,' for our little group." Harry's got quite the cute blush. Rachel smirked and Severus snorted. As the banter passed back and forth between them he realized that for all Harry had been sorted into the wrong house, hero instincts wise, he was going to gain quite a few loyal supporters, and perhaps that was enough to save some of his house should the war come again. When Professor Snape called the recently dubbed Teddy not in for an interview, he expected a Death Eater's child, one which renounced any claim of actually knowing the boy who lived. Instead, he listened to the child tell him that Potter was bullied by his own housemates as well as the Gryffindor boys. He was glad that there was at least one child he didn't have to save. Well, he certainly couldn't say that had gone well. He had just finished his meeting with his godson, and right now, he had lost all hope of reforming the boy. After having time to muster his pride, Draco had walked in with his head held high, refusing to show his godfather the respect he'd learnt over Severus' own knee. By the end of the meeting, which had eventually progressed into more pleasant grounds than his victimization of Harry Potter, Severus had been tempted to haul the boy over his lap for a reminder on how to treat his elders and his peers. When he wasn't being arrogant, the boy was completely unfazed by his godfather's disappointment, to the point where Severus had simply told him that if he didn't get his act together he was going to flow Narcissa. Narcissa Malfoy may have become the perfect trophy wife to keep her husband happy, but people were sorely mistaken if they thought that it was Lucius Malfoy that Draco was afraid of upsetting. Draco had learnt at an early age that his mother would not tolerate his misbehavior, often to the point that he had begged a spanking off of his godfather rather than face his mother. But now, the boy had his first taste of freedom. He had been sheltered for far too long and Draco was reacting to his seeming lack of boundaries. He had repeatedly broken curfew and was in trouble with quite a few teachers for his attitude. Because of this, Severus had been forced to award him 4 detentions, back-to-back over the weekend, and restrict his freedom. Perhaps after some teasing from his own peers about having an early bedtime and restricted access to the grounds would make the lesson sink in. Severus looked up as a knock sounded at the door and almost groaned in frustration. Compared to his meeting with Rachel in his 7th year, his 2 first-year meetings were beginning to make his head pound. Enter. Theodore Nott stepped into his office, cautiously weaving his head from side to side. Severus recognized the gesture from when Dumbledore had introduced him to Nott. It was because the people in the room had thrown their occlumency barriers up and Nott couldn't sense them. "Professor, I'm not exactly able to tell anyone what I sense, considering people aren't meant to know about my talent." Nott had a tight edge to his voice, showing the strain of not being able to use his 6th sense. During these meetings, Mr. Nott, Teddy, Mr. Nott was a bastard. Well, that certainly explained a lot. As I was saying, he paused, unsure as to whether he actually wanted to address a student as Teddy. "Theodore, during these meetings I will be keeping my occlumency shields up as an exercise in restraint. You rely too much on what you sense, and not enough on your other senses. The headmaster and I are both worried that you will begin to rely solely on that sense, without exercising your others as well. Since it is highly likely you are going to either gain more control or mature out of this talent, you need to experience what it is like to be without that sense." He gestured to the chair that students used during his interviews and sat in the one next to it. "If it's all the same to you, sir, can't you wean me off it? It feels like a pressure in my head when I can't sense anyone, and it's a little bit distracting." Theodore rubbed at his temples and Severus took pity on the boy. He drew his wand out and summoned a vial from his potion store. "This is a headache relief, Theodore. It will ease the sensation for the duration while you consciously get used to not being about to feel other people." He extended his hand, watching the boy drink the potion in one easy gulp. He flashed back to last Friday, when Potter had fought him as he had tried to feed him a potion. "Firstly, Theodore, Mr. Potter tells me that you have some worries about his home life. I am going to say this once, and I hope that you listen very well." He wasn't surprised when Theodore's head snapped up, watching him wearily as his voice dropped in volume. Even if Theodore usually relied on his extra sense, he still knew how to read people. "If you have concerns about a fellow student's home life, don't ever confront them without talking to me first. You are 11 years old, for all that you have extraordinary senses, and if Mr. Potter had reacted badly to your bold and frankly Gryffindorish accusations, you would have created a mess. As it was, neither you nor Prefect Flint aided the situation, since by the time I talked to him about it he was at the point of panicking." He watched the boy's eyes widen in understanding and decided to drive the point home. "I have seen many suicidal students as well as students who have had horrendous things done to them. You are not old enough to deal with those kinds of things. You yourself told Mr. Potter that I am here to protect my students. Let me do my job. You knew that I already suspected something amiss, and yet you sought to find your own conclusion nonetheless. If Mr. Potter had panicked while you and Prefect Flint were talking to him, would you have known how to calm him down?" Severus was genuinely interested in the answer, since he knew that Mrs. Nott had provided her son with rudimentary healing training. "No, probably not. We didn't want to hurt him, we were just worried." He could read the pure remorse in the boy before him and decided to leave that point alone. "I am sure you didn't wish your friend harm, Theodore. Now, I have had a concerned letter from your mother regarding your statement in Transfiguration yesterday. Of course all his first-year Slytherins would choose to make a fuss around Minerva. Yesterday, after refusing to answer to his surname, Theodore had thrown what could only be called a hissy fit in Minerva's class, demanding that he be called by his given name because he didn't want to be connected to the Nott surname anymore." "Oh yeah, that." He watched the proverbial shutters come down across Theodore's eyes and realized that there was really a big issue here. "Yes, Theodore, that unnerving display of childish immaturity over a name. Now would you care to explain to me why you graced the Ravenclaws with such a show?" He was deliberately cruel, knowing that it would spark the boy's temper. He hadn't spent the months of summer just teaching him occlumency but also emotional control and release. Do you know that Jessica McCarty is in my transfiguration class, Professor? You know, the girl whose parents my father Lee murdered? Theodore asked in an angry voice. Oh, and not only did he render her an orphan but he carved our name into a baby girl, the same damn age as his son. And you know why he did that? Because it was fun. Or at least that's the only answer I've ever gotten as to why my father decided that joining an insane madman intent on genocide was a good idea. So I'm so sorry if I don't want to remind that poor girl of her worst nightmare every time I get asked a question. Theodore's rant ended with a sigh. She flinched. Sir, every time McGonagall or Malfoy said my name. In fact, I think Malfoy was saying it to be cruel deliberately. How am I supposed to deal with that? The boy turned tortured eyes on him, and Severus realized just what this was costing the 11-year-old. I take it, Theodore, that someone informed you of your father's crime. Severus was set to find the bastard and wring his neck for the torment he was putting this child through. My mother, sir, she thought I'd be proud. The venom in Theodore's voice was proof enough to the contrary. Severus personally thought that he might have to relax his standard on not slapping women. How could she tell something like that to an 11-year-old boy? What I tell you now must not leave this room, are we clear? Severus decided to take a risk, and prove to this young boy that his trust was warranted. I am not a loyal Death Eater. If I had been, you would have died for what you have just told me, do you realize that? Severus checked the boy's reaction and was glad to see him pale. Good, it would teach him where to put his trust. I don't wish to see any of my Slytherins become a SLA *** to the Dark Lord, and as such, I support your choice wholeheartedly. It is not an easy road, nor will it at times be the most fulfilling. Because of your family history, it is very likely that some people will never trust you. You told me over the summer that you wished to help people, correct? He waited for the boy's nod before continuing. Well, do so, and do it well. Stay as far out of the war as possible while still being Harry's friend, and you will find it harder to stray. And whatever you do, Theodore, don't ever believe them when they call you a monster, or devil's spawn. When the war comes again, and unfortunately it will, they will learn what a true monster is and how you could be no farther from it. He held the black-haired boy's gaze, surprised to see they were slightly wet. How did you know what they were calling me, Professor? Severus hadn't actually realized that Theodore had had his own share of harassment, but he was glad that he had said what he had. Because that's what they called me, even after the headmaster testified as to the fact that I was a spy. Because that's what they'll say, trying to make you slip, stray from the path, and you need to be forewarned so you don't. Because that is one mistake you can't undo. Severus watched Theodore's eyes come to rest on his left sleeve, and he mourned the boy's lost innocence. He shouldn't know where the dark mark sat, though it would help him in the long run. You know, you're probably the bravest person I've ever met, sir. To go into the madman's camp, knowingly betraying him. You must have been insane. He watched as the boy used his occlumency skills to shut the hurt away, and realized that while he had believed the rich pureblood boy and Harry unlikely friends, perhaps they were more alike than he first thought. Certainly the two black heads bent together over breakfast had begun to amuse the teachers at the staff table, who had learned how to tell them apart by body weight alone because they were so similar from behind. Yes, well, as long as you aren't accusing me of being a Gryffindor, I believe I'll accept that compliment, Theodore. He smirked at the boy, receiving a cheeky grin in return. Would I say that? I would hope not. Now, since part of this session is meant to be about your occlumency, do you remember the breathing exercises I gave you? Theodore nodded, though Severus wasn't surprised to see the unenthusiastic look on his face. Yes, sir. Do you want me to start them now? Theodore made to pull his legs up onto the chair into a cross-legged position, and Severus remembered another similarity between the two boys. Harry and Theodore both liked to curl up in their chairs, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. Yes, but with one difference. Instead of focusing on your breathing, focus on an image such as lake, or a forest, or fire. Something that takes all of your attention. Severus thought of his own image, a river flowing through rapids. remembering when Dumbledore had taught him this same technique. The idea of this is that you focus on your image without influencing your breathing, so get your breathing steady and calm first, then begin to build the image in your mind. Once you have the image, and you will probably have to focus solely on the image to maintain it, sink all your consciousness into the image. I will be using Legilimency to monitor your mind, so you don't have any incidents. Are incidents likely, sir? Severus didn't miss the nervous rise in Theodore's voice. Occlumency is magic, Mr. Knott. There is always the potential for error when untrained witches and wizards attempt a magic they are not familiar with. When you retreat into your mind to build the walls in your mind that form your shields, you run the risk of walling yourself into your mind, essentially rendering yourself catatonic. I will not allow that to happen, however, since your connection with me will prevent you from building a wall around me. Theodore nodded again, then met Severus' eyes front on. Theodore rarely did, and Severus was surprised to realize that he had eyes almost as dark as Severus. Though considering the fact that they both had common wizarding ancestors, he wasn't surprised. Do I have to be looking at you for this to work, sir? I usually look at my lap when I do these exercises. Theodore clenched his hands in his lap, the only sign of his tension. Severus was well aware that Theodore did not trust other people in his head even if he was forced to be in everyone else's. No, this does not require eye contact. I do have to place my hands on your temples though. Physical contact makes Legilimency stronger, which means that even if your mind tries to expel me instinctively in a crisis, I will be able to hold on to the contact. With this, Theodore dropped his eyes and began to breathe deeply, focusing inward. Severus brought his hands up to the boy's temples, resting his fingertips lightly upon them. With that he slipped into the boy's mind, resting just on the surface, waiting for the boy to begin the exercise. Half an hour later, Severus began to draw the boy out of his trance, bringing him slowly back to awareness. Congratulations, Mr. Knott. You have successfully held that image for almost half an hour. Stay seated for a few minutes while you regain your equilibrium. I am impressed. Theodore grinned weakly at him, and winced as Severus stood. Ow, I didn't expect it to pack quite a punch, sir. Severus smirked and summoned another headache relief. You can take this in half an hour but not before. It will not continue to create such a headache. It is simply because your mind is a muscle, and you just gave it quite a workout. Teddy nodded and took the potion from his teacher. Am I free to go, sir? I think I might be putting myself to bed early tonight. Severus looked at the clock, realizing that it was almost 9 o'clock. Yes, you are free to go. In fact, I believe I may be providing you with company for an early bedtime. Mr. Malfoy obviously needs more rest than he's getting. While it was slightly unprofessional to pass this information on, if Theodore was already in the dorm he would notice Severus sending the Malfoy heir to bed early anyway. Good. Malfoy needs a little humiliation. I wonder if I can convince Harry to help me tease him. Since Malfoy thought it was so funny when Harry passed out during your meeting last Friday. Severus was wary of the glint in Theodore's eye. The boy had been practically raised by Flint, after all. Please be careful, Mr. Knott, as I don't want to have to play babysitter to a group of 11-year-old boys. He opened the door then allowed Theodore out before him. So basically, sir, don't get caught. Theodore was regaining his cheekiness and the color in his cheeks. He darted down the corridor in front of his head of house, making Severus wonder if he needed the headache potion Severus had given him. He entered the common room and took note of who was in there. He saw a large group of 7 years studying at the tables, and noticed that his 6th years were probably in the library at Minerva's tutorials. The first years were more spread among the room, with the majority surrounding Draco's chair. Harry was curled up in a chair near the boys' corridor, and as Severus watched, Harry's eyes flicked up to the nearest group then quickly back down. He realized that the boy was on guard, waiting for one of the boys near him to decide that they wanted to pick on him. Harry's eyes came up and locked on Theodore, tracking his progress across the room. A harsh laugh from the 2nd years drew his eyes away from the 1st years, and he cursed inwardly as he realized that the 2nd years were experimenting with prank goods, probably filched from the Weasley twins. I'm going to assume that those of you who have seen fit to introduce prank goods into this common room are about to remove them from my sight. Severus pitched his voice to carry over the noise of people talking, and the second years froze. "What prank goods, sir?" Jensen Beasley piped up from the edge of the group. "The ones that are about to earn you detention scrubbing all the first-year cauldrons. Now, I believe that you all haven't fulfilled your daily study schedule, so I'm sure you have better things to do." The boys jumped to obey what Severus had said. "That's better. Oh, and Beasley, watch the cheek." The boy in question dipped his head in shame. The fourth years who had been sitting nearby laughed, making him flush. "Seriously, Beasley, anybody knows that you shouldn't cheat the professor when you're in trouble. Even you can't be stupid enough to think you can talk your way past our head of house." Cat calls from the fourth years made him smirk, raising his eyebrow in their direction. "Thank you, fourth years. Have you all completed your own studying?" He received a few vigorous nods and a few guilty looks. "If you haven't, please do so now as you only have 2 hours until curfew." Sir." He looked behind him and saw Harry standing there. "Yes, Mr. Potter." He racked his brain for what Harry could possibly want to talk to him about. Harry looked around him nervously and Severus realized that he probably wanted to talk in a more private area. He made his way across the common room to the chair that the boy had just left, and sat in the one opposite. "What did you want to ask me, Mr. Potter?" Severus looked closely at Theodore, making sure that he wasn't suffering any ill effects from the occlumency practice. "You know how you said I had a vault?" Severus nodded, choosing not to comment on the bad wording of that sentence. "Well, I was wondering if I can, I don't know, I'll order new pajamas. Just because the ones I have are too big. I don't really need anything else new." Severus sighed, debating as to whether to demand the boy see sense or leave it at that. His desire to see the boy in clothes that were fit for him prevailed. "Mr. Potter, it is of course possible to order supplies if you have need of anything. However, since bulk orders usually cost less in the long run, I would suggest going through your clothes and replacing everything that is disrepair. From what I've seen of your wardrobe, I would be replacing the majority of it. I will procure you an order form from Madame Malkin's and another store which deals in mostly Muggle-style clothing." Severus stood suddenly and latched onto Draco's ear from where he had tried to come up and listen into their conversation. "Mr. Malfoy, I've told you before that listening into others' conversation is not behavior befitting a young gentleman. Why do I have to repeat myself?" Severus hissed at the young boy, feeling him tense in fear. "No answer. It is high time that you remembered that I am an adult who deserves your respect, and when I tell you to cease and desist, then you should do so instantly." Draco struggled, trying to pull his ear out of the pinching grip. Severus growled in frustration and turned to Harry. "We will finish this conversation later, Mr. Potter. Until then, Madame Pomfrey keeps stores of spare clothes for children who displace their own. They should suit better than those you have until the order comes through." He turned sharply, stalking down the boys' corridor, pulling Draco with him. "Ow, sir, don't pinch so hard. Mr. Malfoy, the fact that you still have your ear is something in your favor at the moment, so if I were you I would quickly regain the demeanor you practiced before you came to Hogwarts. Your arrogance and childish behaviors recently disgust me, and I am very close to flowing your mother and consulting with her on how to deal with you. Or perhaps I can just resort to the way I used to deal with this kind of behavior. I'm sure after a trip over my knee you'd be changing your tune." Draco stopped suddenly, leaping forward when Severus' hand tugged on his ear. "Sir, you wouldn't, would you?" Draco turned fearful eyes on his godfather, and Severus resisted the urge to sigh at how young he looked. "I don't know, Mr. Malfoy, it's certainly tempting at the moment. Why have you decided to revert back to treating everyone like they're below you?" Severus spoke softly, knowing that if Draco was starting to think rather than make arrogant comments, then he was ready to start negotiating. "Well, everyone keeps saying that I'm going to be able to get away with everything because I'm your godson and my dad's in with the minister." Severus raised an eyebrow. "Try again, Mr. Malfoy, and I'm sure I don't have to remind you what my punishment for lying is." Draco slanted his gaze upwards toward Severus' face, obviously debating about whether to continue trying to lie. Severus just held the boy's gaze, waiting for him to answer. "I guess I kind of got carried away." Yes, it certainly seems like it. Draco grinned sheepishly at Severus' peeved tone. I'll try and be better now. I promise, Uncle Severus. Professor Snape at school, Draco. And your punishments still stand. Your behavior has been despicable lately, and if I see it again this year, I will bring your mother in to deal with you. Draco nodded. Now, you have an early bedtime for the next 4 days, so into the dorm with you. I'll know if you don't go to bed within 15 minutes. I know, sir. I won't dawdle. See that you don't. You will have a meeting at the same time next fortnight. Severus gave the boy a gentle push toward the dorms, and turned back to the common room. He activated the countdown spell that told the first years how long until curfew, and then picked his potions journal off of the bookcase. He took a seat next to Harry and Theodore, angling his chair toward the room to show that he was open for conversation. Sir, you said you wanted to finish talking to me. Harry didn't add the unspoken, before you dragged Draco off, and Severus appreciated it. Ah, yes, while you believe that your possessions are serviceable, most of them are not fit for use as rags. I would suggest replacing all your clothes and many of your other possessions. I would also suggest buying an owl. They are handy creatures, and good companions that mostly take care of themselves. He paused here, looking over to the second years that appeared to be settling a debate. As for your vault, I have arranged with Gringotts for them to provide you with an amount each year for personal spending. The stipend that goes to the Dursleys is being audited by the goblins. If the Dursleys haven't been spending the stipend on you, the goblins will be ones confronting them. Severus didn't know what Harry knew about the goblins, but he knew that the boy had at least been to Gringotts. The Dursleys would have had to change their muggle money for wizarding money. Theodore snorted suddenly as his meaning sunk in. They'll want to have a good excuse ready then, since they obviously haven't been using the money for what it was meant for. How come? That comment alone confirmed Severus' suspicions that Harry did not know much about goblins. Goblins handle all wizarding transactions, and they've got their fingers in most muggle ones as well. If somebody tries to screw a wizard out of money that's rightfully theirs, Severus cleared his throat, silently warning Theodore to watch his phrasing. Sorry, Professor. Anyway, if the goblins catch you playing games with money, it's basically an insult to them, and, well, they don't take offense well. It's why wizarding money is so safe. No one's stupid enough to anger the goblins. Theodore shrugged, obviously used to explaining seemingly ordinary concepts to Harry. So they'll be angry at the Dursleys for not spending it on me. Harry was apparently still confused. Harry, they're most likely going to be furious. Which means they'll report it to the headmaster. Since it's your eventual inheritance that's funding the stipend, it's within your rights to demand to be compensated, which the goblins will carry out for you. From my calculations, the stipend that should have funded your care comfortably went instead to spoiling your cousin or perhaps renovating the kitchen, which I noticed when I visited. Severus curled his lip at the memories of that cardboard cutout house that was exactly the same as every other house in the street. Oh no, I wouldn't want that. Severus was struck by how forgiving the boy was. If positions were reversed, he could honestly say he would have reclaimed every sickle. Why wouldn't you want to take it all back? I know I'd be interested in a little payback. Theodore had obviously recovered from his previous headache if he was being this glib. Well, I use the new kitchen too, and it's heaps better than the old one. Harry shrugged and Severus' heart sunk as he had a flash of inspiration. You know you're not going back there, don't you, Harry? Because if my mum doesn't adopt you, then I know Marcus is going to get his parents onto it. While Theodore wasn't going about the idea the right way, Severus definitely agreed with him on one point. Harry was not going back to the Dursleys. Why would your parents do that? When Theodore's expression turned shocked, Severus had to step in. He told himself that it wasn't because he was going soft and he didn't want the boys to fight. Really, it was just because he was tired and bickering 11 years old tended to make headaches. Mr. Potter, I do believe I told you that I'm going to put a stop to how the Dursleys treat you, did I not? He waited for Harry to nod slowly, obviously confused. If you do not wish to take the issue to the headmaster or the authorities, one solution would be for me to have you removed from their care and apprenticed to a master for the summers. Mrs. Knott doesn't have mastery status, but Mr. Flint received his defense mastery 7 years ago. The Flint family had also remained neutral during the war, being both half-bloods. He would be a very good teacher for you, or any of your professors. All of your professors bar Trelawney hold masteries in their own subjects as well. Severus watched Harry mull it over and decided to leave it at that. Anything else he wanted to discuss could be done in the privacy of his office. Try not to miss curfew, boys. And Theodore, you should probably already be in bed. He nodded at the boys' farewells, and stood. The boys followed suit, collecting their things. Severus began to walk over to the common room door. He wasn't intercepted by any of his Slytherins and continued out into the corridor. He planned now on doing marking until curfew, then nursing a finger of scotch. He knew already that he was going to spend at least a few hours tonight contemplating Harry and his situation. Why was it that every time he spoke to the boy he ended up wasting hours thinking about his situation? When Headmaster Dumbledore asked how Harry was doing after his first couple of weeks, Professor Snape didn't want to be the one to tell him that just this morning his precious golden boy had been found being beaten by his cousin. Nor did he want to tell him about the scars on Harry's back, which meant that the Dursleys had done so much more than just starve him. By the next Friday morning, Severus was well and truly sick of having to drag Potter down to the kitchen to make him eat. The boy turned up to most meals but rarely ate more than the bare minimum. After watching him eat less than the average bird at each meal, Severus would collect the boy after every meal and take him down to the kitchen for another meal. Theodore had accompanied them yesterday to dinner only because Severus wasn't prepared to write a note excusing him from class to watch his friend eat. And yet, the boy still hadn't bothered to turn up to breakfast, when they both had class straight up. "Severus, we are meeting this afternoon at 3, aren't we?" Dumbledore seemed to be looking in the same direction as Severus, which was straight at the lone black-haired boy sitting at Slytherin table. Theodore had arrived without his human shadow and Severus had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. "Yes, Headmaster." Severus looked to his side and saw Minerva scanning her own table. "Dudley Dursley appears not to have made it to breakfast. That's unusual, don't you think?" asked Minerva out of the side of her mouth. "Very. I'm going to go find my own missing student. Perhaps you should attempt to locate yours." Severus stood, draining the last of his coffee. Dursley had not reacted well to his detention, threatening Harry in History of Magic, according to Theodore. After placing his cup back on the table and scanning the vast hall for one last time, Severus stalked down the aisle past Slytherin table. Usually his snakes would call out and ask his advice on disputes or issues, but today they seemed to respect that he had somewhere to be. When he reached Theodore he said, "Theodore, you seem to be missing a companion. Do you know where I might find him?" As he spoke he noticed a very subdued Draco sitting not far off. He was glad that the boy's vow of improved behavior seemed to have taken effect. "He was going to the library, sir. To add something to his potions homework." Theodore shrugged. "He was talking to Granger last I saw. They were walking together." "Thank you, Theodore." Adding to his potions essay. Hadn't the boy finished it on Sunday and asked him to proofread it? He'd refused, not wanting to show favoritism. However, when he'd asked Harry what books he'd used to write his assignment, Harry had told him that he'd used all 3 of the suggested texts. He shouldn't have been able to find something to add. Severus turned toward the entrance hall, intent on finding the wayward Slytherin. He stalked out into the school and towards the library. The first thing he planned when finding the boy was to inform him that homework never came before food, especially when you were as skinny as Potter was. However, even the best laid plans face failure, and as Severus rounded the corner into a corridor around the corner from the library, his shattered. He had found his missing Slytherin, pinned under his overweight cousin, who was delivering punches to Harry's face even through his attempt to block. "Mr. Dursley, what exactly do you think you're doing?" Severus bellowed, deliberately startling the boys. He whipped out his wand and sent a mild blasting curse at Dursley, pushing him off of the smaller boy. Ignoring the Gryffindor's frightened stuttering, he bore down on both boys angrily. He sent a wakefulness charm at Harry to help combat the incoming concussion. The dazed look in Harry's eyes worried him and he sent a Patronus to summon Poppy. Detention for a week and 50 points from Gryffindor for savagely beating a fellow student. "And I'm taking you to your head of house so she can know exactly what you did to deserve that punishment," Severus spat as he bent down to help Harry off the floor. Stand against the wall, facing it until I'm ready to deal with you, Dursley. He glared at the boy until he did what he had been told. As Dursley scrambled to his feet, Severus noticed a welt coming up on his cheek. That hadn't come from his spell, and even when Minerva did use stinging spells, they never left a mark. Which left 5 points to Slytherin for attempting to defend yourself, Mr. Potter. Where is your wand now? Harry ducked his head and shrugged. A verbal answer is better than a shrug, Mr. Potter. If you don't know, it's no matter. Accio Harry Potter's wand. Severus spoke the summoning charm and Harry's wand flew out and smacked against his palm. He handed it to its rightful owner as Poppy appeared around the corner. She took one look at the situation and sighed. Fighting again, boys. Come with me, Mr. Potter, and we'll get you all patched up. Mr. Dursley, that welt will heal in time, so I believe you can keep it. It'll remind you to keep your hands to yourself. Severus nodded his approval at Poppy as she ushered Harry past him toward the infirmary. Now, Mr. Dursley, come with me. I need to get to my class. With that, Severus pinched Dursley's ear. The boy squirmed and whined. Next time I catch you fighting with your cousin, Dursley, I'm going to make life very miserable for you. You have no idea how protective my upper years are. Are we crystal clear? The boy stopped fighting, having a brief flash of self-preservation. His wide eyes took in Severus, and it was easy to see that he had only just comprehended that he was alone in a corridor with a professor who was rumored to be extremely dangerous. Yes, sir. The boy was showing the first meekness he probably had ever shown, and Severus was glad to see it was possible. You had better hope so, Mr. Dursley, because I will not warn you again. With that, Severus quickened his pace slightly, towing the large boy behind him. Severus, there you, Mr. Dursley, what have you done now? Minerva encountered them as they came to the welcome hall. Severus smirked inwardly at the fed-up tone Minerva used to address Dursley. Mr. Dursley was found beating his cousin. He has received a week's worth of detention and a loss of 50 points. Madame Pomfrey believes that the welt should be left as a reminder to Mr. Dursley that he should settle his disputes another way. Severus let go of the boy's ear, savoring the expression on Minerva's face. If Severus was right, Dursley was in for quite the lecture. Please don't forget Mr. Dursley has class in a moment, Minerva, but I will leave the boy to you. Severus walked away, knowing that he didn't want to be anywhere near Minerva when her temper blew. As he walked down the stairs to the dungeons, he noticed Theodore sitting on the bottom of the stairs. Did Dursley have him again, sir? Severus did not care for Theodore's resigned tone. When he nodded gravely, the boy sighed. Are you sure it's bad to use violence to problems, sir? Because I really want to ask Flint to teach Dursley a lesson. Just a little one, nothing major. Theodore didn't even offer a small smile. Theodore, you wouldn't be conspiring in front of a teacher, would you? Severus knew that he would probably regret allowing Theodore plot against the Gryffindor boys, but he also knew that a few thrown punches were going to be the last of his problems if the upper years decided to put Dursley in his place. Well, no, sir. I'm just forewarning you that I'm going to have to do something about this, or I'm going to say something I'll regret to Harry. And I don't want to hurt him. Severus was impressed. While very protective, Theodore could be incredibly blunt on purpose with his friends. Perhaps, Theodore, it would be better if you merely avoided causing trouble of any sort for at least a week. I'm sure the upper years are going to need no provocation. In fact, if Poppy didn't keep Harry in the hospital wing until he could make some eye-balm, Severus was going to be hard-pressed to stop his upper years from doing something drastic. He unlocked the door to his classroom, and Theodore followed him in. Why do teachers always get to class so early? Theodore sat at the same bench as last week, and Severus noticed him begin to unpack his school bag. Did Mr. Potter take his bag with him to the library, Theodore? Severus wondered if he should have picked the bag up before sending the boy to the hospital wing. No, sir. He left it at breakfast because he wasn't going to come back. Even cracked a joke about you killing him if he didn't eat breakfast. Theodore offered him a smile. Prefect Flint took it to the hospital wing on his way to Transfiguration. He figured he would have time. I doubt Professor McGonagall will be late to her own class, even if she is busy killing a firstie. Severus kept an eye on Theodore as he prepared the classroom for the first-year lesson. The boy flicked through his book, randomly stopping to read a sentence. "Have you finished your essay already, Theodore?" "Of course, it's due in 10 minutes. Theodore shot back at him. Severus was about to reply when Draco walked in with his little group. Severus was unsure about whether their fathers had had a hand in that or not. Certainly he hadn't expected Blaise Zabini to develop a friendship with the younger Malfoy. "Come in, boys. Please place your assignment on my desk. If you could do the same, Theodore." The boys nodded and went to place their assignments on the desk. As Theodore and Draco both reached the desk at the same time, they paused, obviously not wanting to be closer to each other than they had to be. "Boys, I don't have time for juvenile power plays. I have already had to break up a fight this morning." Both heard the unspoken warning that the next fight would be treated even more harshly. The boys both took a step forward and placed their essays on the desk. "Now, I want you both to decide right now whether a few insults are worth your sense of house pride. Currently you have so much infighting in your year that you can't fight off the attacks by the Gryffindors. One of your housemates is being targeted by a Gryffindor and has very little support from within their house." Severus knew that both boys knew who he was talking about. "It's almost embarrassing that Potter keeps getting beaten by that Muggleborn. I don't want to be friends with you, but I think I'm okay with declaring a truce. Not that I'm going to defend Potter if he's getting his butt kicked," Draco snootily declared. Severus decided that that was the best compromise they boys were going to have. "Don't worry, Malfoy, I'm sure Harry doesn't want you watching his back either." Severus sighed as Theodore snapped at Draco. Well, at least they'd decided to stop embarrassing each other. As the rest of the class began to file in, Severus wondered what had become of Harry. Surely the boy was done with the infirmary by now. Harry was disappointed to be back at the infirmary after less than a week. And it was another Dursley-inflicted injury. "Well, Mr. Potter, you're going to have 2 nasty black eyes and a mild concussion. Stick to Mr. Nott and have him take you to Professor Snape if your symptoms get worse. I can't give you anything for the headache, or it'll risk internal bleeding." Harry nodded as Madame Pomfrey finished speaking. He instantly regretted it as the pain behind his eyes spiked. "You will probably feel dizzy all day and your vision might get a little blurry. Just take it easy and go to bed early tonight," Madame Pomfrey said. "Now, as for those eyes, I can reduce the bruising over your nose and fix that break, but I won't be able to fix your eyes. The blood vessels are too delicate and bruise balm is too potent. Professor Snape may make you some eye balm, but he'll have to have a look at your eyes first." Harry nodded, wondering whether he should tell Madame Pomfrey that he had had a lot of bruises, and concussions for that matter, before. He sat for the nurse while she fixed his nose and checked his bruised ribs. When she finished she smiled. "Now, if you could just avoid ending up here again for at least 3 days that would be nice." Harry grinned back at her. Flint had muttered something to the same effect when he dropped off Harry's book bag. "Yes, ma'am. Can I go to class now?" Harry asked hopefully. "Yes, but don't handle any explosive stages in your potions, all right?" Harry nodded and grabbed his stuff, happy to be going away from the hospital wing. He walked through the school towards the dungeons, marveling at how quiet it was. People still hadn't stopped staring and he was glad to be able to walk through the halls without people whispering about him. He reached the dungeons and ducked into a bathroom to check his appearance. Both of his eyes were swollen and bruised and his nose had a bandage across the top. He looked like the pictures of badgers he saw in primary school. He shrugged at his reflection, well aware that Teddy was probably going to have kittens when he saw Harry's face. Teddy had been even more protective since the incident by the lake, not letting Harry out of his sight unless Harry was with a teacher. Harry walked out of the bathroom and turned toward the potions classroom. He knocked on the door, hoping that he wasn't about to interrupt his professor's instructions to his class. "Enter." Apparently not. Harry opened the door and walked over to Snape. Snape regarded him as he walked over to him. "A note from Madame Pomfrey for you, sir. Explaining why I'm late." Harry assumed that Madame Pomfrey has also written a request for some eye balm. "Very well. Do not attempt to assist Mr. Nott with your potion. Your concussion is too severe to make this potion safely." Harry nodded and went to sit next to Teddy. The class was making a burn heal, which Snape had told Harry that he wanted all of the Slytherins to have in their potions kits in case of emergencies. He hadn't looked up at Teddy yet, but as he sat down he heard Teddy gasp. "Holy Merlin, he did a number on you, Harry." Harry looked at Teddy and saw that he was looking at Dudley murderously. "Teddy, don't. He's not worth pissing off Snape. He won't do it again, not after Snape went nutty at him this morning. I've never seen him that angry." Harry knew that Teddy's overprotective instinct was going into overdrive. "Harry, I'm the last person Snape has to worry about when the upper years see your eyes. One of the things that Snape encourages is that we look after each other. This means that Dursley has a death wish." Harry realized that Teddy was probably right. Flint had been furious on Wednesday when he'd heard that Malfoy had helped Dudley. Malfoy had been roughed up by Flint and his buddies after he'd come back from his meeting. The aristocratic boy had spent the night glaring daggers at Harry. "I know that, but I don't want you to get involved. It's bad enough that Flint's going to draw attention to it. I don't want you all to make a fuss over something that has always happened." Teddy looked at him, scandalized. "Always happened? Honestly, how much do your relatives hate you? How can this have been happening for ages?" Teddy's voice faded out and Harry's vision grayed. "Potter, Potter, Potter." Harry lifted his head as he heard Snape calling his name. He tried to clear his head by shaking it, but that just made the black on the edge of his vision close in. When Harry began to collapse over his potion, Severus realized that Poppy hadn't realized the boy was overstressed. She had released the boy from the infirmary without giving him a calming draft, which means that Teddy's reaction was likely to stress the boy enough to worsen his concussion. Expecto Patronum. His do Patronus stood before him in an instant. "Tell Madame Pomfrey that Mr. Potter has taken a turn for the worse and requires a stay in the hospital wing." The doe cantered through the nearest wall and Severus turned his attention back to the 11-year-old in front of him. "Everybody else get back to work. You can continue your potions until I tell you not to do so." "Mr. Knott, what were you talking about before Mr. Potter began to pass out?" Severus looked up at the boy as he summoned an awakening draft. He needed to get Harry conscious. His guilty expression told him that they had been talking about sensitive topics, and he barely resisted scowling at the foolish child. "Collect Mr. Potter's belongings, those he removed from his bag. Then place your potion under the Consisto spell." He plucked the summoned potion out of the air as they came toward him, and then walked around the desk to support Harry so he didn't fall out of his chair or onto Teddy. While supporting the boy with an arm around his shoulders, Severus tilted Harry's head back and trickled the potion into his mouth. He put the potion down and quickly massaged the boy's throat, forcing his body to swallow. He felt the boy tense as he came awake, but noticed that Harry stayed quiet and still while he tried to figure out where he was. "Mr. Potter, you are in the potions classroom. You fainted after aggravating your concussion. Can you tell me what day it is?" "Friday." He didn't like the fact that Harry was hesitant, but knew that the boy was probably still on the edge of consciousness because he hadn't had enough of the draft. "And who the Minister for Magic is?" Harry gave him a dumb look and Severus realized that it was quite possible that the muggle-raised boy probably didn't even know there was a Ministry of Magic. "Never mind. How many fingers am I holding up?" "3. The boy answered more confidently this time. "Correct, Mr. Potter. Now I am going to place you on a stretcher so we can take you to the hospital wing." Severus supported Harry onto a conjured stretcher, knowing that the boy was still far too fuzzy to attempt to walk. "I can walk, sir," Harry protested, being on the stretcher. "If you can't stand unaided, Mr. Potter, then you can't walk to the infirmary from here." Severus didn't pause as he finished moving the boy. Madame Pomfrey entered the room at a brisk walk. "Sorry, Severus, I had a fractured skull to deal with from the second year's flying class." Severus nodded, dismissing the weight. Harry wasn't dying, at least at the moment. "Mr. Potter began to lose consciousness about 5 minutes ago. I believe it is a side effect of his concussion." Poppy nodded, thankful for the succinct version of events. "Well then, Mr. Potter, looks like you'll be spending the night in the hospital wing with Katie Bell." She fell off her broom after one of the Slytherins hit her with a bludger. "She's on the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Poppy's voice trailed off as she levitated the boy out of the potions classroom while talking. He noticed Theodore had watched the stretcher out the door, obviously worried about his younger friend. Mr. Knott, you are already behind on your potion. Please return to work before I'm forced to assign you a lower grade. Theodore looked up at him, reluctant, then seemed to think better of protesting. Severus looked around the room, intending on finding a Gryffindor to dock points from when he noticed Granger's hand in the air. He sighed, and made his way over to the station she was sharing with Longbottom. Yes, Miss Granger. Severus didn't know what the girl was going to ask because a glance into their cauldron told him that their potion was perfect. Is Harry going to be all right, Professor? Severus was shocked that the girl was concerned about someone in a different house, especially a Slytherin. Then he remembered that Harry had been talking to her and Longbottom before his class last Friday. Mr. Potter is in Madame Pomfrey's experienced hands. He should be fine by Monday, Miss Granger. He knew that his tone of voice was dismissive and he wasn't surprised to see Longbottom flinch. The idiot boy had already been on the receiving end of his temper. Thank you for your concern, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom. He wasn't going soft. Really, he wasn't. He moved on then, checking that the potions hadn't been too disrupted by the supposed drama that had happened. He had been told many times by other staff members that medical dramas in class were traumatic to those who witnessed it, but he really couldn't see how. You should be halfway through your potions now. Don't forget to take your potions off the fire before adding the chamomile. He noticed a few of his Slytherins have to take note of this advice and sighed internally. Potter, Knott and Malfoy were his most promising students, and Knott was hardly performing now that his best friend was not in the class. Draco was too concerned with looking good to realize that dumbing himself down was a bad idea. That meant that this lesson was going to be extraordinarily long. Half an hour later Severus was relieved that class was finally over. Thanks to Granger, Longbottom hadn't managed to ruin his own potion, but he had managed to knock extra ingredients into his neighbor's cauldron. The resulting mess was what he'd be scrubbing during his detention that evening under Flint's watchful eyes. He had offered Dursley and Weasley the chance to rebrew their potion, since it wasn't their fault that theirs had failed to be met with careless attitudes. He'd assigned them a 0 for the day, and if he was honest with himself, some of that was spite towards the Dursley boy. He had stupidly begun to regale his friends with tales of his morning as if the beating of his cousin was entertainment, and Severus had been about to dock points again when Longbottom had been so clumsy. He waited for the classroom to clear before placing all the completed potion sample under a storage spell. He sent them to a cupboard along the wall before leaning against his desk and contemplating the mess the first years had made of his classroom. It was then that he noticed that Poppy hadn't picked up Harry's book bag. Since he had a meeting with the boy that night anyway, he bent to retrieve it from the floor. A letter poking out of the top caught his eye, and he pulled it out of the book it had been jammed into. Harry Potter, Hogwarts. The address on the front was simple, obviously written by a muggle, as they wouldn't realize that owls didn't need addresses. Severus shook his head, hoping that it wasn't more verbal abuse from the Dursleys. Instead of reading it, which he would usually have done, he replaced the letter inside the book Harry had hidden it in. The boy had seemed no more upset today than he was usually, so either he hadn't read it yet, or it wasn't upsetting. In both cases, it was none of Severus' business, and wouldn't help the boy trust him. Severus returned to clearing the classroom away but was interrupted by a knock at the door. Sir, I forgot Harry's bag. Theodore stood in the doorway looking contrite. And I wanted to talk to you. Take a seat, Theodore. I will take Mr. Potter's bag to him when I see him this afternoon for his meeting. What did you want to discuss with me? Severus has his suspicions about Theodore's topic of conversation, but he decided that it would be better to let the boy vocalize his conclusions. Does stress make concussions worse? Because I didn't mean to freak Harry out, sir. We were just talking and then he got all spacey, and I know I wasn't meant to talk about anything like his home life, but it's all around us. Whenever Dursley's around, something new, and scary, and horrible comes up. I'm sore. Severus held up a hand to stop Theodore's worried rambling. Since he had said his piece in almost one breath, he wasn't surprised to see the boy breathe deeply. While mildly stressful conversations should not cause ill effects to a concussed person, Mr. Potter has been unusually stressed recently, and quite possibly would have taken a turn for the worse anyway. As for the fact that you were discussing his cousin, it was obviously going to happen after the spectacle this morning. Perhaps if you could limit the conversation to light-hearted threats against Dursley's person. Severus frowned when Theodore shook his head. He doesn't like that. He really doesn't want to draw any attention to himself. What's he going to do when people start paying attention to his fame? Theodore said exasperatedly. I believe Mr. Potter doesn't realize that this is just the beginning of what will be very intense social pressure. Until he does fall under the spotlight, I suppose we will just have to help him avoid it. Severus knew that press attention would be the shy boy's worst nightmare. Sir, you do realize that if someone goes public about Harry being abused, that the first thing they'll do is smother him in attention, right? The uncertainty in Theodore's voice reminded Severus that though mature, Theodore was only a first year. He wasn't used to being consulted with when it came to issues such as these. Since Mr. Potter has requested that I don't deal with this issue publicly, I can only tell you that I am already intent on making sure that his name stays well out of the media. Now, as for my house threatening the safety of Dudley Dursley, may I remind you that permanent injuries require the involvement of the headmaster and Aurors. I do not want to be responsible for assisting the arrest of one of my students. Also, Mr. Dursley needs to be in a good enough condition to complete his detentions with me. Severus smirked, well aware that the young Gryffindor would be hearing plenty of stories about his detentions. And none of the stories that he was going to hear would compare to what Severus was going to do him. People aren't going to care if we put him in hospital, sir. That's the perk to wanting to beat up a bully terrorizing Harry Potter. Even the Gryffindors are disgusted with him. What he did wasn't anyone near the realm of brotherly love. Severus was surprised to hear that Gryffindors were protective of Harry, and Theodore appeared to feel it. Harry met the Weasley twins on the train and they took a liking to him. Does that mean they'll seek retribution on Dursley? Theodore shrugged. I don't know. I don't really talk to them. Severus didn't find that remarkable because Theodore had been raised to distrust Gryffindors. That should be interesting, Severus said dryly. Theodore laughed, then looked at his watch. Lunch, Theodore, you need to keep ahead of Mr. Potter. Also, Severus had to check with Minerva as to her schedule the next day. He had decided it was high time to make a visit to the Dursley residence and knew that Minerva would probably like to accompany him. Theodore nodded and moved ahead of him out the door. Severus locked his classroom after levitating Harry's bag out of the door. He checked that there was no one waiting to talk to him outside his office, but upon spotting no one, spelled the bag to follow him as he made his way to the Great Hall. He noticed that the bag was fraying and made a note to inquire with Harry as to whether he had completed an owl order or not. If he hadn't, he would make sure that the boy placed an order for a new bag. As he entered the Great Hall with the bag trailing him, he took the chance to study Dursley's interactions with the rest of his house. He was seated with the rest of the Gryffindor first-year boys, but it was obvious from the glares of the upper years that none of the boys were in the good books. The two Weasley twin boys had their heads bowed toward each other, and Severus recognized the signs of a Weasley plot. He seated himself at his place at the head table. Minerva was on his left and Quirrell was on his right. Minerva leaned towards him and asked quietly, "Was Mr. Knott in trouble during potions?" At the concerned tone in Minerva's voice, Severus almost did a double take. Since when did Gryffindors care about his Slytherins? He was merely concerned about whether he was the cause of Harry's relapse during class. Severus dished his own meal up, quickly checking his Slytherins for signs of lack of appetite. Harry's relapse. It occurred to Severus that Minerva had not been informed about Harry's concussion and subsequent faint. Harry sustained a concussion during his altercation with Mr. Dursley this morning. He returned to my class after being discharged by Madame Pomfrey and fainted not 5 minutes later. Mr. Knott was under the belief that stressful topics could make concussions worse, and was harboring guilt about it. Minerva looked distressed. Why on earth would he feel that talking to Harry would make his concussion worse? Because I have forewarned him that Harry gets emotional when confronted with topics such as his family's abuse of him or his cousin's victimization, said Severus scathingly. As that self-hate or disgust at 11-year-old reactions, Severus? Minerva said as she smiled slightly. I'm not to blame for Theodore Knott's Hufflepuff tendencies. Minerva raised a skeptical eyebrow. I'm not, Minerva, because I was right to warn him off hard topics. Harry's injuries have been horrific, and I don't want another 11-year-old trying to deal with those implications. The only problem is that there aren't very many topics the boys could discuss without coming across a delicate subject. Is it really that bad? Surely the boys can discuss school. Severus shook his head. Quidditch. Again Severus shook his head, remembering watching Harry pale at the sight of the brooms. Friends. Surely there's something. Severus. School leads to Dursley. Quidditch doesn't seem to appeal to Harry, and talking about friends leads to the fact that Dursley guaranteed Harry never had any. I am beginning to wonder if Harry has any pleasant memories. Severus began to put earnest effort into eating, realizing that lunch was almost over. Perhaps it's time that he had some then. On that note, Severus, when are we going to pay that visit to those Dursleys? I have an issue I want to bring up with them. Something about how to teach children manners. Mr. Dursley is wearing on my last nerve, and I am about to drag him over my knee for an education. Or send him to you, since I'm sure you'd enjoy it. Minerva snorted in disgust as she spotted the subject of their discussion standing up and making a fuss at the Gryffindor table. Then again, maybe I'll just filch hang him from his thumbs. Severus smirked, enjoying the visage of Minerva so angry. I am free tomorrow. I believe lunch time would be the most effective time. Definitely. If Dudley's anything to go by, then I don't think the Dursleys will really miss one meal. Severus nodded, and then watched as Minerva stood. Even in her old age, the teacher was graceful, which Severus put down to the fact that Minerva spent quite a lot of time as her animagus self, especially during rowdy Gryffindor parties. Will I be seeing you later then? Since I'm going to visit Katie Bell, and I know you're going to visit Harry. No, Minerva. First I have a meeting with the headmaster, then I have meetings all afternoon. I will see Harry at his assigned time, but I won't be able to make it to the infirmary before that. Severus sighed, thinking of the potions he had to brew for the infirmary before the end of the weekend. He wasn't going to get them done tonight apparently. Very well. Don't forget the staff meeting tomorrow night. With that last parting shot, Severus hadn't meant to miss the last two. Truly, she stalked off toward the Gryffindor table, aiming for where the Weasley twins had just risen from their seats. Severus smirked inwardly. Minerva wouldn't accept infighting among her house either. He returned his attention to his meal when he spotted the large clock over the doors. After all, the house elves had deadlines too. After working for 2 hours on Harry's eye bomb, as well as other potions Poppy had requested, Severus was ready to share a cup of tea with Dumbledore. Even if he hated how Dumbledore avoided his point for the entire conversation, at least the old man knew how to play a good game of chess. As he climbed the stairs to Dumbledore's office, he caught the faint sound of Poppy's voice. It appeared that Poppy was debating an issue with Dumbledore, and from the sounds of it, losing. Since the nurse didn't often have difficulty convincing Dumbledore that she knew best, Severus paused outside the door. He had learnt the hard way that eavesdropping could be dangerous. However, it often yielded information that he wouldn't learn any other way. Albus, the boy needs to be removed from their care. Harry, then, you can't possibly be considering leaving him there. Poppy sounded desperate, as though she had already tried to make this point. Poppy, I am sorry, but Harry is protected best by the blood wards surrounding the Dursley residence. Severus stiffened, shocked by Dumbledore's dismissive tone. Not if they kill him first. Severus moved back into the shadows as Poppy stormed out of Dumbledore's office. She caught sight of him, but didn't acknowledge him, instead bringing a hand up to wipe her brow. Severus recognized the motion as one that she did after seeing something particularly disturbing, and it was then that he realized that Poppy hadn't seen the scars of Harry's back until today. Since even he'd had issues with seeing such bad scars on a young boy, he could sympathize with Poppy's distress. Severus. Severus looked up as Dumbledore appeared in his doorway. Thank you for coming, Poppy. I will come and finish this discussion with you later. If you aren't going to change your mind, then this discussion is already finished, Albus. Though if you get a moment, go visit Harry Potter and tell him that the fact that his uncle slashed his back with a belt buckle when he was 8 years old, here Poppy's voice broke and Severus winced at hearing it out loud, isn't enough to get him removed from their home, even though both Severus and I promised him that he wouldn't return there. Because I certainly won't be the one to tell him that we know he's going through hell and we're sending him back there anyway. Dumbledore's face fell and Severus couldn't find it in himself to pity him. The boy will probably accept it quite calmly when you tell him, Dumbledore. He's quite accepting that he doesn't deserve anything better. And why should he be when his cousin has been favored over him and all his possessions have been secondhand? Severus met the blue eyes head on, furious that Dumbledore wasn't moved by this. I have to get back to my patient. Luckily Katie Bell was in the infirmary so I could leave Harry there while I came to have this useless conversation. The resentment in Poppy's voice was purely from being unable to protect her charges, and Severus could sympathize. He chose instead to feed his anger, allowing Dumbledore to see that the nurse wasn't the only one who was unhappy. He swept into Dumbledore's office, not stopping to admire the trinkets that adorned every shelf. Severus, I know you are upset, Dumbledore began quietly but was cut off by Severus' angry snort. I'm beyond upset, Headmaster. You can't seriously be telling me that you believe blood wards will protect the boy. Especially since they rely on him believing that the Dursley residence is home. Severus spun around, facing Dumbledore, who was still standing in the doorway. The boy is more comfortable in my office, somewhere he has no reason to be comfortable, than he is at home. Do you know how I know this, Dumbledore? Because yesterday he came to my office and asked if he could study in my classroom while I brewed potions. When I asked him why on earth he'd want to sit at a bench rather than in the common room, he told me that he wasn't used to sitting on couches. Oh, and there's the other issue that every time I've gone in to do a bed check after midnight, I've found him curled up into the tightest possible ball, muttering in his sleep about it being too open. So yes, Headmaster, I passed upset about 4 days ago, he hissed angrily. Severus took a split second to reflect that this wasn't how he wanted to break the news to the old man, but he needed to shock him. Needed to make him see that Harry had dealt with enough. Dumbledore seemed taken aback by Severus' speech. He moved slowly to his seat behind his desk, while Severus stayed standing before it. Headmaster, please don't tell me you're going to send him back. Not only would it shatter the little trust I've gained in the last 2 weeks, but it will destroy the poor boy. He shouldn't have been placed there in the first place. Even Lupin would have been better than those bastards. He couldn't resist snarling the werewolf's name even though he was speaking in his defense. I'm sorry, Severus, surely it's not that bad. Perhaps the boy is exaggerating. Dumbledore trailed off, obviously realizing that he'd crossed a line. Exaggerating, Severus bellowed. Yes, because it's so easy to fake scars. Well, of course, because the boy needs more attention, even though he doesn't get a moment of peace because he's the bloody boy who lived. And of course the fact that he's in the 5th weight percentile means nothing, absolutely nothing. Open your eyes, Headmaster. Your precious golden boy, who by rights should be pampered and spoiled, is starving, mistreated and abused. Now if you actually believe he's faking, then I have nothing more to say to you. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that somebody needs to take care of those students, I would be offering you my resignation. The man I used to know did not believe that abuse was something to ignore, no matter the consequences. Breathing heavily, he finished. When Dumbledore couldn't even meet his eyes, he turned, intent on leaving before he cursed his mentor. Severus, please. He jolted to a stop with his hand on the door handle. He had never heard Dumbledore sound so pitiful. He turned slowly to see the old man staring at him. The thing that made him finish turning was the tears in Dumbledore's eyes. Severus, please. I want to protect the boy, and how better to do it than blood wards? Surely you understand that there is nowhere that is safer when it comes to Death Eaters. Dumbledore spread his hands in a pleading manner. It would be all for nothing if the boy turns dark or dies, Headmaster. I can think of quite a few homes that would be significantly protected. The Knots for one, the Flints for another. Even my own home if it came to that. Severus walked forward and seated himself with a sigh, not wanting to ride the emotional roller coaster he'd been forced onto. Would the Knots house be safe enough for him? Dumbledore seemed to be genuinely considering other alternatives, and Severus relaxed, using his wand to summon a house elf. Mrs. Knott has currently not declared her intentions when it comes to which side she will fight, if any. Most of the Death Eaters that are free to go on with their lives are hoping to avoid another rise of the Dark Lord, since it would mean their lives if he considered them disloyal. Severus smirked, well aware that his duties as a spy would protect him from the Dark Lord's vengeance. But the Blood Wards? Severus held up a hand. Go take a look at Harry's file, and then go visit the boy himself. And then you can tell me that a little extra effort warding a property is going to be too much difficulty. Severus quickly served the tea that the house elf had delivered while allowing Dumbledore time to think about his answer. I will certainly go and visit the boy. Though perhaps not tonight. Poppy may need some time to calm down. And yes, Severus the First do realize that was my fault. Dumbledore sounded almost sulky as he responded to the incredulous look Severus gave him. As you well should, Headmaster. Surely you have learnt by now not to anger Poppy. I don't think that woman has ever lost an argument when it comes to the care of her charges. You would probably do to remember that. Severus knew that he sounded like he was lecturing, but from the emerging playful look on Dumbledore's face he knew that he wasn't going to be reprimanded. I do believe you know that better than anyone, do you not, Severus? Or did you simply train in healing for curiosity's sake? The mocking tone of Dumbledore's voice was enough to make Severus smirk. Considering I have been the one to heal you rather than make you go to the hospital wing, I would watch where you are pointing that accusation, Headmaster. After all, without those qualifications, you and I would both be at Poppy's mercy quite often, would we not? Dumbledore smiled, and Severus was surprised to see his customary twinkle back in those blue eyes. Then his eyes widened as he realized something of importance. You played us. Why, Severus, I simply have no idea what you mean. Dumbledore was enjoying this a lot more than acting, Severus could tell. You acted as though you didn't care about Harry to make us care about Harry. You wanted to see what we would give, what I would give, to see him happy and healthy. What would that achieve? Severus didn't bother moderating his tone from hurt and anger. Severus couldn't contain his abortive movement to stand. Dumbledore knew well enough that Severus didn't like playing cat and mouse games when he wasn't the cat. I certainly never meant to push you away, my dear boy. I did not expect you to care for the boy so much. I also didn't realize just how bad Harry's abuse was. However, what it did do was make you lose your temper. You weren't going to tell me anything but the basics when you came here, were you? Severus didn't want to admit that Dumbledore was right. He had already decided to keep his promise to Harry to keep the abuse a secret unless he couldn't personally solve it. Now he ducked his head, unusually shameful about breaking a confidence. I needed to know just how far you would go to protect the boy, and how much you knew. You were visiting the Dursleys tomorrow with Minerva, correct? Severus nodded, bringing his eyes up warily. What he saw in Dumbledore's eyes surprised him. There had been very few times when he'd been able to say that he was afraid of the headmaster, and this was one of them. There was electricity in those blue eyes, furious anger that was being tightly controlled. I need to go see to the stone, but when you do see Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, give them my regards. Assure them that I wish them nothing but ill will and that I will soon be visiting to settle this matter myself. They will rue the day they ever thought to mistreat a child I placed in their protection. If he does return, and yes, I am aware that will only be as a desperate measure, I give you full permission to scare them into ignoring the fact the boy exists beyond feeding and clothing him, Severus. Dumbledore was completely serious. He was going to make sure Dursley never laid a hand on Harry again, and Severus wondered how he would react if he asked to watch. He could now completely understand Minerva's evil smile when she'd realized that he intended on visiting the Dursleys without being chaperoned by the authorities. Very well, Headmaster. Good day. Severus stood smoothly and left the office, wondering if he should inform Minerva that Dumbledore was in a dangerous mood. While she didn't have a meeting with him, he did spend most of his free time in the company of his deputy. He glanced at his wristwatch, then cursed. He had a meeting with a first-year 10 minutes, which meant he had no time to warn Minerva about Dumbledore. In fact, if he didn't hurry, he would be late. While he didn't mind being late to the meetings with his upper years, he tried to set a better example for the youngest Slytherins. When Madame Pomfrey admitted young Harry Potter to her hospital wing after a fight with his cousin, she expected him to be proud of attempting to gain the upper hand. Instead, she discovered a boy who was polite, apologetic and desperate to convince her not to tell the Dursleys. She reflected that young Harry Potter reminded her strongly of another half-blood boy, who'd begged her not to tell his father after he was beaten in a 4-to-1 fight. Harry came to on a soft bed with a bright light shining in his eyes. Since he was last in potions class, Harry was confused. He groaned and pushed the light away, not realizing immediately that he was pushing at Madame Pomfrey's hand. "Hold still, Mr. Potter. I realize that it's bright, but I need to check your reactions." Madame Pomfrey gently chided him while pushing his hand away from his eyes. "If I'm awake doesn't it mean that I'm all right?" His only answer was the light returning to shine on his eyes. Once the flare cleared, he looked at Madame Pomfrey. She was holding her wand in her hand and the end of it was shining slightly. "Knocks. No, Mr. Potter, it does not." The light on the end of her wand went out, and it occurred to Harry that he should ask Snape to teach him that spell. "Why not? I'm awake and kicking, so I must be better." Madame Pomfrey shook her head, and handed him a potion vial. "For the headache you should be feeling right now. Since you're awake, I need to see the headmaster, so I'm going to leave you in Katie's care. Your lunch is on the bedside table, I want you eat all of it. If there's any left when I come back, I'll just dose you with a nutritional potion when I get back. Trust me when I say eating is better." Madame Pomfrey smiled at him and turned to the brown-haired girl in a bed across the aisle. "Katie, can you keep an eye on Harry for me? If you need somebody, sweetie, just call for Nancy. She's my house elf and she'll come get me. Try to avoid getting out of bed if you can. Your leg is still healing and you probably aren't too steady on your feet from that head wound either." The girl nodded. "We'll be fine, Madame Pomfrey. I have a little sister who has a bad habit of hitting herself on the head. Plays football and doesn't understand that she's not meant to headbutt people. So if either of us needs help, I already know the signs." Katie smiled widely, obviously remembering an occasion when her sister had been injured. "Very well, I'll be half an hour or less." Madame Pomfrey looked pointedly between Harry and the plate on his table until Harry picked it up. Katie watched the nurse out of the door, then turned to Harry with a grin. "So how did you get a concussion? Last time I heard, you were surrounded by a guard of 4 Slytherins that nobody wants to mess with." "Well, apparently I'm not meant to be alone without them." Harry managed a grin back as he began to dig into his meal. It was meatloaf and roast vegetables. He had decided that it was his favorite meal when it had first been served in the Great Hall. It was also accompanied by a piece of treacle tart, but Harry decided that Madame Pomfrey wouldn't punish him for not eating that. He had tried it, but had deemed it too sweet to eat on a regular basis. "Yeah, well, you're about to find yourself with a whole crowd of protectors. The reason I got hit by the bludger during class was because we were planning how to pay Dudley back for you. He's got no support among the Gryffindors at the moment. The Weasley twins in 3rd year are gunning for him." Katie was sitting cross-legged on his bed, watching Harry eat. "Gunning for him?" Harry asked, trying to figure out what the phrase meant. "Sorry, Muggle phrase. It means that they have him in their sights for all their nastiest pranks and jokes. The last guy they targeted like that was a Slytherin 7th year. Last year, he was bullying the first years in his own house. Snape actually let the Weasleys play all their worst pranks on him. He left 4 weeks later." Katie grinned evilly. "Wow, Snape actually let them target a Slytherin." "Oh yeah, in fact, it was the only time in history that Snape praised Gryffindors. Course he didn't do it because of their pranks, he found these weird reasons. I think one of the first times was for creativity. The second was because they helped the house elves. They'd spiked his food with chili." Katie was laughing as she finished describing. Harry grinned. "Yeah, Snape seems like the type to find some subtle way to help. Bet he sent them prank potions too. Actually, the twins did mention that nobody busted them for breaking into the potions classroom to make potions. Everyone doubted it, because there was no way Snape was going to let them get away with it. Snape offered us access to his lab next year if we have an interest in potions. He wanted to brew potions with me in my detention last week, but I kind of passed out." "Kind of passed out? How do you kind of pass out?" "Oh, and keep eating. Madame Pomfrey isn't kidding when she says that she'll force feed you a potion. I hyperventilated and passed out from the lack of oxygen. Harry blushed, and then looked down, embarrassed. Hey, so did I the first time I had a detention with Snape. Though he just bought me up here. I bet his Slytherins get better treatment than that. I woke up in my bed in the dorms the next morning. With Teddy, my friend, laughing at me. Harry offered a slight smile. Ah, I bet that stung. The last time I woke up with a housemate laughing at me I was strung up by my ankles in the common room. They were celebrating my initiation into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. You play Quidditch? Asked Harry. Yeah, don't you? It's the best sport I know. I'm not so sure about the flying part. Scared of heights. Katie seemed sympathetic. I was too, until my first flying lesson. I still don't like the astronomy tower. When do flying lessons start for the first years? Next week. Once Hooch has taught you the basics, the Quidditch team gets to take over and teach the really exciting things. You learn speed flying, rolls, ducking. Wood taught us to catch snitches last year. What's a snitch? Harry was well aware that he was considered illiterate when it came to Quidditch, but he did recognize the term from conversations he had overheard. It's a little gold ball with wings. It's the seeker's job to catch it. That's one of the 7 players on the team. There are 2 beaters, 3 chasers, 1 keeper, and your seeker. The beaters protect the other players from the bludgers, the chasers score the goals with the quaffle and the keeper stops the quaffle from going in the goal. It's okay. I didn't know anything about Quidditch when I came to Hogwarts either. Harry nodded and pushed his tray away. Everyone in Slytherin seems to think that just because I'm technically a half-blood, I automatically know everything about the wizarding world. I haven't even read half the books Snape told me to read to help adjust. Snape told you to read books to learn about the wizarding world. Ha, you should have just come hung out with us Gryffindors for a day or two. Our first years know everything they have to know at the end of their 3rd day. I'm sure the upper years would be more helpful if they knew what it was like to not know these things. Unfortunately, most of them were raised in the wizarding world. That's why we teach our first years so much. Slytherins tend to pick on Muggleborns that don't know enough about magic. I noticed that. It's a pity that the houses don't get along better. I don't see why people have to fight based on which house we are sorted into. The sorting hat sorts based on personality, not good or bad. Yeah, I suppose. Still, that doesn't stop the Slytherins from attacking us whenever we venture into your territory. First of all, it's not my territory. Secondly, it's the same case on our side of the lake. Gryffindors attack us just as regularly as we attack you, it's payback. Both children snapped their heads up, surprised, as the doors to the infirmary opened suddenly. Madame Pomfrey stormed into the infirmary, obviously angered by her meeting. What are you two doing? She stopped and looked between the 2 patients. They both frowned in confusion then looked at each other. Both of them had crept forward until they were sitting on the ends of their beds. They were as close as they could physically be without getting off their beds. Talking, Madame Pomfrey. And look, Harry ate. Katie pointed to Harry's tray, frowning when she saw that he hadn't eaten his tart. Very good, Miss Bell, Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter, are you feeling better? Madame Pomfrey moved over to Harry's side, placing a hand on his forehead. Yes ma'am. Can I go back to Slytherin now? No, I don't think so. I let you go too early last time. I think that it would be best if you stayed overnight for observation. Miss Bell will be keeping you company because I can't trust her to stay quiet with Skele-Gro in her system and a concussion from her fractured skull. Katie gave a sheepish smile. I can't help it if I'm friends with the Weasley twins. They keep me skinny. Katie's grin widened at Madame Pomfrey's dubious expression. Then I suggest finding a better exercise plan. The Weasley twins are notorious for finding themselves in here with suspicious injuries. I do not wish to see you as often as I see them. Madame Pomfrey wagged a finger in Katie's direction. Of course not, ma'am. Harry shared a grin with Katie behind Madame Pomfrey's back. Right, well, now that you've both eaten lunch, I want you both to lie back and try and get some sleep. You've both had very stressful days and you need some rest. You're assigning us nap time, Katie yelped. No, Miss Bell, I'm asking you to quiet down for an hour or two. You can write quietly or read, but I won't stop you from falling asleep if you do." With that, Madame Pomfrey sent a spell at the lights which made them dim to half light. The curtains closed themselves as she pointed her wand at them next. Harry slid backwards down his bed towards the pillows. He pushed his blankets down and stuck his legs under. "Do you have any books on you, Katie? I don't even have my bag. Not novels. I only have my school books. I have an essay due in history tomorrow." Katie reached down and pulled her bag out from under her bed. "Hey, you like potions, don't you? I saw you in the library writing that potions essay yesterday. Do you want my potions book? It might be a bit advanced, but at least then you can impress Snape." "Yeah, thanks. I was trying to get my hands on a copy from the library, but Madame Pants was hovering over my shoulder. She seemed doubtful that I was going to use it for anything good." Katie threw the book over onto the end of Harry's bed and he reached forward and grabbed it. "Enjoy then. Though I don't see how you could actually want to study a subject you aren't learning. That seems kind of like overkill to me. Quiet, both of you. If you chose to read, it's silently." Madame Pomfrey came back toward them from where she had gone to finish closing curtains. "Mr. Potter, you already know how tiring Skele-Gro can be. Leave Miss Bell to get her rest." "Yes, ma'am." Harry nodded and opened his book. He curled his legs up toward his body. "Do you have any ink I can borrow, Madame Pomfrey?" Katie pulled her tray over to her while placing her parchment stack on the top of it. "And just where is yours, Miss Bell?" Madame Pomfrey sent a summoning spell toward her office. "Fred borrowed it. I don't want to use it in case he tampered with it." Katie smiled at the fed-up expression on the matron's face. "Very well, Miss Bell. Now are you both set?" When both patients nodded, she nodded in satisfaction. "Right, I will be in my office if either of you need anything. If you fall asleep I will wake you at about 4, so you sleep tonight. You can have visitors after 3 o'clock. It occurred to Harry that Teddy might come and visit him. He didn't want to get his hopes up, just in case Teddy didn't come, but because Teddy was so protective he just might come. Harry started on the introduction of the book, relieved that the first few pages weren't too difficult. It seemed that the next year's worth of potions work was going to be less theory than this year. Harry was glad. It meant that there would be more brewing sessions. "Harry, hey, Harry." The next thing Harry felt was a hand on his shoulder, shaking him awake. Harry flinched violently, and felt the opposite edge of the bed disappear from under him. Oomph! His air left him in a rush and Harry panicked at not being able to breathe. "Calm down, Mr. Potter. You're just winded. Breathe in now." Hands came to sit him up straight, helping him to breathe. He felt a tingling sensation run over him and he was able to breathe freer. "Mr. Knott, please retake your seat while I help Mr. Potter up." Crowding Mr. Potter is likely to just increase his distress. Harry pushed up from the floor, letting Madame Pomfrey steady him. She stopped him from climbing into bed. "Let me straighten it first, Mr. Potter. You fidget a lot when you sleep." She pulled the sheets up so they were straight, and then assisted Harry up into the bed. Looking to his right he saw Teddy staring at him. "Hey, sorry about that. I forgot you don't like being woken." Harry cringed as he remembered that the last 2 minutes had been a repeat of the first day of classes. Teddy had come in to wake him then as well and Harry had ended up on the ground again. Only there'd been no nurse to keep him calm. He'd ended up panicking and apologizing insanely. Harry had a hard enough time sleeping in such an open area and he'd decided that being woken physically wasn't his favorite way of waking up. "That's okay, Teddy. If I was normal, then you wouldn't have to remember not to wake me." Harry spoke down to his knees after checking whether Katie was awake or not. She wasn't, and Harry could see that Madame Pomfrey had moved her tray away. "Hey, you are normal. Plenty of people don't like being touched when they've been woken. My mum has to hit my aunt with a jet of water from her wand if she doesn't want to be hexed. And my aunt knows a lot of curses." Teddy offered a grin to Harry, trying to get him to cheer up. "You don't care about being woken." "Yeah, because my mother noticed that if I got woken up suddenly I jumped out bed. So she pushed my bed up against the wall so I'd bumped into it if I jumped. Stopped me from jumping out of bed pretty quickly." Teddy shrugged. "To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.